It's Taste Test Thursdays, everybody.
I'm ready to go get in my car and go home. At this point,
Hey, listen, we only got 2 hours left. We can do this. We can do this.
It's all you, man.
No.
I don't even care at this point. I don't even care at this point. It's all
about
you.
this, because this is going to be so disgusting.
I don't care about anything. Knock it out. I don't care about anything.
I don't want to do it by myself because that looks so disgusting. I don't think I could have more than one.
Well, it's not even showing up on the camera.
Well, it's because it's green.
It's not even showing up. We have green screen, of course, behind us, and G Unit has a green package, and it's not even showing. No, don't put that over here. No,
you don't want it close to you.
No,
they're not too far.
I'll eat one. I will eat one. 7:20 this morning. I'll eat one if I'm still here. I'm still here.
Should we tell everybody what it is?
I'm not even convinced I'm going to be here at 7:20.
Should we tell everybody what it is?
You can tell them whatever you want to. I don't care at this point.
Okay, so you guys know it's Taste Test Thursdays out there, and if you're just waking up, it's been a thing with us here on the Daybreak Show, where we're willing to try stuff that sounds completely disgusting for all 8 of our listeners. The first thing that we did was an absolute disaster.
After today, we'll have even less than 8. I guarantee you. I'm going to make it my mission that we will have less than 8 listeners today.
All right.
I'm so angry.
Anyway.
I am so mad. I'm so angry that, yes, your 8 listeners will be lessened today by at least 4.
Listen, the peeps.
Done.
The peeps.
I'm done.
Are going to bring everybody back. The peeps are unifiers.
You don't like peeps.
I hate them.
We've talked about this.
I hate them.
They're disgusting.
Yes.
And so now you have brought into the studio what flavor?
Sour watermelon peeps, Easter peeps.
And these are like 3 weeks old.
Exactly.
These are 3-week-old peeps sour watermelon.
Well, they were probably made in China about 6 months ago.
I'm kind of done with this.
Don't be done with it until after we try the peeps.
I will give it to 7:20.
I have capitulated and said I will go
7:20.
and have chicken livers with you someday.
That doesn't matter at this point.
It does too.
No, because I'm going to eat chicken livers on Thursday, whether we have peeps or G Unit or Z Money or whatever.
Jimmy Jam and Bam Bam, the whole group.
Your smoking hot girlfriend, I don't care. But after today, it's probably going to be
but you are
nil.
confirmed. You are confirmed. On your name is on the list. You and your smoking hot girlfriend for wrestling on May the 19th.
Well, I have talked to her about that.
Uh-oh. Do we have an update?
Last evening,
Okay.
she is not in town, or not in any town that any of you have heard of. It's called Kansas City, and I don't figure anybody, you or anybody listening, knows even what that is.
I've been to Kansas City, and
I don't care. I don't care. You've never been there. You've never heard of it. Anybody listening has never heard of it and has never been there. I don't care. But yes, talked with her last evening, and the plan is last night. The plan is last night to do that, but I'm not doing it. There ain't no way. But no,
plans may have changed.
not doing it.
That's all you had to say.
I'm not hanging out with you or anybody.
All right.
Done. I appreciate your hospitality, but that's not going to happen.
So in other news,
Ever again.
sour watermelon
again.
peeps are going to be disgusting, and we're going to try those at about 7:20 this morning.
I have never in my life, never.
I haven't either.
And I have done never in my life.
Well,
and I'm not talking about the peeps.
I understand.
I have never in my life And I'm mad about it. I'm angry about it. And it's uncalled for. Remember our birthday party that we had?
Yes.
What, 3 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm. Staff party.
Yeah.
Staff meeting.
Yes.
Yep.
Staff meeting / birthday.
Turned into a birthday party.
And what was our motivation at that meeting that we were called to do?
We
were called to do it. Please be. And what were we called to do? We were presented with information. Please do this. Please do this. On behalf of all of us. Little children. A baby Jesus. Please do this.
Sweet baby Jesus.
So did we do that?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. And now, on this day.
We need some Reverend Green underneath.
On
music.
this day, the day before, we are called, little children, we are called to back off. That this is not going to happen. We are called. Lack off. Greg Wood. Lack off. G-Unit. We're not going to do this. This is not going to happen tomorrow.
It's Mother Nature's fault.
That's not Mother Nature. I will not give Mother Nature that much credit. I will not do it. I will not do it. But I'll tell you the next thing. I won't be here the next time.
So what's the weather like outside right now?
What does it say?
It's 60 degrees.
That's here. That's here. And at the airport, the official degree,
They're not the same.
they rarely ever are.
But we're supposed to trust the one at the airport because that's official.
And-
That's official National Weather Service.
And what does it say?
61 degrees Fahrenheit, 16 degrees Celsius.
Oh, you're a Celsius guy now?
No, I'm not. I'm just reading it.
You're a Celsius guy now.
Well, I do have family that are serving overseas.
do you know the formula to?
No, I don't know the formula. Do you know? I mean,
I do.
what's the formula to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius, or reverse, whatever?
It is. Oh, you caught me in a bad moment here because I'm mad. I don't know. I don't even care at this point.
Should I ask
I don't
Chat
even
GPT?
care. No, I don't even care.
All right.
I don't even care. Well, I mean, I don't care if you say it's 2 degrees outside. I don't care this morning.
I'm glad
I
it's
don't
not 2
care.
degrees outside.
I don't care. What temperature do you have?
I have 61 degrees on the screen.
All right. Well, that's what we're going with. 61 degrees. I don't even care. You can call it whatever you want to. It could be 119. I don't care. Don't even care. Don't even care. And that's another thing.
The mouse is messing up.
Everything's messing up. It's all messing up. And that's where we are on this Thursday.
Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
We found Jackson's perfect lunch spot, Bourbon and Barley's. You can enjoy a delicious sit-down lunch at drive-through prices. Bourbon and Barley's lunch menu is available weekdays 11 a.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Have a late lunch or an early dinner at lunch prices. Bourbon and Barley's amazing lunch menu options include delicious crab and lobster bruschetta, Cobb salads, one-topping pizzas, and their featured slider of the day. All for just $10. Across the street from Starbucks, Bourbon and Barley's, where Jackson loves to lunch.
Underground, come on. Yeah, send those dead flowers right here. I don't even know the address, but
dead flowers to my wedding, and I won't forget to put roses on your grave.
I won't forget to put roses on your grave, G-Unit.
Well, thank you, brother.
Dead flowers, dead flowers, dead flowers.
Just don't go in the bathroom for about another 30 minutes. I dropped a deuce in there that would choke a mule.
Come on! No!
Sorry, bro.
No.
I know it's a bad day, but I just made it a little bit worse around here in the studio.
Can you not do that before you leave the house?
I did it before then, too.
No. I look.
Listen, you can't regulate when a guy's got to go drop something off, bro.
Look, man, you can set your clock by me. You can set your clock by me.
Oh, my God.
Set your clock.
When do you?
Two times a day. 2 times a day, set your clock by.
What time?
And I'm not doing it here. There ain't no way I'm doing it.
Well, I don't blame you there. What time?
I mean, you guys have got all kinds of funk, and I'm not doing it here. So
tell all 8 of our listeners what times you have.
You already told yours.
What time you have your daily constitutionals?
9 and 3.
Seriously? Really?
I told you set your clock by it.
So if I text you
nine
at
9 in the morning.
If
9
I
in the
text you
morning,
at 9 in the morning,
3 in the afternoon,
if I text you at those
and then
two
I
times,
go to bed, and I do it all again. It's 9-3, like clockwork. My doctor knows it. We've talked about it. He's like, man, you're good. I was like, yep.
God.
Every day of my life, I'm good. Every day of my life.
You know what else is going to be good? We haven't talked about it very much.
I don't.
The Beale Street Music Festival is coming up. We're only a couple of weeks away from that. We have not interviewed Low Cut Connie yet, and he is 2 weeks away from being. The band Low Cut Connie is 2 weeks away from
Wait a
being.
minute. What?
Are you finna play some?
Yeah,
Come on,
I'm
man.
good.
Some Low Cut Connie up in here. We have talked about Low Cut Connie ever since we saw the lineup. And the thing is Greg thought it was a like an all girl band.
Don't lay that on me.
I thought it was a rap.
You.
No, I thought it was a rap group.
That was you.
No, I thought it was a rap group. You thought it was something like the Bangles or something like that.
The Bangles.
An all girl band. The Go-Go. What was it? The Go-Go's. Is this Low Cut Connie?
It's Low Cut Connie
Let's
right
talk.
here, bro.
Let's talk to me.
It's Low Cut Connie right here. This is called Revolution Rock and Roll.
Come on, brother.
I used to be a soldier. Now I'm getting older. Start to feel so lazy. Starts to make me crazy.
All right. Let's go to another little pick me up here. Let's see what this is called Shake It Little Tina.
Uh-oh.
Shake It Little Tina.
Little Tina.
Oh yeah.
I used to know a girl named Tina about 30 years ago.
Oh, we've all known some Tina.
Mm-hmm.
Tina, why are you doing that to me? Don't break my heart no more. Oh, little Tina.
Just to pass the time. Do all the macho things. Slice the loaded chicken wings.
This is Low Cut Connie going to be at the Beale Street Music Festival.
By myself.
He broke out some chicken wings.
Into someone else.
Yeah, boy.
I put down my pants.
Are you a fan like I am
I'm
now?
kind of digging it, you know. As much as we've talked about it, I mean, I'm starting to kind of dig it. I told you some of the stuff that I've heard reminds me of very early Talking Heads. Not this one.
Yeah, I'm not going with Talking Heads on that.
Okay.
But we're not going to agree today anyway.
Are we gonna have Low Cut Connie on the show?
That's going to be up to you at this point. 6:31. I know you've got sports coming up right now at the 96.5. It's daybreak. It's daybreak. I guess it's daybreak. I don't even know. Is it daybreak?
Yeah, it is.
You doing sports?
I can.
I don't even know.
All right.
I don't even know.
This morning sports brought to you by our friends at Gene Langley Ford. Pick your car, pick your color at GeneLangleyFord.com. That's the dealership that service built on both sides of East End Drive in Humboldt. Also by our friends at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. If you see the giant tick rolling down the interstate,
What?
it's a car.
What?
It says Southeastern Termite and Pest Control on it.
Oh, okay.
And it's got a giant tick that's about 5 feet around. Plastered.
A 5 foot. Is that what you're saying to me? And our listeners, all 8 of them.
It looks like it.
There's a truck on the highway that's got an 8 foot tick.
Looks like it could suck the blood out of a wildebeest and cause some damage. So if you see the Southeastern Termite and Pest Control official vehicles on the bypass,
Look for the giant tick.
Let 'em know.
I'm sure that's exactly what they want to know
Hey,
about themselves. Look for the giant tick.
it left an impression with me, that's for sure. And my girlfriend was like, "What is that?"
It's a tick.
That's our friends at Southeastern Termite and Pest Control. Also brought to you by our friends at Lifeline Voice and Data. Well, the NHRA, listen at me. The National Hockey League, if I can get it right on this
My God.
Taste Test Thursday,
This is
is
okay.
underway.
All right. Well, okay.
Carolina
What?
Hurricanes beat the New York Islanders last night 4-3. They lead the series 2-1. In other action, the Florida Panthers, based in Tampa. How about Tampa? How great of a year are they having in sports?
Have you ever been to Tampa?
I have flown over Tampa. I've not been in Tampa, but I heard they have a lot of fun down in Tampa. Have you ever been down there?
Yes. Spent more than a couple of days than that I wish I could get back.
More than a couple of nights in jail down in Tampa?
Yes.
What?
I wish I could have those days back.
Enough said.
But yeah.
The Panthers are tied now with the series with the Boston Bruins, 1 game all after the second game in their matchup. The Dallas Stars beat the Wild last night. Their series are tied up 7-3. The Dallas Stars won 7-3 last night. The series is tied up 1-1.
All right, here we go. Yep.
And the Edmonton, not Regina.
No, I don't want to hear about that.
The Edmonton
I want to hear
Oilers.
about what happened in the Western Conference in the NBA.
Who's doing sports, me or you?
That's what I want to know. I don't give anything about what happened to Regina,
Regina tied
Saskatchewan, Canada. I don't care.
Regina tied the series last night with the Kings with a 4-2 victory. That's actually the Edmonton Oilers, not Regina. In NBA action, the Denver Nuggets laid one on the Timberwolves to take a 2-0 series lead. Denver won 122-113 over Minnesota. Milwaukee evened the series with Miami last night, 138 over 122. And in other news,
Yes.
the Grizz are now tied up with the Lakers.
We got to win.
We did.
Last night,
It was really
we got to
good.
win.
My favorite part of it, I didn't watch all of it.
I didn't watch any of it.
I
I was in
watched-
the bed.
I watched a little bit of the
because I
fourth
was
quarter.
preparing. Was getting my suit ready,
Right?
going to the dry cleaner, preparing myself for what I thought was going on. So I did not watch the ball game because I was busy doing other stuff because I am competent and prepared
You are a professional.
for my employer.
So Dylan Brooks was,
But apparently that's going down the drain.
that's not in sports.
I'm sorry.
Dylan Brooks was popping off with LeBron James, and it made a little bit of a news. And Dylan Brooks reportedly said, "I like to poke bears." And there's a picture of him on ESPN's website,
Oh, I see. Oh,
and he is all up in LeBron's face, and LeBron looks shook right there.
what is that?
Dylan
What?
Brooks is not scared. He says he likes to poke bears.
Well,
He-
not last night he didn't.
He would probably go up and poke.
Not last night he didn't.
He did too. Dylan Brooks exchanged word with LeBron James during the third quarter of Memphis Grizzlies series, tying 103-93 win over the Lakers in Wednesday's Game 2, and had plenty more to say about the NBA's all-time leading scorer post-game. The confrontation occurred after the Grizzlies called a timeout with about 8 minutes remaining in the third, following 2 baskets by James to cut the Lakers' deficit to 14 points. Brooks, who had earned a reputation as
Look
one
out.
of the league's elite wing defenders and most relentless antagonists, said James told him he was dumb for having picked up his 4th foul and barked back at him. "I don't care, he's old." You know what I mean? Brooks said of the 38-year-old
You know what I mean.
James.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I was waiting for that.
You know what I mean.
I was expecting him to do that in game 4 or 5. He said he wanted to say something when I got my 4th foul. He should have been saying that earlier on. But I poke bears. I don't respect nobody until they come and give me 40.
This sounds like Monday Night Wrestling.
In public.
Does it not?
Yes, it does, baby. It sounds like some American Dream
I was hoping you would do this.
after he put them hard times by the 4 horsemen. Tully Blanchard, Arn Anderson, Ole Anderson, Ric Flair, J.J. Dillon. You put hard times on the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. You broke my leg in the Omni.
What?
They did their broken leg right in the Omni in a cage match.
I think I remember
And
that.
they had
I'm sorry.
The crowd
I'm
was
sorry.
Crowd
I'm
was
sorry.
in a riot because they loved the dream, baby.
Yeah, you're an Atlanta favorite. Yeah, you are. And
The
I'm
dream
sorry to hear about
was
that.
a favorite.
Dusty
and in the
Rhodes.
cage match,
Yeah.
low down egg sucking dogs that the Four Horsemen are. They put hard times on the dream. I knew I could get you feeling better if I did something like that. Hard times. You talk about hard times all morning long. Screaming, yelling, cussing
Yes.
up in here.
Yeah, I know.
That's
I know,
hard times,
I know,
baby.
I know. I've been
I'm
on it.
preaching
I've been
to
on
you.
it. I'm sorry now.
Hard times.
I apologize. Yeah.
That-
Because you're bringing it. You got it.
That's hard
Bring
times,
it.
baby. And hard times was put on the LA Lakers by the Memphis Grizzlies last night. They didn't even have the superstar with them, baby. No Ja Morant.
No.
We don't need Ja Morant up in
Yeah.
here for them yellow egg sucking dog, the LA Lakers. The Grizzlies, even the series 1-1 last night. And the best part of the whole thing,
Oh Lord.
best part of the whole thing
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
close to the end of it
Yeah.
when the whole crowd
Yeah.
just broke out in a
Yeah.
whoop that trick, whoop that trick, whoop that trick. All over that Laker ass like it was nothing, baby. That's hard times. This morning sports brought to you by Dapper Dan's favorite, Mulligan. Talk to me.
I can't.
Go to commercials. Do something. Play something. Commercial. Something. I don't know.
I can't even talk it right
Put
now.
a commercial
Will Mayor
on.
Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stone Bridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends: Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today:
The Mid-South Prodigy, Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous, Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more.
You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Audemars takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers,
Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Cia's, CRV.
You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
96.5 FM. Home of the Dan Reeves Show.
Weekday afternoons, 3 till 6.
Why don't we do it in the road? Why don't we do it in the road?
Yeah. What?
Why don't we do it in the road?
Why don't we do it?
Why don't we do it in the road?
I'll do it in the road. Will you do it in the road? I'll do it in the road.
I've done it in worse places.
No wonder we'll be watching us. Why don't we do
That's a
it
true
in the
story,
road?
brother.
Why don't we do it in the road?
Oh, Lord.
Why don't we do it in the road?
I'm down for it. I don't think I've ever done that.
Hey, you know what today
I don't
is?
think I've ever done. I know we're getting to that. Will you settle down?
I'm setting you up, brother.
Will you settle down? I know what day it is.
No one will be watching us. Why don't we do it in the road?
Lord have mercy.
All right, yes, it is 420.
Woo, baby. Thank you, Jesus, up in here.
It is 420.
We need it up in here this morning.
G-Unit is lit over some 420.
Who out there? You know, I would probably get in trouble with standards and practices, and maybe the FCC if I asked. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna shut up.
I think you're good.
Okay.
Just go ahead. Yeah.
No.
You're good. Take my word for it.
I
take my word for it.
Hey,
You're good.
I'm gonna take some sour watermelon peeps. I'll eat one of them if you'll. I'll do one if you do one.
Oh, it's 7:20. We're doing the peeps.
Yep. So about
7:20. We're doing the
about 30
minutes.
30 minutes away.
We're
So
doing
if you want to
the-
hear us
doing the
choking,
peeps.
snot slinging, gagging on some sour watermelon expired peeps, listen in then.
I'm already mad. I got a mad.
What if we do?
I got a mad.
I know we've heard about it for about 45 minutes,
I've
maybe a
got
little
a
bit longer.
mad
So
on.
anyway, what if we put two of these in the microwave for 30 minutes and then try them after that?
I will do it. I will do it. This morning, I'm so mad. I'm so angry. I'm so disappointed that I'll do
The dream has been hurt.
I mean, you can soak them in palm olive oil soap. I don't even care. I'll do it.
Put them in some Purex, baby. Like that egg sucking dog Terry Funk. Terry Funk has hurt the dream. Terry Funk tried to blind the dream.
Did they even ever?
Down in Florida, Terry Funk and Dusty Rhodes wrestled down in Florida.
No, I don't think they did.
Yes, they did for championship wrestling from Florida with Gordon Foley.
I'm not even sure.
You don't go. Yes,
I'm not even sure that happened.
Look it up on YouTube, baby. Why would I lie to you about the dream?
I don't know.
All right. The dream is alive and well in these United States of America, baby.
Oh, man, I love it. All right, so it is 420, and for those of you that know, then you know.
Yep.
I don't have to explain anything, and I will not be explaining anything. But to all of you out there that do recognize 420, even if you don't partake, there are a few good deals going on that you might want to know about. So here's a quick 420 roundup. You ready for this?
Talk to me.
You need to know this.
Okay.
Of all people, you need to know these deals that are going on today on 420.
Somebody who got a deal
All right.
out there, baby.
All right. Meanwhile, before we get to that, a study found the best cities that will be celebrating on this date, 420.
Okay.
And I told you about this yesterday, and you acted like I was messed up, like I didn't know what I was talking about. But the best cities to partake in 420 today,
here we go.
Portland, Oregon, Denver, Buffalo, Seattle, Baltimore, and Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, right there.
That's what it says.
Now don't read the rest of that.
It does say Memphis, Tennessee on the screen.
It does. Don't read the rest.
I don't even know what part you're talking about, but
Yeah.
it does say Memphis on the screen.
That is based on things like per capita price and the fact that it's legal in those cities and states. Memphis, Tennessee, it's susceptible. I don't know the legalities, but I know I was in a head shop Saturday, and there it was.
Remember when Free Will and Franks used to be down in Memphis?
I do remember that. Remember that.
Did you ever drive from Bolivar to Free Will and Franks just to
peruse
their offerings?
Not for that specific purpose, but yeah. Not for that specific. I mean, we always had a, we're going to the zoo. See ya. We'll be back. We'll be back late this afternoon, early evening. We're going to the zoo. Yeah. So we went to the zoo and fulfilled our obligations.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So if you've ever wondered how the 420 thing got started, and I've wondered this before too.
Yeah,
have you?
Yeah, I didn't know how they came up with
I mean,
that
I know what 420 is, and if you know, then you know. Well, I'm not going to explain it to you, but if you've ever wondered how that got started, USA Today looked into it.
Okay.
The national newspaper, USA Today, they looked into it. Their top theory is in the 1970s, some high schoolers in California, of course, used to meet at 4:20 in the afternoon after school to,
partake.
Yeah, partake. Good one. Good. Thank you. That's good. Yeah. So they met up at 4:20. So 420 was their code for it. Hey, you want to hit a 420?
Oh.
Hey, man, meet me at the car for 420.
Okay.
No, so I've already heard from my son. It's 4:00 in the morning in California.
Right.
That's where he is.
Right.
I've already heard from him.
Okay.
Happy 420. I'm like, okay, dude, whatever. So 420's the thing.
Hey, I've got family that lives in Denver and has lived out there for about 5 years. So they don't call it the Mile High City for nothing.
No, and I'm surprised they haven't done something to make it their own other than 420. It's like, well, California made up 420. We're going to do 218 or something.
It's interesting you bring this up on 420 because
it's 420.
There was somebody that I met.
Hey man, what are you doing this afternoon, man?
About 420.
What are you doing about 420 this afternoon?
Cool, man.
I mean, where are you gonna be, man? I'm asking.
So I met somebody out in Denver.
I'm asking. What about you spoken to her girlfriend? What's she doing at 420 this afternoon?
Hopefully me.
I mean,
since you asked. Go there with me, brother. You it's like trying to grab a chainsaw with the wrong end of the blade, brother. Baby. Trying to handcuff a lightning bolt up in here.
All right.
So what I was going to say, you'll love this.
All right, go ahead.
So I was out in Denver
Lord.
to go see my family member out there, and she had somebody with us when we were eating, and he said, "Hey, man, I roll joints for Willie Nelson."
No. You know Willie does his own thing,
No.
man. The guy's
Apparently,
95 years
apparently
old.
it's Willie's name, image, and likeness on the company or whatever.
Oh, I see. I see.
So I thought, well, who would have ever thought that would have become a marketable skill set?
Well, if anybody could do it, it'd be Willie.
Absolutely. Willie could do it in his sleep.
I mean, Willie's my hero.
He'd be like, here you go, brother.
Willie is my hero. What's a guy like, 90, 92?
He's well preserved.
He ain't going anywhere. I love me some Willie.
Mm-hmm.
I respect some Willie.
We need to do some Willie Nelson music too. We did everything. Low cut Connie.
We will do that.
We did all
we'll do that.
Especially
I got some
on
Willie
this day,
coming
or some Cheech
up.
and Chong.
I'll see what I can do.
Willie Nelson
I
and
will
Cheech and Chong.
see what I can do. Or
day,
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg, Snizzle.
Or I think this is what we need to do. Martha Stewart.
Ooh.
We'll drop a needle on some Marthas. You want to drop a needle on some Martha?
I don't know about that, but
don't act like you don't like Martha Stewart.
Dude, you broke your sunglasses. Look.
They've been broken. Yeah, that look, see?
Yep.
Right there.
Okay.
It's been a thing.
Okay.
It's been a thing for a while. So thanks for bringing it up.
420 of last year.
Since nobody on the radio would ever know that. Thanks for bringing that up.
They were broken on 420 last year. Can you find the other lens? Did it fall down in your underwear?
Fell down in my Martha Stewart. It's right in the dampness of my Martha Stewart. I can't find it, but I'm just gonna guess that's where it is.
Oh my God!
Right into the moistness of Martha Stewart.
God, no. Jesus, help me, baby, please. God.
All right, 6:56. We're coming back after this. If I can figure out how to do this. All right, coming back.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Let's face it, people want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A widely used abortion drug gets a temporary reprieve from a federal appeals court after a judge in Texas had blocked access to the pill.
The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans ruled late Wednesday that women could still access the abortion drug mifepristone, but it could only be given up to 7 weeks of pregnancy, and it could no longer be dispensed by mail.
Correspondent Donna Warder says the case may now be headed for the U.S. Supreme Court. The latest on the leak of a trove of sensitive U.S. military documents, the Washington Post reports the suspected leaker worked at a military base and had shared the materials in an online chat room. The newspaper interviewed an individual said to be a friend of the leaker. Senator Lindsey Graham cheering fellow South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott's decision to explore a possible presidential run.
Senator Graham says of his fellow GOP senator, "My friend and colleague Tim Scott has one of the most compelling stories in American politics." During a time of heated racial tensions, Senator Scott, the only black GOP senator, has sought to bridge the gap on race using his own story as proof of the merit of conservative solutions. In a video announcing his exploratory committee, Scott says, quote, "I know America is a land of opportunity, not a land of oppression. I know it because I lived it." Bob Agnew reporting.
When close to a foot of rain falls in a matter of hours, you can expect flooding, and that is exactly what Fort Lauderdale, Florida is dealing with. High water, forced closure of the city's airport, and the suspension of high-speed commuter rail service across the Broward County region. People are being urged to stay off the roads, many of which are flooded and are closed. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures in positive territory. Right now, the Dow futures are up 5 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 26. The S&P futures 3 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Commercials.
Accusing them of spying, Norway is expelling 15 Russian diplomats.
They used the normal euphemism of international relations. Norway's government said 15 Russian diplomats had engaged in activities not compatible with their status. Translated into regular English, they're accused of spying. And this marks just the latest step in a wider Norwegian crackdown on Russian espionage. Last October, a university researcher was arrested in the northern city of Tromsø. He'd identified himself as a Brazilian academic, but was accused of being a Russian intelligence officer. The same month, 7 Russians were arrested for flying drones near areas considered militarily sensitive.
The BBC's Paul Moss. The Ukrainian foreign minister says his country will not budge from its demand that Russia withdraw its forces from Crimea, as well as from other parts of Ukraine that Moscow illegally annexed more recently. News and analysis at townhall.com. Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly in failing health because of a new suspected poisoning.
A spokeswoman says the 46-year-old Navalny fell ill last Friday when he was let out of the punishment cell and put in a conventional cell. He had lost about 18 pounds in 15 days. On Monday, Navalny wrote on Twitter he was put back in a punishment cell for another 15-day term. An ambulance reportedly was called early Saturday because of acute stomach pains, but Navalny received no diagnosis. A spokeswoman says it's believed Navalny is receiving low doses of poison in pills without identification. Navalny nearly died in a poisoning with a nerve agent in 2020 that he blames on the Kremlin. Keith Peters reporting.
Democrat Senator Dianne Feinstein of California is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee while she recovers from a case of shingles. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Precision Auto Body strives to provide you with excellent customer care. Precision Auto Body will gladly handle your insurance work. Get a free quote by logging on to precisionautobodytn.com. A lifetime warranty on any auto body or paint work. Precision Auto Body. Visit our location nearest you in Milan, Martin, or Dyersburg. PrecisionAutoBodyTN.com.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hey, it's me, your cell phone. We need to talk about something serious. I know you love me, I know you like using me wherever you are, but I feel like this isn't working out when you're driving. I know you may think that it's possible to focus both on me and the road, but I just don't feel the same way. I think we should spend time away from each other when you're driving. It's for the best.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org, a message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Sunny and breezy today with highs in the low 80s. South winds 15 to 20, gusting near 30. Mostly cloudy tonight, showers likely with a slight chance of thunder showers. Low near 60. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Warm it up, baby. Warm it up.
Top of the world.
Oh, yeah.
She had a drink in her hand. She had her toes in the sand. Whoa. What a beautiful girl. Ah, yeah.
Back in 1990, when I was just a small, skinny, scrawly 18-year-old boy, and decided I wanted to get into radio, and did and still am. But this is the song that I signed on with. My first paying gig in radio back in 1990. This was my sign-on song. Come here.
Well, I'm a bum in the sun and I'm having fun. And I know you know I got no special plans. Special plans. Woo! All the bills are paid.
That was what I signed on. WXOQ in Selmer, Tennessee.
The Q102.
No, it was Q105.
Q105.
Q105.5.
105.5.
The Q. What was our? I'm trying to think. What was our
tagline or whatever?
It was the Q.
The Q that rocks.
Something. The Q something for the crossroads. Because in somewhere 45 and 64 intersect.
Yep.
Highway 45, which goes north and south. Highway 64 that goes east and west.
Yep.
And somewhere they cross. So it was the I know what it was. When we gave the weather, it was the Q climate for the crossroads. Yeah.
I think I got it now.
The Q climate for the crossroads. Shut your mouth, boy.
Side sitting, just a smoking and a drinking.
It is 420. In case you have not been aware.
I got a drink in my hand.
There are some food deals out there today on this 420.
You're kidding me.
And I'm not kidding you.
Oh, man.
If you're near a Jack in the Box, they have brought back their Pineapple Express milkshake.
It's a beautiful girl.
I don't know how much it costs, but I would buy that all day long. The Pineapple Express milkshake at Jack in the Box? Are you kidding me?
Get out.
All right, Del Taco. So we don't have a Jack in the Box.
No.
We don't have a Del Taco.
I love me some Del Taco.
Where do you get it?
We had it the last time I had Del Taco was down in Florida with my son.
We don't have Del Taco.
And they're
Del Taco.
fire as
I know. I have had it
fire as
in the past, but you can't get it. It's not here. I mean, we don't have it.
It's good.
I love Del Taco.
I wish we would get Del Taco and Whataburger in Jackson.
Well, in celebration of 420, and it is 420 today, Del Taco has 8 tacos for 420.
Dude, I would do it in a heartbeat.
You drop a 420?
Yes, sir. For 8 tacos at Del Taco.
Man, I wonder what these guys are doing across the street.
They're already open.
I know. You think they're celebrating 420?
I bet they've been celebrating 420 since early this morning.
Before us?
Earlier this morning.
Before us?
Yep. Well, they getting ready.
Del Tacos got 8 tacos for 420. Smash Burger, which I don't even know what that is.
I don't either.
What's Smash Burger?
I don't know.
All right, so they've got 4 burgers for $20.
Okay.
So 420.
So I'm down for 8 tacos from Del Taco and a Pineapple Express milkshake.
I think we're gonna.
I'd do it.
I think we're gonna walk across the street.
Are we going across the street?
I think.
See what those guys got over there.
After we eat these sour watermelon peeps.
Are we really going to do this?
Well, we're gonna eat one each, and let's save the other 2 for when we go across the street and get them 420.
No, they won't ever invite us back.
Yeah, but you know.
What are you going to try to trade them some peeps for some tacos?
No, I'm just going to ingratiate them.
That won't do it.
On this 420 and say, look, man, I'm just like, I got 420. You got the tacos, and I got the peeps. Let's get something going. You know what I'm saying?
And we work a deal out. This is going to be disgusting. I hope you guys appreciate this.
It's 420, dude.
Because the stuff that you and I have ingested all in the name of fun and helping people wake up and have a laugh or two.
I mean, it's what we do. What we do. What can I say?
Have we got something on the text line? Was that for us? Somebody send us a nude picture on the text line?
Where
go back
was
to
it? Right here?
Yeah, look at that. What is that?
Attachment.
Holy cow. Hello.
Motorcycle accident.
That's not a nude picture.
Oh, that was from yesterday afternoon.
Oh, man. Somebody send us something cool on the text line. We won't talk about what it is.
I don't pay attention to those idiots. The people that call these shows and text in,
right?
I don't pay attention. They are way below my grade.
Stop.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on, bro.
Way below my grade.
Yeah, says the guy who's about to put expired sour watermelon peeps in his mouth for fun in 5 minutes.
Yeah. By the way, the phone line, CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. That gets you straight into the studio. The CWA phone lines, 731-265-6496. If you want to text in, You're very welcome to do so. The Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-TEXT. That's 731-800-8399.
I wonder if somebody is going to text us maybe a picture of some 420.
Yeah. Well, maybe, but I don't need to see the photo. You don't need to see the photo.
Pictures or it didn't happen. That's what I'm saying.
Are you serious?
No, I'm kidding. It probably should not do that.
Are you serious?
Probably not. No.
It's 420.
It is 420.
On a Thursday.
What are you going to do on
a Thursday?
At 420 today on 420?
You mean at 420,
yes.
Before 420,
nope.
Already 420?
Nope.
I mean, what are we talking about
I'm talking about today, not at 4:15, not at 4:23.
Listen, my son is in Los Angeles. He's 2 hours behind us.
Right.
So at 7:17, which it is here now, it's 5:17 there.
Right.
He has already texted me and said, happy 420. And that was before we came on the air at 6, which means it was before 4 on the West Coast.
Right.
And I got a text from him, happy 420.
Won't get one for your birthday, but on 420. Happy 420, Dad.
Boy loves him some 420. That's all I got to say. Boy loves him some 420. All right, it's 7:17. It is a Thursday.
Yep.
It is 59 degrees already in Midtown.
Feels pretty good outside.
Here at the Gene Langley Ford Studios, it's 59. Now, out at the airport, let's check the thermometer, 61.
That's
not
official.
far off. Not far off.
Official.
Yeah, that is the official National Weather Service official temperature on their thermometer. It's 61. Fair skies. We've also got fair skies in 59 here in Midtown. All right, so today, mostly sunny, high near 84 today. High of 84 degrees.
Going to be nice.
Whew. I'm going to take my shirt off.
All right.
It's going to be a bare-chested Thursday.
Oh, my God.
Bare-chested Thursday.
Watch out in downtown. I'm just saying. See some dude out in the middle of the road ranting and raving.
It's 420, and it's an 84-degree Thursday. What do you want me to do? What do you not want me to do? What is the problem, dude? 84 degrees on a Thursday. I got the rest of the day off. I don't have to go into my
Apparently
job
we have
today.
a text on the text line, but
No.
we do.
How do you know?
I just know. Just take my word for it. No, it hasn't. Refresh the page.
That's not. You're okay. You know what? Stay in your lane,
All right.
dude. Stay in your lane. You over there. I'm over here. Stay in your lane. That's all I got to say. It's 420. Take a pill or something. Take something on this 420. I'm looking at the text line.
It didn't.
Doesn't here.
What? It didn't come up.
Why did you even bring it up?
Because I was suggested that we check the text line.
No. Nothing there.
Nothing's there.
You see anything?
I don't see anything.
Okay. You need to stay over there in your lane. It's 420. You need to be in the moment and be celebrating.
Yeah, since talking about the moment is here.
It's right here. After we take this break, it is 7:20. It is 7:20.
Are we really going to do this?
And oh yeah.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. It's the sour watermelon Peeps marshmallows.
God.
It's coming up next.
It's March, and the basketball is pure madness at Bourbon and Barley's. The Final Four and Bourbon and Barley's are the perfect team. With 21 televisions, there's not a bad seat in the house. And of course, well, the food. It's over-the-top fabulous. Join News Talk 96.5 this Friday from 3 to 6 as we broadcast live from Bourbon and Barley's, University Drive in Jackson, across the street from Starbucks. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Are you tired of the stresses of everyday life? Do you need a break? Indulge yourself at Bogey's Dream Studio. Experience the very best massage therapy. Shane specializes in hot oil stone massage, which will melt away your tension and leave you feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. Self-care is important. Regular massage will strengthen your immune system, decrease joint inflammation, and help you enjoy better quality quality of sleep. Bogey's Dream Studio will help you achieve a relaxed mind and body. Why wait? Call now. 731-402-0172. That's 731-402-0172 for the very best massage experience you'll ever have. Let Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage take you to a dreamy state of relaxation. Call 731-402-0172. That's Bogey's Dream Studio of Massage, 401 Federal Drive, Jackson.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bills.
Cowboys ain't easy to love, and they're harder to hold.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, man.
Come on. Willie on 420.
They'd rather give you a song
that's
than
Waylon.
diamonds or gold.
That's Waylon.
Waylon and Willie.
Willie's coming on. Here we go.
Lone Star belt buckles and old faded Levi's, and each night begins a new day. If you don't understand her, you don't die young.
You'll probably just ride away. Come on! Woo!
Oh, Lord.
Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys on this 420. Don't let them pick guitars or drive them old trucks. Let them be doctors and lawyers and such on this 420. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys on this 420. They'll never stay home and they're always alone, even with someone they love on this 420. Here we go, break it down.
Cowboys like smoky old pool rooms and clear mountain mornings.
Yeah, boy, don't we?
Oh, man.
Little warm puppies and children and girls of the night. Yeah.
Men that don't know him won't like him, and them that do sometimes won't know how to take
him.
He ain't wrong, he's just different, but his pride won't let him do things to make you think he's right.
On this 420. Sing it, G.
Babies grow up to be cowboys.
Break it down for me. Come on, you know.
Drive
them old trucks. Let them be doctors and lawyers and such. Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys on this 420. All right, it's 7:26. Are we going to do this or not?
Oh, my God. We've talked about it all. We have to now.
I'm ready, man. Come on, bring it.
Are you ready to do this?
Yeah, I'm not scared at all.
Okay.
After the ranch ice cream, I'm not scared.
There's nothing that can be as bad as.
Well, I'm doing this. Yeah.
Do you want to tell everybody what it is?
All in. Do it.
Okay. So for all 8 listeners out there, on Taste Test Thursdays, we have been sampling things that sound completely disgusting.
I'm okay with this one, though.
Are you?
Well, yeah, I'm okay with it.
When I saw it, I was like, that really looks like it tastes like flavored cardboard to me.
Yeah. I mean, we've done some things. It is 420. We've done some things.
Maybe that'll take the edge off of it after we do this. When we go off the air in about 30 minutes.
Here's what I want to know. Do you have any more of those?
No, not of this. Not of this.
It is 420. Do you have any more of those?
Hey, bro, you got some more?
Because I can knock down some sour watermelon marshmallows.
Oh, my God. Okay, so I'm looking at the package. Peeps.
He's got them. He's got them.
Peeps, marshmallow, sour watermelon
I
flavor.
wish I could tell you that you could watch him online because we got the cameras up in the studio, but it's green and we've got a green screen behind us, so it looks like he's holding an invisible nothing. So you can't see it.
You can't see what it is.
All right, pop them open. Let's do it.
All right, ready? All right, hang on. This thing giving me a hard time this morning.
That's
hard times, baby.
Come on, man. You sound like an old woman in church.
Stop.
Digging in your purse
I'm
for
trying.
a peppermint or a butterscotch. Let's do this.
We leave
Come
me
on.
alone. The stupid thing will not open. Okay, here we go. You know what? It doesn't smell to it. Smell of that right there. Get you a big whiff of that. Just smell of it.
I'm telling you, I'm down with it.
Dude, this doesn't smell.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it wholeheartedly.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God! You sound like an 80-year-old woman at a funeral home digging in her purse.
Just as soon as the preacher says, "Let's pray."
I just will the friends stand? Sure as I can get this butterscotch out of my purse, I'll stand.
This thing is getting a hard time.
Come on.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, we're into it. Grab you one, bro.
All right. I'm gonna get this one.
He's trying to pick one of them up, and they're all stuck together.
God, how old are? Here, you do the. Hold it.
God.
All right, here we go.
Oh my God. Are we really gonna? Oh, look what the inside looks pink though.
No, here we go.
All right,
One, two,
ready?
three.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Well, I don't know.
You didn't even eat the whole thing.
Not yet.
You come on, y'all. He did.
I didn't know if I was gonna gag on it, so I didn't want the whole thing.
You're an idiot.
Wait a minute. Are you getting another one? You ate the whole. Oh my God.
He's still on his first one. He took 4 bites out of a peep.
What is this, a
I'm
competition?
already on my second.
Is this a competition or what?
I didn't know you were going to cheat.
Let me get a cup of drink of coffee.
Yeah. I mean,
what?
It tastes like candy.
Yeah.
It's candy.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. It's candy. So yeah, I mean, I'm not down on it. I probably like these better than the original Peeps. The plain.
The yellow ones?
Yeah, the yellow plain.
Are we going to finish these off or?
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm eating 2 to your 3.
Yeah.
Pig over there.
I'm down.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not eating the whole thing at one time though.
Why?
I'm taking a little bite of it at a time. It's portion control.
Chicken.
No, it's a peep. It's not a chicken. Moron. Okay.
You're going to get me choked. Oh.
No, I did that with the road
choked.
baby.
Woo.
Okay, so
All right.
so what do you think about sour watermelon Peeps?
I'm okay. I like those better than the regulars.
Okay.
I'm not a fan of Peeps originally.
All right.
I don't. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
But these, yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
Okay.
Next week.
What?
Next week on this date.
Taste
next week.
Okay.
Pickle vodka.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna have to do a little research. I don't know that we can do that on the air.
I don't think so. Hang on.
So maybe we have to try it the night before, and then come on the air the next morning. I don't know though.
If we try it,
I don't know how we can do that. But pickle vodka is a thing.
If we,
pickle vodka.
If we try it the night before, we won't be on the air in the morning.
Well, trust me, I'm
telling you,
I don't like liquor at all.
I don't think we'll be
I
out
don't
of
like
jail.
liquor and vodka and I like pickles. I like pickles, but I don't like liquor, especially vodka. But I will do it for the people. And I will do it for you.
Because if
you may have to drive me home, but I'll do it.
You mean I may have to bail you?
Pickled vodka.
I may have to bail you out of jail?
Well, you know, the thing about vodka is it's not supposed to taste. It does have a slight taste, but it's not supposed to have a taste. So in theory, you can infuse any flavor into vodka. Is that what I understand?
I wonder.
Is that what I understand? So you can have watermelon
Sour
vodka.
watermelon flavored vodka?
And I've seen that. And then you can have, peach vodka or toe jam vodka or navel lint vodka. I guess whatever flavor you want, you can put into vodka because it's flavorless, right? That's what I understand.
Yeah.
So when you order your martini, it's like, I want a martini dirty. You know, there might be a toenail in it. Who knows? I mean, how dirty do you want it?
All right, well, let's just wrap up the Peeps thing. We both agreed that we kind of like the sour water. I'm down with them.
I can do that.
So if
I ate 3 of them, so yeah, I'm down with it.
You ate 3 of them, I ate 2. It wasn't like the ice cream. I can't even remember the flavor. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream that was disgusting.
Yeah, that's not fair.
I've tasted fence posts that were better than that.
That's not
You got the
fair
mouse turned around wrong. Turn the mouse wrong. Look at your mouse.
I know.
So anyway, yes, we both give 2 thumbs up on Taste Test Thursdays on sour watermelon Peeps. So if you see any left over at Dollar Tree that are like 10 for $1, grab you about $5 worth and feed them to the kids.
All right, 7:34. This is all. Oh, I see
That's
what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro.
Oh.
So yes,
you're so smart.
Grab you some sour watermelon Peeps out there today if you see them. Courtesy of.
That's what it does to you.
Greg Wood and G Unit.
7:34. Back after this. 96.5 FM News Talk 96.5.com.
News Talk West Tennessee includes newstalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and newstalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for 2 targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org.
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die. And if anyone don't like it, look 'em in the eye. I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die. Now you won't see no sad and teary eyes.
Not me.
When I get my wings and it's my time to fly. All my friends tell them there's a party, come on by. Come just
Roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Hey, bro, you gonna pass that?
It's yours. You're the one passing, not me. I'm just passing it back to you.
Oh, well, I was gonna wonder. Bogarting it over there, bro.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. It is 7:40 in the morning. So.
Puff, puff.
Here we go.
Puff, puff, pass.
Roll me up and smoke me till I die.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Y'all.
Anyone don't like it, just look out in the eye. I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry.
Talk to me.
Roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Sing it, Willie.
I didn't come here and I ain't leaving, so don't sit around and cry. Just roll me up and smoke me when I die.
Oh, man.
Thank y'all. We love you. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank y'all. We love you. Have a good evening.
Have a good morning.
I mean, is that not the perfect Willie Nelson
Greg
song?
Wood and G Unit.
Is that not the perfect Will? I love Willie Nelson.
Willie is a great American.
Thank y'all. Have a good evening. Roll me up and smoke me when I die. Thank y'all. Have a good evening.
Man, I bet
we love you. We love you.
Love you. Love you.
I'm loving that.
I bet.
Loving that.
I bet Willie
I love
Nelson's
Willie.
ashes would be so infused if you were to smoke Willie Nelson's ashes.
Have you ever seen those videos of him and Snoop Dogg?
Oh my God!
When they are imbibing.
Imbibing.
Yeah, is that the safe word to say? I don't know.
Partaking. Yes.
But partaking, because they are vociferous beneficiaries of the ganja, and they are big friends. They are big friends because of the ganja.
Here's something that Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg did.
Well, I've probably seen it because I love them together because that's hilarious.
So apparently, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago or so, and this is just from a YouTube video that I'm looking at. Snoop Dogg and Willie Nelson were both in Amsterdam at the same time.
Oh, in Amsterdam, well, Amsterdam's a whole another level.
On 420.
Everything's legal there.
You're right.
Yeah.
They were in Amsterdam on 420 together. So they had been imbibing.
Imbibing?
So they did what any of us would have done after they had imbibed. They had to run to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
In Amsterdam. They have a Kentucky Fried Chicken in Amsterdam.
That's what Snoop Dogg and Willie Nelson did. I don't know if I can play it. It was on the Jimmy Fallon show. Should I do it? Bro, I have not checked this.
All right. It doesn't matter. We only got 8 people listening.
Well,
They're not going to
hang on. Well, then do something while I get it hooked up.
It's not going to matter. Yeah,
Hang on.
I want to hear it. So, Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg were in Amsterdam.
Yes.
High as a kite.
Apparently.
And, of course, they went to Kentucky Fried Chicken in Amsterdam.
And this was a clip from the Jimmy Fallon show about 7 years ago.
All right, I want to hear this. You got it?
Yep.
But I heard that you and Willie Nelson went to Amsterdam together.
Yes, it was.
How did the world not explode? I don't understand.
It was secretive the way it happened. He had a concert out there on 4/20, and I had a concert out there on 4/19, which is the annual holiday for what we do. And we just happened to meet up
Just
out
happened
there.
to meet?
Yeah, and then once we met up, we was I was in his hotel room. We was playing dominoes and enjoying life.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
And
enjoying life.
Yeah. So after enjoying life, we
What did you do after you enjoyed life?
we developed a hunger.
You got a little hungry, yeah.
Yeah, so naturally we wanted to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is one of our favorite spots, his and mine. So we pull up in the drive-thru, you know.
You and Willie Nelson pull up in the drive-thru.
We in the drive-thru.
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my lifetime.
So we pull up and we ordering the chicken, they give it to us, and when they give it to us, they hand us the big bucket. We take the top off and we both put our hand in at the same time, and we grab the same piece of chicken at the same damn time. And I said, you know what, Willie? That's yours. Go ahead, take that, dog.
Yeah, see? That's how nice you are. That's a moment right there. Oh, my gosh.
Yes, sir.
You and Willie Nelson grabbing for the same piece of chicken. Come on, man. You can't make that up.
That's history, baby.
That's hilarious. And I can 100% believe all of that.
I bet.
Can't you?
Yes.
Can't you believe all that?
Yes. They just happened to be in Amsterdam at the same time. Was up in Willie Nelson's room playing some dominoes and just enjoying life, according to Snoop Dogg.
And then poured on a hunger. Poured on a hunger.
Man.
Had to go to some KFC.
Who had never had the munchies on 420?
I mean, I've never worked in fast food or anything like that, and I appreciate the ones that do, because if you're good at it, you're appreciated. If you're not good at it, then you get talked about and get thrown up on Facebook and made fun of. But I've never worked in fast food. But if I did, and Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg came in the drive-thru, I don't know that I don't know.
Oh my God.
I don't know. I've maybe take my shirt and shoes off. I don't know. I was like, no shirt, no shoes, no service. I'm like, I'm butt naked, but I'm giving these two guys a bucket of chicken. I promise you.
God. I'd be like, here's your chicken. Can I have a selfie with you two guys?
Can I ride with y'all?
And then
I'm not even off till 2 more hours, but I will jet this place and get in the back seat if I can ride with y'all for 2 hours.
Can you imagine being in the back seat with Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg?
I was like, man, I got y'all some chicken. Let's roll. Let's roll. Dirty.
That would be the current equivalent of being in the back seat in the 1970s with Cheech and Chong.
Oh, Cheech and Chong. Look, man, I know how we grew up. I was in that era too.
We should play Born in East LA.
They don't. Cheech and Chong don't have nothing on Willie and Snoop.
Really? Oh,
I mean nothing.
All right.
Nothing. And you throw Martha Stewart in the mix. Shut up with Cheech and Chong. They's just boys. I mean, little boys. They didn't know what they's doing.
Man.
They smoking that stuff like we used to do when we were kids. And that stuff was weak. This stuff now is, no. I can't even. No.
Oh, Lord. Talk to me. Jesus.
But Willie and Snoop and Martha Stewart, they are pounding. They are pounding KFC. See Martha Stewart eat some KFC.
Eat it with her. She get out a fork and a knife, try to eat some fried chicken.
I was like, boy, you better give me that leg. I want that thing right now. Give me that thigh.
That's after Martha got out of prison.
And how many wings you got? Because I want all of them. Snap. Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart, Willie Nelson, and Snoop Dogg
Torpedo!
Pull up to Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Torpedo! I need a 25 bucket and 3 torpedoes.
And can I get some biscuits to go with that?
It is 4:20, y'all. Who is even going to work today? I know I'm off.
Right?
I know I'm off. Who's even going in today?
Man.
You got a doctor's appointment today? I'm sorry. But
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do have a doctor's appointment.
Dude, when you get to the receptionist, says, "Hey, G Unit, what's up, bruh?"
Well, I'm
ask her if she's got a bucket of chicken under her desk. I guarantee you she does.
Well, I'll get my smoking hot centerfold to ask him because she's going with me.
Oh, no. Come on, man. You can't do that.
She's like, I'm going to see if they're treating you right up in there.
No, you don't. That's foul.
She's
That's
the one who
foul.
said she wanted to go.
That's foul. You don't do that.
And then we're going to the gym after that. So
the gym.
So if you see us at Planet Fitness about, I don't know, 11 o'clock this morning.
After you feel a little pressure, you're going to feel a little pressure, and then you're going to go to the gym?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. I don't even go to the gym after a haircut. And I haven't had a haircut in 15 years.
Well, we are. We're going to the gym after my doctor's appointment this morning.
All right, 7:49. We'll get more details from G Unit coming up. This is Daybreak.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langley, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
All the happy-faced truck today.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years' experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Whiskey River, take my mind. Don't let her memory torture me. Whiskey Whiskey River, take my mind.
Well, it is 420. It's April the 20th, so what else would we be playing but Willie Nelson?
Whiskey River, don't run dry. You're all I've got, take care of me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you got an appointment at the beauty shop today, you need to cancel that right now. Because those curls not going to be, I don't know.
It ain't happening today.
Here it. This is perfect. You're perfect. Your curls are not going to be straight.
Heart you left so cold.
Shut up.
Whiskey River, take my mind.
Talk to me. Now, Saturday is Earth Day. Were you aware of that?
No, I did not know that.
Are you planning on celebrating at all?
We were in the garden yesterday.
Okay, that did not answer my question.
That's our Earth Day celebration.
What?
Gardening.
So your celebration of Earth Day is gardening, which has nothing to do with Earth Day and not even on Earth Day because you said you did it yesterday. So what are you planning on doing on Earth Day?
Probably nothing.
That was the question.
Probably nothing.
All right. We're going to find out what's happening. Let's see. I want to do this one.
Do it, especially on today.
I want to
We're
do
running
that
out of
one,
time. You
but
better get it.
No, we got time. It's Earth Day on Saturday. The top 5 questions that we're Googling for Earth Day is, when is Earth Day? Okay, so it's Saturday. It's always April 22nd.
Okay.
I did not know that.
I didn't either.
I thought it was kind of one of those floating things that just happened when, all you soil sniffers decided it was going to be. It was like, oh, today's Earth Day. Okay. Okay, it's Earth Day. No, apparently it's always on April 22nd. I did not know that. When was the first Earth Day? 53 years ago, back in 1970, was the first Earth Day. Not sure that's actually correct. Who started Earth Day? A senator from Wisconsin named Gaylord Nelson. Gaylord Nelson. Isn't that your name?
No.
I mean, you're G unit.
Stop.
You're G. You could be Gaylord. I mean, we don't know. We don't know what your name is. You could be Gaylord Nelson, a former senator from Wisconsin. I mean, you look and smell like a Yankee, so you could be from Wisconsin.
Those are fighting words around here.
I'm just kidding. I do not need to offend. But Gaylord Nelson, senator from Wisconsin, started Earth Day. And then it took off from Wisconsin. Students at 2,000 colleges and 10,000 other schools took part. So now we have Earth Day, which is coming up Saturday, Earth Day. Now, let's get down to business.
Oh, Lord.
A 20-year-old guy in Arizona was recently arrested after he walked into a church, stripped off his clothes, got naked, and baptized himself. And on the outs, he punched a cop. I don't know what kind of church this is, but sign me up. I want all of this church. I want all of it. All right, so somebody should have told this guy that being baptized just washes away your original sin.
Okay.
Not the one you commit streaking out of the church butt naked punching a cop, I guess. Mesa, Arizona, police there arrested a 20-year-old Jeremiah Sykes over the weekend after he walked into a church, stripped off his clothes, baptized himself, and then punched a police officer. Someone at the church called the police around 2:45 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. Let's see, that's the first offense. if you're at church at 2:45, running up on 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, that ain't gonna happen, because Greg's not gonna be there. I mean, 11:30, you better let me out, because I got to get some lunch. I got reservations at the restaurant on Sunday morning, and I need to be out before them damn Baptists get out of church, because they run all over everything. They run all over everything. They in every restaurant. They in every KFC, Willie Nelson experimentation. I don't care what it is. They run all over everything.
Right.
So churches have to amend their dismissal to get in front of the damn Baptists.
That's it. Julie's here. Julie, she'll go eat some KFC after church on Sunday.
Well, I'll let y'all
Julie would have ate some watermelon peeps with us. It was fire.
Apparently,
you need to try that.
Apparently, this show is done. I'll see you Monday.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A widely used abortion drug gets a temporary reprieve from a federal appeals court after a judge in Texas had blocked access to the pill.
The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans ruled late Wednesday that women could still access the abortion drug mifepristone, but it could only be given up to 7 weeks of pregnancy, and it could no longer be dispensed by mail.
Correspondent Donna Warder says the case may now be headed for the U.S. Supreme Court. The latest on the leak of a trove of sensitive U.S. military documents, the Washington Post reports the suspected leaker worked at a military base and had shared the materials in an online chat room. The newspaper interviewed an individual said to be a friend of the leaker. Senator Lindsey Graham cheering fellow South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott's decision to explore a possible presidential run.
Senator Graham says of his fellow GOP senator, "My friend and colleague Tim Scott has one of the most compelling stories in American politics." During a time of heated racial tensions, Senator Scott, the only black GOP senator, has sought to bridge the gap on race using his own story as proof of the merit of conservative solutions. In a video announcing his exploratory committee, Scott says, quote, "I know America is a land of opportunity, not a land of oppression. I know it because I lived it." Bob Agnew reporting.
When close to a foot of rain falls in a matter of hours, you can expect flooding, and that is exactly what Fort Lauderdale, Florida is dealing with. High water, forced closure of the city's airport, and the suspension of high-speed commuter rail service across the Broward County region. People are being urged to stay off the roads, many of which are flooded and are closed. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures in positive territory. Right now, the Dow futures are up 5 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 26. The S&P futures 3 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Commercials.
Accusing them of spying, Norway is expelling 15 Russian diplomats.
They used the normal euphemism of international relations. Norway's government said 15 Russian diplomats had engaged in activities not compatible with their status. Translated into regular English, They're accused of spying, and this marks just the latest step in a wider Norwegian crackdown on Russian espionage. Last October, a university researcher was arrested in the northern city of Tromsø. He'd identified himself as a Brazilian academic, but was accused of being a Russian intelligence officer. The same month, 7 Russians were arrested for flying drones near areas considered militarily sensitive.
The BBC's Paul Moss. The Ukrainian foreign minister says his country will not budge from its demand that Russia withdraw its forces from Crimea, as well as from other parts of Ukraine that Moscow illegally annexed more recently. News and analysis at townhall.com. Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly in failing health because of a new suspected poisoning.
A spokeswoman says the 46-year-old Navalny fell ill last Friday when he was let out of the punishment cell and put in a conventional cell. He had lost about 18 pounds in 15 days. On Monday, Navalny wrote on Twitter he was put back in a punishment cell for another 15-day term. An ambulance reportedly was called early Saturday because of acute stomach pains, but Navalny received no diagnosis. A spokeswoman says it's believed Navalny is receiving low doses of poison in pills without identification. Navalny nearly died in a poisoning with a nerve agent in 2020 that he blames on the Kremlin. Keith Peters reporting.
Democrat Senator Dianne Feinstein of California is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee while she recovers from a case of shingles. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Did you hear you can now earn your degree or certificate online at Jackson State Community College with degrees and certificates in criminal justice, business, healthcare, tech, and more? There's never been a better time to pursue your education online from the comfort of your own home. Jackson State also offers remote and hybrid options to cater to your busy schedule. Learn more about their online programs at jscc.edu/online.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson-Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition-free, Jackson-Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Fiat, Ferrari. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Sunny and breezy today with highs in the low 80s. South winds 15 to 20, gusting near 30. Mostly cloudy tonight, showers likely with a slight chance of thunder showers. Low near 60. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
La 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 la, la 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 la. Yeah. I was gonna clean my room until I got high. I was gonna get up and find the broom, but then I got high. My room is still messed up, and I know why. Why, man? Yeah, cause I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high.
Welcome into this special 420 version of Julie Said It. If you don't know what 420 is, you've probably been living under a rock, but it is National Marijuana Day. So we're going to go back with the oldies from the 90s and come in with a song about getting high, because there will be people all over the world in the United States today blazing it up. Now, it's not my thing, and I don't care if you do, but today is for you. That's also why this weekend we have the 420 Hemp Festival downtown. It is April 22nd, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at 208 North Liberty Street out in front of the Downtown Tavern, and it is sponsored by the Dragonfly Hemp Company. It begins at 10. There will be live music, cornhole tournaments, giveaways, and cash prizes. No coolers, but you can BYOB. So don't forget that is going on downtown this weekend in honor of 420. Also, I have a special guest with me today, Mr. Clint Doris.
Good morning, Julie.
How are you?
I'm good. I told my wife, she said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going on Julie Said It." And I said, "That's not it. Or is that it?"
Hey, that's it.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah. What did she say when you were going? Was she like good, or was she like, "Don't be a fool"?
She was trying to get the carpool. She said,
she didn't care.
Okay, yeah. She didn't know what I was doing. We didn't have enough time to talk the schedule through last night. We jetted this morning, and first place I sit.
Do y'all have standoffs in the morning? Because we do at my house.
Not really. It's kind of, I handle the dog. So she works on the kids a little bit, and I'll kind of make sure the dog gets outside. And then we come in, and it's pretty much on as to filling waters, packing backpacks. She's usually prepared the night before a lot more than me, so we're kind of good to go in the morning. But she works some days and not others, so that's the only change we have. But essentially, we're both trying to get the kids to school.
Gotcha. Well, this morning I had to have a standoff with Harper because she got her...
Oh, with the kids? Yeah. We have those.
Yeah. What'd you think I meant? You
me and Brooke.
No.
The door.
That's awesome.
Now, that's where the standoff comes in with the other kid, though.
Okay.
So, yeah, but tell me about Harper.
She got her second hole pierced when we were on spring break on her ears.
Oh.
And she does this thing where she pushes the earring so tight, and I guess because we're already fat people, we have fatty lobes. Our earlobes are thicker than normal. So the back went into her ear. So I'm trying to clean it, and I mean, we have to have a whole, like, debacle. Like, we got to roll around in the floor. I got to get her up. Like, the other two are screaming, spraying Diet Coke out of their bottles. The dog's over there barking. I mean, our house is insanity in the morning.
Now, we just did this with the ears. So this happened after they had been in for a while?
Yep.
Yeah, we did too. We did so good. We cleaned every day. We twisted. We cleaned. We followed. Both my kids did great. Still, when it came time to change them out the first time, and we pushed the new earring through, it was a bad situation for a little while. It was a bad situation. That was one of those where Daddy just had to leave the room on that one.
You know, when I was a little girl and I got mine pierced, you know, they tell you can't take them out for 6 weeks or something.
Yeah, 10 maybe.
And my mom was like, "Don't you take those out." Well, me being the hard-headed child that I am, I took them out. Well, the next morning I couldn't get them back in. And and she had said, if you take those out, like, you're not going to get them back in.
Right.
We were driving to school, and she pulled back my hair and saw that my earrings weren't in. Do you remember where Poor Folks was?
Yeah, right up there.
She had a Taurus, and she whipped that thing in there, and she re-pierced my ears in that parking lot. She did. She was a nurse, though, so she knew what she was doing.
One of mine's wanting a second right now. I'm holding out. I held out on the first one pretty good. The second one got her first piercings a little better.
Yeah.
There was a time when I wanted one earring.
Oh, really?
I had the guts to stick it about halfway through, and then I stopped, and it kind of made a little blue mark on my ear, and I didn't have the guts to do it myself. I'm glad I didn't. I don't think that's really my look.
What would you have done? Would you have wore a stud or like a little hoop?
Gosh, I don't think I got that far. You know, I was kind of into the heavy metal magazines. I'd have probably had a little cross dangling down there,
Yeah,
you know?
that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome.
Or like the Skid Row guy might run that chain, you know, just get one on the ear and just run it straight to the nose. That'd be a good one.
I struggle because of, obviously I have tattoos and piercings, and I've got like a dermal anchor in my cheek, and my kids are like, well, why can't, or well, Harper has been
I
like,
need to hear about that.
Well, you've got that. So why can't I have this? And I'm like, okay, fair enough. Like, I can't argue with that logic.
That is kind of a hard one, but you can say you're a kid.
Yeah.
Now tell me about this. Does that have a back on it? You called it a what?
It's a dermal anchor. It's underneath the skin. So they punch a hole. I got this right after my first divorce. I went to Texas with my brother and sister, and I walked into this tattoo parlor because they were getting their first tattoos. My sister and brother were one of them was almost 40, one was in their 40s, had never been tattooed before. And so, yeah, I was with them when they got their first one. My sister, very typical white girl, got a scripture.
Mm-hmm.
And my brother, typical firefighter, he got something to do with firefighting on him for his first one. But the guy that was doing the tattoos had these, and so I was like, I want one.
And it's a dermal what?
Anchor. It's anchored underneath the skin.
So you say, I want a dermal anchor. And so now it's anchored under there. And do you take that out and clean, or you just let it roll forever and ever?
You can't. So if I ever want it out, it's got to be cut by I would probably go to a dermatologist, so I would have the least amount of scarring.
And do you go to Texas to get those, or you just happen to be in Texas?
I just
and y'all
happen to be in
It's
Texas.
Like, I went to Texas. I got me a dermal
Go
anchor.
big or go home.
Hey, tell me about them getting tattoos in their 40s, and how many do they have now?
My sister, so she's a nurse at St. Jude, and my sister's very different from me. She is very hippie, natural, sun, moon, and stars, like all of that. So we're very different, but
it's not that different.
We're like yin and yang, but we fit really well together. I love my sister. She's a natural redhead.
Really?
Yeah. But
starting to like her too.
Yeah, she's probably got like 10, but they're small, and they're a lot to do with like scripture or nursing, something like that. My brother's, he's probably got 5, but they're big, like big crosses and big firefighter stuff and things like that.
Did they always want tattoos, or they were 40 something and they got tattoos and they're like, this is great, I got to get some more of these?
I think they always wanted them, but they were always a wuss, and I'm like that little sister that's like, just do it. Who cares what people think about you?
See, I've never wanted one, and it's weird because the tattoos I like are actually like the big, crazy, full sleeves, either the totally black ones or the super
I
cold
love
ones.
those.
So the ones I like are the extremes, but I've never wanted one. I'm like, man, I'm 45. Should I get me a tattoo? I don't think I ever would do that, but I definitely don't think if I got one, I'd want 5 more.
You know, recently one of my friends, we live in our little cove. We went and all got these J's for Jeffrey Court. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was their first tattoos. And they're
Jeffrey Court. That sounds like a name. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So y'all all have J's. Are they all on middle fingers? Or are they
No,
in various
I put
spots?
mine on the middle finger.
I got you.
'Cause
Is that
it's
an
typical.
Is that a nod to the HOA?
Yeah. Especially when I painted that house. Have you driven through lately?
Over the last couple of weeks, I rode the golf cart through there.
You need to come over in the area and look, because my mom bought the house across the street from me, and now it's been painted white. So it's like ebony and ivory, yin and yang, sitting right there. My black house, her white house.
So I heard y'all had like a count. You were like, there's X amount of black houses in town, or somebody's in town. Somebody said that. But unless they're about to paint them, down on Talbot, I believe, there's like 10 or 12 houses in a row, and most are black.
Really? Yeah. It's coming with everybody was like, that's insane. I'm like, no, like it's already in Nashville. It's going to take a while for us to get here, but I'm doing it.
McCowett.
All right. I need to drive down there. I know there's one on Wiley Parker now. There's one back in Willow Green, because I did that one. I remodeled that one.
Yes, the one that was, I used to call it the Castle House.
Yes.
And now I saw that. That looks good on that.
Thank you. And then there's one in that subdivision off of Wiley Parker across from the Norton Mansion.
Oakmont is behind that.
What is that little, I can't remember what it is, but it's like It's a real nice, it's a small subdivision, but it's real nice. There's one in there.
Magnolia Hillshire.
Maybe. Yeah, it might be. I think it is Magnolia Place.
Might be. It's a little walled community kind of.
Yes.
Right
yes.
off Hillshire.
And then there's a couple downtown.
Okay. So the white one is next to you now. And then anybody else doing any painting projects down on the J?
So not yet, but that White House made somebody else want to do it. And then there's one that you can see from my front door in the main road that now they're about to paint. And it's just kind of like you're seeing a lot. I think there's going to be a lot in our neighborhood kind of. People are really bringing those houses back to life.
That's a good thing. I mean.
But I love where we live. I love that area of town.
I love it too. I love the middle of town. I'm surprised more people don't go to the middle of town. Now, the number one reason I think is people like a big lot. And so you can only get so big a lot at most places in the middle of town. But I'm surprised with how much new stuff costs that more people don't go right there in Belmead and buy an old house and fix it up really, really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right next to both Krogers. You're right next to Picasso. You're right next to the bypass, the interstate.
Well, we can drive our golf cart to Picasso.
Yes, but yet you're in a little neighborhood. You know?
Yeah.
So I love that part of town.
And I don't know about y'all's, but we still sit outside like every night this week. If we didn't have ball, we get home, the babies and Harper are out in the driveway. They're riding their little cars. They're riding their little scooters. I mean, we just all roll and we all sit out there. We have supper outside. Like,
yeah, that's really nice. Well, that's a lost thing in general.
Yeah, that like 90s family neighborhood. We still have it.
And y'all are in the Cove or y'all on the front porch? Because I guess I'm only through there on the weekends.
We're usually in like the Cove, sitting on the driveway over to the side.
Nice.
And they're just running amok. But I mean, then they go to bed at 8 o'clock because they're wore out.
And finally, the weather is getting better for us.
Yes.
Although I heard it's going to be chilly this week.
I know. I heard that it was going to drop. See, like right now it's 64 and it's going to get up to 83 today, which is amazing.
As hot as I want it.
But I think it's going to drop back down to the 50s by Saturday. I think we're having a cold.
I'm against that.
I'm totally against that.
A Saturday and Sunday especially.
Yeah. It's like we have beautiful weather through the week, and then by the weekend we're all like, what are we going to do now?
Well, I'm glad to have this. Trees are green again. The grass is green.
Yeah, I need it for my mental health. I don't know about you, but I need it.
Winters get a little long.
Yeah.
Gray 5 o'clock sunsets are a little much. I mean, the spring forward just changes my world.
It does mine too. So, kind of, since we've kind of been talking about real estate, what are you seeing? Because I mean, you're an appraiser.
I'm seeing it's been really slow since the winter. My favorite and good realtors like Julie are confident in telling me that things are still good. And if you're busy, things are still good. But the markets, I mean, things have clearly gone from being on the market less than 14 days to 30-ish. And things are not flying off the shelves. But what I've seen the last month or two is momentum. Yeah. Really. I mean, I do think the ball's kind of starting to roll anecdotally. And because I'm not a realtor, I don't actually study the MLS stats in the same way y'all do. But anecdotally, I'm on every street in West Tennessee once a week almost, and I'm seeing pending signs. I'm seeing more listing signs.
You know, I don't believe in putting a pending sign out.
Tell me about it. Okay, so pending, I would assume it means this one's gone and I'm a good realtor. You better call me on my next one. Is that what pending's for? Or is it just to say, don't give us any more phone calls?
Pending is, this is probably an unfavorable opinion by others. Pending is kind of like, oh, look, I sold it. But in reality, when you put pending, that just means there's been a contract on it. Correct. So you still got appraisal, you still got inspection. And I believe when you put it out there like that if something falls apart, you look stupid. Because then you take the pending off, and then people are going to have a negative connotation. They're going to be like, ooh, it fell apart. Why did it fall apart? Whether it could be something as simple as somebody's finance didn't work out, and it might be the home's fine, but people automatically assume that there was something bad on the inspection.
Oh, I talked to a realtor yesterday, a house I helped him appraise. It was such a difficult one. I said, did I just miss that thing? He said, no, you got it right. He said, we've had 2 buyers. He said, one of them was a total liar.
Yeah,
they lied. Happens. The realtor lied. The deal fell through. He's like, now it's fallen through twice, and it's a unique deal already.
Yeah,
but there's nothing wrong with it, you know.
Yeah.
So do you believe in putting a sold sign on there, or do you just say just put the sign and then move on?
Take the sign out once it's done, and they know that it was done. I don't think you should jinx yourself. I don't think you should count your eggs before they hatch. So
I agree with that. It's not over till it's closed.
No, it's not over till
anecdotally, people are signing some contracts then, apparently, if you're to believe the pending signs. So I'm seeing positive signs. I'm seeing people try harder to sell things, but I'm starting to see things sell. So in my business, I don't do a whole lot of sales. A lot of my business is for refinances and bankers and all that. But 25% of mine this year have been for sales. And Kathy and Nikki are at like 50% of theirs have been for sales. So that's
Kathy.
a lot. So things are selling. You know, I mean, is the interest rate worse? Terribly. Is the economy worse?
Terribly.
Much. But people still need houses. You may not need one. If you got a 2% interest rate, you don't need one. But if you're fresh out of college, you need one. If you got a new job, you need one. If you lost a job, you may need one. If you move, you need one. I mean, people need houses and people have to get rid of them. So I think the market's going to be good. I hope spring is good. I don't think it's going to be on fire at 7.5% interest or whatever it is. What does an individual get on a Fannie Mae loan?
We're seeing some low sixes and really high fives. There's been a little bit of a
cool
dip.
With that. That actually doesn't bother me at all.
But I had a $4 million day yesterday. Not like trying to be like, ooh, I'm, but
pending
like
or sold?
Pendings. So, but that's just, and 2 of them weren't even on the market.
Wow.
I just had made some phone calls. But the thing is, I did notice, because I've been looking in this certain budget, and it's like the 180 to like 250 budget. I've seen 2 things come up this week, and before they were even on the market in 24 hours, they were pending.
That's the area I'm interested in.
That area is flying.
So I own a little house that's going to be a little above that range, but before it was redone, it was in that 250 range, and now I think it might be 300s, but I can't hardly tell because so few houses in North Jackson are under 300,000 that I don't even have good data to show me what it is. There's only been 4 or 5 in this area sell at all. So,
well, I'm a gut person, and I know y'all hate me sometimes when you get my appraisals because I'm like, I really think we can get here. And I'm like, I know the appraisers hate me.
I took a poll on an appraiser forum yesterday of all the worst things they say about realtors. And then I went into a group of realtors and I let them say all their worst things about appraisers. But I don't view realtors that way. I view them as, do they get me in easy and do they get me out easy? The price has to take care of itself.
Yeah.
I mean, if you sold it for that, at least 3 people believe it's worth that.
Yeah.
But is it? I don't know. And it might be to them.
Anything's worth what a person's willing to pay for it.
Well, and it can be worth whatever. And while you say we get mad at you, and a lot of people get mad at the appraiser, they can pay whatever they want for it too, but they better have some of their own money if it doesn't appraise. And so it ain't really my fault if they ain't got more money down.
No.
So.
And I mean, the banks can't give a loan for something that's not worth something. I mean, that's just the suicide. That's shooting themselves in the foot. So I don't expect any of that. But I've been lucky enough. In the past, I would say, so I'm at almost 4 years. I've probably had 3 not appraised.
That's pretty good.
But I argued them. And guess what they weren't?
What's that?
They weren't. 2 of them didn't get to the listing price, but they got super close.
Have you ever had a buyer have it not appraised and then say, I want to give less or I'm going to give more anyway?
Mm-mm. Well, we did a lot of appraisal gaps for a while where they would bring extra cash for that appraisal gap. And so they wanted it and they knew that
that was happening. Yeah, I remember that now. That was actually a new phenomenon that people were waiving appraisals, waiving inspections, which is kind of common.
Yeah.
But an appraisal gap and saying, I'll take it regardless of the appraisal, that was an uncommon thing.
Yeah. For this market,
I haven't seen that since last November.
I haven't either. I think I've had some people do some appraisal gaps and it worked out, but most of the time when it doesn't appraise, I've said something like, hey, it probably isn't going to appraise, then we're going to have to negotiate. And we usually come in, we can make it work. Like there's one before I think I cut my commission to make the number work and stuff like that. I mean, I'll do whatever to get it done at the end of the day.
Now your big day yesterday, was that all residential, or is that some commercial stuff?
1, 2, 3 residential and raw land.
Now, how did you get into the commercial side, and how did you educate yourself on that?
Let's see. My first commercial. My first commercial was more of I found something and sold it to somebody in town. They were looking for a warehouse. They asked me if I knew of any. I knew something off market. I got it to them. And then.
So you just knew a dude with a warehouse.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
That's the part I think that sets people apart. It's who you know. And then I sold some land for some big investors in town, and that helped a ton. Got some leasing stuff going, and then it was like, boom, I'm in the commercial world. I do a lot of reading and a lot of studying because doing just like commercial land is so different.
Right. Now, when you did that first one for the investors, did they tell you what it was worth? And they'd be like, Julie, we want you to price our project.
They told me they wanted it listed at this, and I said, there's no way.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, why? And I was like, give me a couple hours. And I went back and I actually sat down with them in a conference room, and I pulled all these comps, and the land that I had comps were interstate front. Theirs was not. Theirs was service road.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you're not going to be able, you can't. Mm-hmm. You're not going to get this. And I said, now maybe if you sit on it for 2 years, you might, but you're not going to right now. And they couldn't argue with, you can argue with fact, but when it's there right in front of you, you're not, it's like, okay. And then I would say best case scenario, I think we should do this. And we ended up walking away pretty close to exactly what I said it was going to be.
And do you think that was the right price, or once it sold, were you like, maybe I could have got that one?
No, I think we were the right price.
Good.
So those people who bought it were ahead of the time. Now, if they were selling it, it would look much different.
And then the leasing side.
Mm-hmm. I do a ton of investment for private people that want, a few rentals and stuff like that. So I do a lot of leasing for folks.
But commercial leasing?
I've done a few.
Okay.
I've got a warehouse that we're about to list that is going up for lease in Trenton.
Awesome.
So we're just going to do a lease on that.
And when you go to read or study, are you allowed to give that out? Are you taking secret guru courses? Are you reading on the internet? You YouTubing?
Read
you
the
podcasting?
internet, dig into the MLS. Everything you need is in that MLS. I mean, for my world.
Even the commercial, like these big investors, you think that stuff goes up on MLS? I feel a lot of it's
but
word
I
of
also
mouth,
use
too.
RealTrax, and then I go dig in the tax suite from courthouse and
the
see
tax suite? Is that what I call CRS?
Yes.
Okay.
I call it the tax suite because it says it on the top, and I'm always like, you get this from the tax suite.
Yeah, I like the tax suite.
Yeah.
That's something Brooke likes too. It's people who aren't in real estate, you didn't know you could just find anybody's address.
Yeah, you can find what they paid for it. You can even see if they've refinanced.
How much they borrowed
everything.
on it. Yeah.
Yes, I love it. And I've probably got like 100 courthouse credits, so I can pull deeds and everything. I love it.
Yes, and anybody can do it. It's not like we're we pay that. We pay a service, and so we can do it over and over and over.
Right.
Unlimited, but it's limited in how you can actually search. So, that's a good pending day there. So you like the houses more or the commercial?
I like them both.
Yeah, I'd like to do a little commercial. I don't do any commercial appraising.
Houses are emotional. Commercial's not. It is numbers.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to numbers. What can you make? What's it going to cost? And how's it going to work?
I like that side of it. I like the big numbers.
I do too.
I don't like the sterileness of it. I like the being out the houses and the seeing people. The commercial side of it is the boring suit and tie numbers part. And the house is kind of the fun part to me.
Yeah.
And I think the house investing is maybe right there in the middle of that, and I like that maybe.
I think I like the arguing too, with the corporate side of it. Like they come in with an idea of what it's going to be, and if you can prove them wrong and be like, no, it's going to be this, and you can get them to that price point, I really like that.
And so are you looking for more of that, more commercial?
I love it.
Okay, cool.
I love it. I do.
Well, I want to learn more about commercial too, but I've had houses to appraise forever, and so I've never branched out into it. I thought I should hire a commercial. I should do a lot of that, but mainly I just want it because I want to know about commercial. And there's a lot of overlap. I mean, a lot of my investors, a lot of my stuff, they're in commercial too, but I'm not an expert at commercial.
Me either, but I like it. If y'all want to get in and talk with us, you can call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496, or text us on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. And we have a question on the Advanced Rehab text line. It said, question for you both. What are you both seeing new builds go for per square foot as opposed to remodeling or just someone selling? Obviously, where it's at plays a point, but not on the average. I think that really where it's at does play a point, because if you go look at the new builds in the reserve, you're looking at 200 plus a square foot, like 220 a square foot.
Right. Well, and maybe 300 even on some of that
really
stuff. Yeah. So I would say if somebody's asking that question, it's a general public question. The most new construction I'm seeing, and again, it's been on pause, but
yeah,
I think it's
picking
170 to 185 a foot.
Yeah.
But we're talking 1,500 feet, 1,800 feet. So
yes,
you're pushing 400,000.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, you can't really compare apples to apples, because used houses, one, they're old, so their price per foot is on a sliding scale with their age and also their condition. But let's say a nice house in the North Parkway Ayers area, where you would also get 1,500 feet. If it's totally remodeled, it'd be 160 a foot, 170
Absolutely.
a foot maybe. And now you're talking $10 less than for a new house, but you're in an older area and you are in an older house. Now, a used house that's dated, they're at $100 a foot or less, $90 sometimes, depending on where you are. But yeah, the high-end stuff, custom builds, a custom build's going to hit $200 a foot pretty quick now. And when you get into real nice and outdoor kitchens and all the extras, it just adds real fast. So.
What are you thinking? Like some of the newer houses that were built within the last 5 years that I think are pretty custom. I think Keith Carter built them. The Grove.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's absurd to see 200 a square foot on those homes?
I don't, and here's why. If you buy a lot in the Grove, and you want to go build it, it's going to cost you $200 a foot. Now, you might not get quite as nice a home if you pay $200 a foot for something off the shelf, but an off the shelf house in a neighborhood like that is sweet. And the main reason I think people ought to look at used houses is you're looking at least a year if things go great. I'm talking a year of headaches, a year of bleeding and bruising and fighting and firing.
Yes.
And if you just save you $10 or $20 a foot and go pick the one you like, it's the way to go. But what you run into is when you get into $200 a foot on 4,000 feet, you're talking about $800,000.
Yeah.
Anybody who can swing an $800,000 stick can go buy whatever they want.
Exactly.
So, that's why your sweet spot's really something a little lower than that. It's your Wrights Mill, it's your Wind Chases, but those neighborhoods are full now too.
Yes.
So really there's not a lot of people doing that.
And those I had one out there that I didn't even put on the market. Somebody saw me over there. Literally, the agent calls me and they're like, what are you doing over there? I'm like, well, we're about to list it. And they're like, we got somebody. Can we just come in? They ended up paying $10,000 extra to keep it off the market to go ahead and have it. And it appraised.
Over $500,000 in a neighborhood
that I bought mine for like $250.
That was $180 to $300 when it started.
Yeah. I bought my when I lived in Wrights Mill. I lived on Highland and it was brand new. The McCollums had just built it.
Yeah, new one.
It was like $250 and it was close to 3,000 square feet. And now I'm like, because that one was right down for mine and I could have sold it for $500.
When Wrights Mill was new, $100 a foot was the magic number. Oh, if you get $100 a foot, that's the nicest. And you couldn't get in there for anywhere close to it now. That house you sold was sweet, though. To be fair, that was a higher end.
Yes, it was.
Newer home over there.
And that backyard was a dream.
But stuff is just expensive. Yeah, he had that big old backyard. That's the kind that'll get you into the neighborhood. Because he had about an acre, or it played like an acre back there.
Yeah, and had that pool and all that. You couldn't have asked for a better house.
What do you see on pools? People always ask me, what do I see on pools? What are your buyers when you get a house that's got a nice pool? Are you saying booyah? Or are you like, oh no, I got a pool? What do you think the market does with pools?
I think now, in certain neighborhoods, very family-oriented neighborhoods, Wrights Mill, Wind Chase, or Colonies of Raleigh, any of those, people love the idea of a pool. Do I think that it adds value? No, but does it sway them to go to that house? Yes, because pools are $70,000 now.
What you just said is my traditional view. It may not add value. It might add 10, 15,000, but it's really just if you don't want a pool, you're going to skip that house. So it actually decreases your buying pool in half. But if you want a pool, and that's where I think since COVID, when things became more family and oriented, where I started valuing them more, because they went from being $30,000 to being $70,000.
Yes.
And just like I was saying on the new construction house, if I ever want a pool, it's going to cost me $60,000, $70,000.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's worth more than nothing. Maybe I should give them 20 or 30 for it. So I've kind of changed mine and gone on the upswing a little, but they still don't add what they cost.
No, you'll never get that full 70 back.
I didn't want one, but I've got one now and I kind of like it. I was that guy. I don't want to work the pool. I don't want to be out there in my flip-flops with the net.
You don't want to be a cabana boy.
I do have a nickname, Cabana Boy, but that's a different story.
Yeah.
But the Cabana Boy is more of a drink deliverer and a service guy. I'm not really a get the leaves out of the pool guy. But I've enjoyed having the pool. It's been great.
Yeah, it's good because then your family's all out there and you're together and it just...
You got the music
That's
going.
what matters.
It's not 55 degrees like it's going to be this weekend.
I know. We're going to take a quick break. Here's you another 420 song, and we'll be right back.
I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. Well, I don't know, but I've been told you never slow down, you never grow old. I'm tired of screwing up, I'm tired of going down, I'm tired of myself, I'm tired of this town. Oh my, oh hell yes, honey, put on that party dress. Buy me a drink, sing me a song, take me as I come, cause I can't stay long. Last dance with Mary Jane.
It's March, and the basketball is pure madness at Bourbon and Barley's. The Final Four and Bourbon and Barley's are the perfect team. With 21 televisions, there's not a bad seat in the house. And of course, well, the food. It's over-the-top fabulous. Join News Talk 96.5 this Friday from 3 to 6 as we broadcast live from Bourbon and Barley's, University Drive in Jackson, across the street from Starbucks. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and newstalk965.com.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Trying to be so good. They'll stone you just like they said they would. They'll stone you when you're trying to go home. They'll stone you when you're there all alone. But I would not feel so all alone. Everybody must get stoned. Well, they'll stone you when you're walking on the streets. They'll stone you when you're trying to keep your
Welcome back to Julie Said It. That was some Bob Dylan. Everybody must get stoned. Happy 420 to the people who are celebrating it. Be careful, though. Be smart. Don't do anything dumb besides eat a whole bag of Funyuns. That Dan was stuck on that the other day. He busted in when we had the lady from the hemp festival here talking about it, and he was like, he kept talking about Funyuns and people who get high eating Funyuns, and I was like, Funyuns.
I wish I only know one person who likes Funyuns. I like Funyuns. I'll buy them once every year or two.
Yeah.
My preacher is South African. It's his favorite snack. He says it is. I'm going to have to ask him if he's even serious about
South
that.
African. Do you go to Pastor Eddie?
Fellowship.
Oh, yeah. What's his name?
Eugene.
Yes. I've heard him speak.
I mean, he's American. He's from South Africa. He's born in Louisville, grew up in South Africa. He's brilliant.
Yeah.
But he likes Funyuns. They're okay.
You know what? Have you ever had the voodoo chips?
Yes.
Those are my favorite.
You know what happened?
And I like some of the wrap snacks, not even going to lie.
I've never tried the wrap snacks.
There's one that is like sour cream and cheddar with barbecue with spice, and I love it.
So wrap snacks are relatively new, but they're kind of in this category where Funyuns are. And okay, I go to all over West Tennessee, and I have to go in gas stations all the time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm pushing for health department scores on gas stations.
Absolutely.
Like these restaurants, because you go in these places, they're disgusting.
Yes.
You have no choice but to give them your money. You want to get out of there. But every now and again, you also have to buy food from these junk holes.
Yeah.
And every time, the Funyuns are like delivered by the old Tom's guy. They're like the old stuff, and they're in the back of these nasty places, and they just got dust all over the top of them.
Yeah.
And the wrap snacks are always back in the back too, in a weird spot. And so,
well, I think you pay to be where you want to be.
I know, and all these old timey people are man, they're going by the wayside. And so it's hard to even try a Funyun because if you find them, they're way back there.
They're gross.
Okay, so do we know the name of this wrap snack you like? It sounds like
It's the little
sour cream and cheddar.
It's the little babies.
Can I go in and buy that?
Yeah, you can buy them at Sam's now.
I mean, am I going to get laughed out of the store or anything?
No, they're good.
So everybody just buys wrap snacks.
We do at my house.
And those are real, for real, I'm serious. Those are real rappers, like they're celebrities, or they like, is that just a cartoon?
No,
or is
those
that
are
an
real
endorsement
rappers.
on there? Okay.
Yeah, that's like their flavor that they would eat.
Okay, and so you
Like
got
Cardi
people, that's pretty
B's
sharp.
got-
So I like Cardi B, I might buy this one, but I
Yeah.
like cheddar and sour cream, and I might have to eat Biz Markie anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like Cardi B has like some kind of cheddar popcorn. I think it sucks. Harper loves it, whatever.
I'm going to try it, and I want to take a slight tangent because the other day I was rolling down the road, and the Humpty Dance came on.
Oh, I haven't heard that in forever.
And I am missing, and this is my old man rant. I listen to some new rap, not a lot.
Yeah.
I try to listen to hip hop. I listen to some big ones. About every 2 or 3 years, I'll get into a record. But
yeah,
I heard Humpty Dance. I heard Biz Markie, Just a Friend, and then it was Slick Rick, Maybe Children's Story. All of those were fun party songs. They all had humor in them, and you could understand the rapper very good, but they were still great songs and they were hits. So I think we're missing the humor rap. And the rap snacks kind of plays to that a little bit, you know, these characters and stuff that you could get into. But anyway, so I'll try the rap.
Well, we were talking about this the other day. Rap used to be fun, and like music in general, it used to tell a story.
Yes.
Now they just sing about a lifestyle, and then they make noises like bah, 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 you know, or something like that. And I'm like, what are y'all doing?
Well, I hate to knock it for that because I have the same criticism. Okay, I grew up. My first tape was Run DMC, Raising Hell.
Really?
My mom brought it home to me. I said, it's got a bad word in the name. And she brought it home. She said, you didn't tell me it had a bad word in the name. But my first tape ever was rap. And then I got into Beastie Boys, and those guys tell a story. And I can knock the current rappers. I'm like, it's all about women, drugs, making money. And it's actually it's glamorizing all the false things about that and saying really bad things about women and getting away with all kinds of junk, and that it's all about that. But every kind of music, really, I mean, if you listen to Chuck Berry, he says the only 3 things you write about are cars, girls, and
money,
school or rock and roll, because people know that. So all these things have the same lyrics, but I'm sure it's because I'm not well into it, but nothing makes you laugh like Humpty Dance, like Gingy, like all these things, you know? So I don't hear that anymore. It's not as fun.
We don't have it anymore. It's a lost art.
It is a lost art. So I do miss that. I came, what came on right after that was Beastie Boys, Paul Revere. It's like the ultimate story. And they kind of get knocked for that album now because it was so silly, but that's my favorite stuff. So I was really.
I could see you jamming out to some Beastie Boys.
Yeah, well, okay, so it kind of hit me at the perfect point.
Being like,
yeah, but I'm old Beastie Boys guy. So Run DMC came out and they did the deal with Aerosmith. And so I first heard rap, and then they kind of had the rock, and then I went down to Aerosmith and the Guns N' Roses, and really the Beastie Boys and the Run DMC, they were sampling Led Zeppelin and all that. And so I just went all in on rock and roll after that. But I do love all the rap. And then in college, all my friends were into the later Beastie Boys stuff where they had the band and all that. But I like the silly first stuff.
Yeah.
And so, I'm into that pretty well.
One of my first rap CDs I bought, I tricked my mom into buying. It was Project Pat, Mr. Don't Play.
Okay. So
in Hilton Head, we were in Hilton Head, and I had one of those little, things, Discman or whatever. And I was back there jamming to it, and she had no idea. And then one day I turned it on in her car, and she's like, what are you listening to? I was like, you bought me this CD in Hilton Head. And she was like, this is terrible.
Well, I'm surprised they even had that down there. So I graduated in 96. I wish somebody could call and who knows more about this could tell me about it. But I went to JCM, and you got the East Campus and the West Campus.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I heard 3 6 Mafia or any of this Memphis stuff, which you know who that is. But I think outside of this area, a lot of people may not. I mean, I don't know a lot of it. A lot of that got real big because you could buy it there. But when we first bought it,
it started here. Like, they don't know Late Night Tip and Chicken Head.
So I saw it at the JCM dance, and I had never seen this break out. I thought it was a fight, but it was more like a mosh pit. And I think it was Tear the Club Up came on. And the floor dances like it's like a tornado. It's in a big circle. And I was like, this song is big. Well, I used to have this friend, and we would go to that gas station across from the East Campus next to the railroad tracks.
I know exactly what
and
you're
he would
talking
go
about.
in, and you could buy the 3-6 Mafia underground cassettes. But they
Yes.
would be like, you know how on a cassette you could put the tape over the end and then you could record over it?
Yeah.
That's what it was. They had other tapes, and they were recording their demo tapes on it. And so we would go in, and we bought, I think it was Project Pat and Gimme Some Dungeon. It was all this underground rap. And they became 3-6 Mafia and all these guys, and they got huge. But they had all these underground tapes, and that's the stuff I love. I don't love their hits anymore. I like that dirty. They're crazy smart. They write about Bible. They write about the devil.
They write about it
It's
all.
like evil, crazy, weird rap. And then they do that Screwed and Chopped echo.
Oh, I used to
love that
Screwed
stuff,
and
you know?
Chopped. Yes, I haven't heard that in forever.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't know what they were doing forever. There's one on Tear the Club Up, and they play the song twice. They got a fast version and a slow version.
Yeah.
If you're listening to it in that back speaker, you know, it's two people at the same time, and one slightly behind the.
Yes,
It's
that's
awesome.
exactly what it's out. Yes.
So
Oh my
I've
God.
had periods where I'm definitely way into rap.
Yeah.
But I have trouble finding that stuff I like. You know, I need something crazy like these boys are in Memphis making this in their garage. I love
Yes, yes. I'm with you. I loved everything that was like Screwed and Chopped. I like South Parkway. I mean, there were so many big people that came out of Memphis that got really famous around here. But like, if they would have gotten mainstream, I think they would have done some stuff.
Yeah, well, the ones I remember most, you said, were Project Pat and then 8 Ball and MJG. I remember that. And,
DJ Paul.
And 3-6 Mafia. Yes, I forgot. Yeah, DJ
LaChat.
Paul. And I
Gangsta
don't know them.
Boo.
I remember I love
They were
Gangsta
all
Boo.
3-6 Mafia.
Yeah, I love Gangsta Boo.
You know, she died.
Recently, right?
Yes. Drug overdose in Dyersburg,
Oh, I
Tennessee.
did not know that.
Yes.
Oh.
I had a day of mourning. Like, I had so many people text me, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I'm struggling."
I don't know what she looks like, but she is bad to the bone on those records. And if you listen later, I don't know the name. You had it up there earlier on Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style.
Yeah.
The girl who raps on there, to me, she's a Gangsta Boo ripoff.
Yeah.
Because Gangsta Boo was bad to the bone. She come on there just like them dudes and start talking about cutting up body parts and putting them in blenders.
Oh, she's
They're
good.
crazy, man.
Yeah, they are. No, I loved that genre of music. I don't know if I thought because I was a white girl in private school that it gave me some street cred. I don't know, but I loved it.
I like the mood it creates. It just it feels, some of it's dark. I like the dark side, and then some of it's upbeat too. But it just creates a good feeling.
I'll tell you,
know?
if you ever, when I have a lot of, not a lot, but I have parties at my house, that will be for something, and I've got a real defined playlist.
Okay.
You let any of that stuff come on, it's like every 40-year-old and 30-year-old knows it, and we are all in the living room just like having the time of our lives.
It's funny. You know, I see that too when I go to, like, especially when I was younger, I'd go to weddings and you'd hear like that Perfect Soul song come on. The band breaks into one, the whole crowd just,
yeah,
you know, you're like,
it's your
man,
childhood.
I don't know that, but that song must have been awesome back in the day.
Man, the stuff our teachers had to put up. Hey, that's something when you talk about the teachers.
Uh-oh. What are they doing?
Well, did you see, let me pull this up before I misquote it. There was a Tennessee bill passed in the Senate and the House that requires teachers to make at least $50,000 per year by 2027. Tennessee lawmakers in the House of Representatives and Senate passed a bill meant to guarantee teachers to make at least $50,000 per year by the 2026-2027 school year. The bill was introduced by Representative William Lamberth. He's a Republican. It passed a Senate with 25-6 vote. It passed the House in a 90-8 vote, and it requires teacher salaries to gradually increase year by year. I'm going to tell you something.
Tell me, Julie.
They're making like 35.
That's
to
what I was going to
40
ask.
a year. There is no way I would get up every morning and go teach these children and put up with the crap that they put up with, not only from kids, parents, but sometimes administration and the public, for $35,000 or $40,000 a year.
They ain't all making that, are they?
Yeah, and you make less at a private school than you do a public.
I know, but what if you've been there 10 years? Are you making 35?
You're probably making like 43.
What do you think the highest paid teacher who's not an administrative person makes?
I bet they're not making 50.
Well, no wonder is all I got to say about our problems.
If anybody out there
if we're
knows,
going to take 4 years to get them to 50 G's, and I understand the money has to come somewhere. I assume that's why 14 people voted against paying teachers more than $35,000. But that's ridiculous. And I don't mean it either. Every teacher I know ought to be making way more than $35,000. And I don't want to sit here and talk bad about them because I'm glad they're doing it. I run our schools through the mud sometimes because I think we do a terrible job, but I have never ran any of my teachers through the mud. I was not a good student. I was a good student. I was not a person who should like teachers. I can name you every teacher I had from kindergarten through Northside through JCM. I can name you every period, and all but a small handful of them were excellent. I learned more at JCM in calculus, biology, literature than I learned in college. So I had the best teachers, and I hope they got a side gig because 35 G's to go do that is ridiculous. We got to do whatever we can, and to wait till 2027, just wait and see how many you lose between now and then.
Yeah. I was thinking last night when I was reading some of this stuff that was going on, there's a lot that's being passed around right now on the internet about Marlon King's expenditures for last year, which we're going to get into that.
They passing it around?
Yeah, somebody has gotten it leaked from, it would have to be some type of accountant within the school board system, building, whatever. But the retention, we need to do things for these teachers because they're putting up with a lot of crap. And in a way, we've handicapped them from doing some of the things they need to do, like put people out of school or fight back when these kids get out of hand.
Or teach.
Or teach.
So what are they passing around and what are they saying he's doing?
So this came out. I'm going to airdrop it to you real quick so you can see it. And
now, I saw a list. I was hoping you'd tell the people.
Oh, I'm about to tell it.
Is Julie going
to say it? So it goes in and you've got two sheets and it is literally nothing but it's breaking down money, like where it was spent. And you see things like Old Country Store, the blacksmith, Old Country Store, blacksmith, Andrea Perry Catering, Memphis Grizzlies, Heavenly Ham, all these places. A lot of them are local. I mean, you see Los Portales, Doe's Eats Place, all of this. And it breaks it down to completely everything. Like it'll tell you what it's for. Like, for instance, Old Country Store, they spent $800 on a leadership luncheon.
Okay.
Seems pretty normal. Then you go to the second page and you see a lot of money being spent in New Orleans, which was the school board trip. And all of that, oops, sorry, we're not doing that anymore. But you've got a lot of money on the back page, $17,000 that was spent on the school board members.
Okay, we spent 17 G's on school board members. Now, is this leaked or is this a public information document?
This is leaked.
This is leaked. And so this looks like an expense report to me.
That's exactly what it is.
But it looks like maybe one stretched out over across a year.
Absolutely.
And so what has been done wrong here? Are you allowed to take school board members to dinner?
You should be able to.
I assume they're allowed to go to leadership things.
Absolutely. And, further education. You've got staff development. You've got leadership conferences. You've got clothing for them to wear at these things, like school board polos. You've got district meetings. You've got lunch. You've got vest. I mean, there is so much on this that I don't know what they would expect them not to do.
And is this Mr. Marlin's credit card? Is this the whole school board credit card?
From what I understand, it would be the school boards because that's or not the school boards, but the superintendent, he's paying for these things for the board, for his employees. I know a lot of people got aggravated because there was $1,400 spent on a massage day for principals. I'm going to tell you right now.
All right.
I'm going to tell you right now. I'm sure their
Who knows
shoulders.
what they're doing on 420?
Yeah. No, yeah. But I'm sure their shoulders were up to their ears in tension. Like, I mean, you give them a massage for Principal's Day or for Teachers Week or something, like, and y'all are mad about it. I don't even want to put up with my kids sometimes, let alone all you others out there's children.
I don't know what they're claiming is wrong. I don't know. He's hired by the board, so I could see where there could be a conflict of interest on a wine and dine situation. But all I see here is pretty standard stuff. Now, a massage, okay, if you're on a retreat or something and you're trying to team build or whatever they do on those things, I could see that happening.
Yeah.
I see $1,300 Jackson Escape Room. Seems like the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
$4,000 at a couple of restaurants. The highest one I've seen is Heavenly Ham, 17 G's. Now, that's a pretty big bill over there. But I don't know. Is this a full year? Are we feeding the whole board? Are we feeding staff? So I'm not seeing a whole lot.
17 G's.
Or understanding the claim here.
That could be a teacher in service.
It says in-service lunches is what it is.
Okay,
actually.
well, think
so you're
about
feeding every teacher.
Every single teacher.
Yeah, and that's what I was, and
you've
this
got
hotel
to.
money. Now, you want to know something really interesting where my head goes? We've got gratuities over here. We're going to get to find out what kind of tippers they are.
Yeah.
Look here. We got they went to the blacksmith. They tipped $49 on $355. About 15, a little light for me.
Yeah,
but
at
I don't
least
know.
he's not being
There may have been some
reckless.
that's right. There may have been some included gratuities there that I don't know about. They got on up to 20% the next time they were at Blacksmith, so that's not bad. And they did about a 15% at the Old Country Store, which is pretty high for a buffet. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here out of Dr. King. Really,
and let's also look
he can
at
do a little better on the tipping.
He's putting it back a lot. The majority of this is local.
And what's not is Memphis. We got some riverboats in Memphis, 7,000. That's a pretty high fee, but I don't know what the going rate is down on the Mississippi. And a little catering. It's all pretty much right here. I don't know the claim, so I don't see what's wrong. I like what the school board's been doing. I like what Marlon King's been doing. It's hard for me to decipher when you get in this role. Like when he became superintendent, there was already a bunch of bills. There was already a budget and all these sheets. How many of these is he up there deciding on anyway? I'm just not into all this.
Well, you
digging
can't,
into people's budgets and stuff.
No.
I don't see anything bad here, but
you can't have these meetings, these leadership meetings that are during breakfast and lunch, or these in-services throughout the day, or any of that type of stuff, and not feed your staff. I don't know another company that would not. And at the end of the day, this is ran like a business. Let's get down to it. It is.
It's 100% a business.
So what are you expecting from these people? I mean, I don't see what they're doing so wrong.
Well, maybe, I don't know how long. Now I guess it's 89,000 at the bottom. I don't know how long of a time period this covers. Maybe I'm in business for myself. I'm not really a meetings guy. I'm not into having a bunch of team building. I'm not into taking people to Morton's. I understand how somebody can knock this a little bit. But I also, you're running a business. You're trying to get the best superintendent to run the best ship. And then you also have to fight with the school board, who has to fight with the county commission, who has to fight with the city council, who has to deal with a bunch of students under teachers getting paid $35,000.
I also will say this. The ones that seem to be the most expensive, Majestic Grill, Morton Steakhouse, that kind of stuff, that is on board member trips. Those are your elected officials in there. And I'm sure that they have a little bit of say and pull as to where they go.
Well, you get on one of these deals, and luckily, like I said, I don't have to travel for work much. I've had to fill out maybe 5 expense reports in my life. They're a disaster. I don't like doing any paperwork. And but you do it to get your money back. And so you go to one of these conferences, and then everybody says, hey, we're going to Morton's. The speaker might have even been at Morton's. I don't know. But that's what happens. They say, we're going to Morton's. Then you go to Morton's, and you put it on your company card. And there's organizations that may or may not pay for that. And in this case, I assume it's the taxpayers paying for a little bit of Morton.
Yeah.
But I assume that's part of again, I don't know whose bill this even
Well,
is.
and
so
you've also
who
got to
knows?
look at this. We're kind of at a weird climate right now with our school system because the charter schools are trying to get in here. They are.
Yes.
And so there are certain groups, if you will, in this town, and it's not partisan groups, it's just groups, people who are very interested in seeing this charter school come in, and there are people who are very interested in seeing it stay out.
Mm-hmm.
And they've had to do a lot of meetings because if the charter school comes in, the money is going to come from what's already allocated from our public school system.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a lot of planning, a lot of meetings, a lot of trying to figure things out. But it seems to me that in the past, when we had people like Verna Ruffin just tearing our school system to shreds, Vision 2020, one of the biggest mistakes that were made in our school system, in my opinion, we weren't putting this kind of stuff out, but we're doing it now because there's a motive.
Well,
they want you to have a little bit of doubt in your mind about Marlon King and the Jackson-Madison County school system so they can push this agenda of the charter schools.
And I got no problem with that. I mean, he's running our schools. We should doubt him. We should question him.
Oh, I'm not.
But I think we should question everybody. The mayor, the superintendent, the school board.
But I think this is.
But we should also question where this. Well, I don't know what this is. So if they're putting this out, I agree. But there was something against Verna. There was something against.
Verna was terrible.
Mr. Eric. I mean, everybody liked him. They ran him out quick.
Eric Jones.
Yeah, everybody liked
and
him.
Then,
they ran him out so fast.
That was when that interim happened where they bought that land for Pope.
Yes, and so this is what I don't really understand is the people who do this. Like, I know some. I'm not that up on charter schools, but I don't see why we can't have both. I don't have to run somebody out. I don't understand it.
I think Marlon has done really well in the time that he was here. He's done a lot for our school systems. We've seen test scores go up. We're seeing some things happen. I see that I personally believe a little bit of a morale change with some of our teachers.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's what's keeping the charter schools from being here, if that makes sense.
Well, that's probably a bigger issue. And our
Yes.
schools are a bigger issue. But here's my biggest issue is I thought we were going in the right direction before, and Verna left, Eric left, and we got Marlon somehow, and I think we're doing good. But the average lifespan on this job is 3 years, 4 years. How long have we had Mr. Marlon?
I want to say 2.5. We're going on him ending to be his third year. I think.
Things going like they are, we better off with or without him tomorrow, because this is about the time when they leave, and if somebody runs him off, he'll probably just go take that next job.
Yeah.
Because look what you got to deal with here.
Yeah. And
so I worry more about if he's gone. Now we got to go through and hire again. We got to have a new vision, and I'd like to see a little stability. I say let the man go to Morton's. We got a good fella. Let's pay him. We got good teachers. Let's pay them.
I just think we need, and for instance, I work for Joey Connor, or I'm a 1099 for Joey. He makes very little money off me because I'm 100% commission.
How does he make any?
I pay him a flat fee every month to
go.
work. So he makes very, very, very little off me in comparison to other people. I can tell you for a fact that just in the time that I've worked for him, we have celebrated numerous things. He has taken us to Flatiron. He has taken us to Grizzlies games in a box. He has done.
Joey makes me want to come work over there.
I know, it's the best. Connor Real Estate.
Looking
shout
to praise her
out.
up, brother.
Yeah, but he does so much for us to retain us to show us his appreciation of the hard work that we do. And that's kind of become a lost art that doesn't happen a lot anymore. And you need that. It boosts the morale. It makes people genuinely want to come in and do better.
And it's crazy because the couple of times I have to travel for conferences, when you get in the big city and you're at the conference hotel, they ain't got no $2.75 gin and tonic over there.
No, your Diet Coke is $8.
It's an $18 drink for you and the next fella. I mean, it's high dollar stuff. So it does get a little ridiculous.
I mean, what are they going to do? Go here and stay at the DoubleTree?
Yeah.
They're just going to go home.
Well, it looks like they are. We got an active school board, mostly good. I think we're doing good things here.
I do too.
Really. I'm not going to quit complaining. I think we need to know what Dr. King's, is he a doctor? I keep doing that.
Yes,
I apologize.
Dr. King.
He was my neighbor for a little while. I'm sorry, Mr. Marlin.
I love him. I think he's a good guy, and I think he has the general best interest for Jackson.
Well, and let's be honest, we're not going to have Tim Cook and Steve Jobs in here running the school board. I mean, it's Jackson, Tennessee. It's a tough gig. It's a hard job. It's a high-paying job for here. I think we got to, I think things are going pretty well here. I'm going to keep criticizing. I think most our school buildings, well, as I drove by them, our school buildings are better, but our school system in this country is a disgrace.
Yeah.
And I think we got to fix it. But
Amen.
I think we got the right people in Jackson. We got too many people. Mm-hmm. We got a whole county commission, a whole city council, and a whole planning department in the way of our schools. We really got big government in the way of the schools.
Absolutely. I just would, I would love, I just got a text that comes back to this.
Is it Joey?
Well, we'll see what's going to happen. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back. Get in on the conversation with us. Call in to the CWA phone line 731-265-6496 or text us on the Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398.
Family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived in Philadelphia. Local time is 3:05 p.m. and the temperature is 67 degrees. At this time, you are now free to use your cellular devices.
You know that feeling when you get to turn your phone on after the plane lands? You can have that feeling every time you drive. Make sure your cell phone is stowed away whenever you are behind the wheel.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Brainstorm, take me away from the norm. I got to tell you something. This phenomenon, I had to put it in a song, and it goes like, whoa, amber is the color of your energy. Whoa, shades of gold displayed naturally. You wanna know what brings me here? Glide through my headline to fear, and I know whoa, amber is the color of your energy. Whoa, shades of gold displayed naturally.
Welcome back to Julie Said It on this 420. It is 67 degrees outside with a high of 83 today. It feels like 68. I'm ready for it to feel like 83 though. We're going to jump in and catch up to some of these texts that we've missed on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, or call us on the CWA phone line, 731-265-6496. So these came in, and this says the Lady of Rage, the girl on Doggy Style, was
Yes.
featured on Dr. Dre's The Chronic in 1992, Gangsta Boo's first feature, 3-6 first album, Mystic Styles in 1995. So the Lady of Rage was definitely not a Gangsta Boo ripoff.
No.
We can agree to
We got to go
disagree.
look at Pull Up, Tear the Club Up. That 3-6 album is exactly what I'm talking about. There was 3-6 before they blew up. Gangsta Boo's before that. I'm going to the grave with it until I get it Googled.
I will die on the hill of Gangsta Boo.
Not to offend the texters. I know I'm a guest here.
Your family.
In case people are not watching online at newstalk965.com, Clint looks like he just stepped out of Oxford, Mississippi. And he's sitting here talking about Gangster Boo and something about rage. I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
So you have not been listening to us this morning.
I have been listening. I don't know who. I know who Gangsta Boo is.
Yeah.
But I don't know this other person.
Tear the club.
I need a little rap lesson. Since I look like Oxford, I was going to get Chris Carroll and his seersucker to come in here and teach us a little something.
Chris Carroll is. His rap name is Super Vanilla.
Oh my God.
He is as white as.
I wish he was. I hope he's listening. He calls in.
He is so white. I love Chris, but he's the
I
whitest
do
man I've
too.
ever met.
You got to tell me next time, though, if I ever get invited back and he's here, I want to put on a coat and I'm going to show him up.
That's right. This came in on our advanced rehab text line. It says the teachers deserve to be treated well. They teach our children. They run the school board. It's not like they're going to Hawaii on our tax dollars. I agree.
And I heard some of y'all's comments, and I agree, because when I first saw it last night, because it was making its way around the internet. Now, number one, I have not heard. I've tried to vet this story through a couple of Big J journalists, and I don't know that any of us know that this is 100% the right document. To me, it looks like it was typed out on like a old school word processor. So that gives me some questions.
I'm working on some stuff, and I've gotten some people that are very deep seated in this
Big J
that have
journalism here.
said, that have said that it is that most of it. Hold on, let me see the exact word that
Some
was
skepticism?
used. if you need context on the expense report floating around, most of it is fabricated.
Okay. And that was going to be my statement, because this looks like something you typed up yourself, like old school 1987.
Yes.
But that doesn't necessarily make it untrue, but it doesn't make it true. I would imagine with that kind of money, there'd be a different accounting software. Like if Southeastern uses a higher grade accounting software, I would assume the Madison County school system does. But let's just play it out in our heads.
This is somebody in that office who is trying to stir the pot.
And then they would have used a typewriter instead of their handwriting, or use an office computer.
Yeah, because they're not going to print that off.
Correct.
They're not going to.
You don't want to have it.
Exactly.
All right, so that's number one. But number two, let's say it's true, because when I first saw it, I was like, wow, same thing everybody says. But then I'm thinking, okay, what's your role as a superintendent, right? Because we always hear, teachers got to teach the kids. They got to have this autonomy. They've got to be able to meet the kids where they are and move them. I mean, all that kind of stuff. Your role as a superintendent is to be a leader. Marlon King is not going to go teach history at Pope Elementary. That's not what his role is. And we all know, and not just in Madison County, every county, but one of the challenges is teacher turnover, like you said, with pay and stuff like that. And I know for a fact he fights for teachers, administrators to get the highest pay possible. But a lot of that stuff is state mandate. So
absolutely.
So if you're going to change a culture that has been negative, right, in the past, you're going to have to do some things within the bounds. And as you guys were talking about, it's like, yeah, I mean, when you lead hundreds of people, he doesn't have 10 people working for him. I mean, I don't know how many people are at the school system, but it's a lot. There's a lot of teachers, administrators. I mean, I don't know what the number is. Yeah, children, you count them even more. You're going to have to do some things to change the culture. You hear that in big business all the time, from companies like Google all the way down to, any small business in this town, that's independently owned. And one of the things it's culture. So you're going to have to do some things to change the culture. So while I was, at first glance, I was like, ooh, I don't know about some of this. If it's true, which we don't even know, but even if some of it is true, if it's over the course of the year, where are we tore up about?
Well, this came in on the advanced rehab text line and said, I bet Joey, because we were talking about how he does stuff for us, opens his wallet and pays you with his money, not tax dollars. Now, while I hear what you're saying, I think you missed the point of what I was saying, is that at the end of the day, this school board, the schools, they are a business and they have to run as such. Right. And they have to boost that morale when these teachers are being underpaid, underappreciated, and our kids are going in there whipping them. I've seen videos where they cuss them out. They talk to them like dogs. They've hit them. I personally know of a teacher who took care of the emotionally disturbed, who was attacked by a large student. And I'm talking large in stature and size. I mean, very tall. She was older. She was in her 50s and stabbed her. And this was in our school system not too long ago. And that boy, because he was emotionally disturbed, nothing happened and nobody helped her. So yes, he pays me with his money, or he takes us out with his money and not tax dollars. But unfortunately, this business is funded by tax dollars, but still is treated as such.
He runs his business and the taxpayers run the school. So he pays out of his wallet and we pay them out of our tax funds. Now, I understand the bad look of going to Morton seems like a lot, but I'm with Chuck. He's got hundreds of employees under him. He's got a full school board. He's got all of our children, and essentially he is the figurehead for a 90,000 person county. Yeah. Now you show me somebody who is leader of that many people who ain't making 300 G's and going to Morton's and stuff. I mean, you got to have a winner, and I know it seems excessive, but if you just want them to eat every meal out at the old country store, then good luck having a bunch of losers running.
And Morton's, remember, was the school board. It wasn't the teachers. It wasn't it was.
They don't put the teachers there.
School board, and most of these people on the school board are making nothing.
Yeah,
like what, $300, $400 a month, maybe.
And we're assuming that what is floating around is true, which we don't know for sure.
Absolutely,
none of us know for sure. We want to say that as many times as possible. But let's say, you know what, these teachers need XYZ. These teachers need to make more money. Divide that total, the 100,000+ it is, and divide it out.
I think it's 89,000.
It's more than that, because I thought the same thing when I first saw it. But if you go up on the first chart, there's a total for that as well.
70.
Yeah, it's about 150. Yeah. Just hypothetically, if these numbers are true, And how many teachers and administrators do we have here in Madison County? I don't know what that number is. I bet it's 600-700. It's not enough. I mean, you're talking about $300 to $400 bonus. If you said, you know what, none of this extra stuff, none of this stuff that is team building, that is culture changing, none of that stuff, just put it in their pockets. It sounds good but you understand, not every teacher is going to receive an extra $100,000 a year, right? This is going to be. It's not enough to move the needle, but so the question comes in: is this enough to change the culture?
I would love to know how many people are employed at our school system. Teachers, faculty, staff, like everything, office staff, janitors, all of that. And when you broke it down, probably per person that's in there, this probably is going to look a lot more reserved than overspending. This came in on our text line. It said, Funyuns are very much still a front shelf item. Maybe you're thinking of nacho rings. Why? When we were going to Florida,
nacho ring hater.
I looked for nacho rings and could not find them anywhere.
I'll have to check up on that.
We're going to go find nacho
see
rings today.
That texter's other text.
Yeah, who are you? No, I'm just kidding. This also came in on our text line. It goes back to the 3-6 Mafia and Lady of Rage debate. LOL, Tear the Club Up was from 95 album. If there was an earlier mixtape sold out of trunks in Memphis, how did the Lady of Rage get her hands on it in LA? Because
I think
Snoop
is studying Memphis. He knows what's going on.
And they came around here.
Look, it's influenced by
maybe
all
the
love
style.
to the Lady of Rage. I love that rap. When she comes on, it's the baddest thing. I don't know why they didn't use her more.
This came
but it's
in on our text message line. It is influence. I'm with you 100%. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Good.
This came in on our advanced rehab text line. It said, I'm sure the people of Jackson, Tennessee probably just think Ray should run the school board too, while they hope he becomes our next mayor. They should be more than willing to give our teachers and staff certain perks since they are already being paid a low wage. Maybe they would rather raise taxes instead.
I'm amused by the idea of somebody wanting somebody out so bad that they sat around and made this document up. And they're like, what are we going to put in there? Well, let's get a massage. We'll throw in a bunch of old country store for good measure. And then, let's say they went to Morton's and that got us all going. That's pretty good stuff if they were doing that.
So this came in on our advanced rehab text line, and it says, the problem is the school board is supposed to be the only mechanism to hold the superintendent accountable, and he is courting them like a pharmaceutical sales rep with our tax dollars. I will say this, I don't know how many boards this texter's on, but I'm on a few, and my mother's on a few, and this is completely normal behavior because most people who are on a school board are either one, they cannot be paid, so the only form of compensation that they get is stuff like dinners and trips when they have leadership and meetings, and then two, when we have board meetings and they're early in the morning, they bring us breakfast, or if it's lunchtime, we're going to eat lunch. So this does not seem that far out of touch of reality because it still is a business.
I do see that this is the problem, that he wants to keep his job, so he wines and dines the school board. But I just don't have any context to this. I mean, is he physically taking them down and buying them massages, or were they all at a retreat?
Well,
I think this seems like normal behavior to me.
Yes.
People don't record the not normal behavior.
Yeah, so the massages were just the principals.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I'm saying,
we can't give the board members massages.
I mean, heaven forbid.
The board members, like you said, they're there voluntarily. I'm sure that most of them I know are not going to flip their morals over a meal at Morton's.
The ones
most of these folks got money already.
The ones that are actually the school board is a New Orleans board trip, which they went down there for a convention.
Yeah, that looked reasonable to me. That looked like a fun trip.
Yeah. Then there was a San Diego. Oh, hold on. Let me put this phone call. There was a San Diego, California trip, which would have been another probably planning session or something. And then we have a lot that is vehicle rentals, travels for leadership conferences, shirts and cups, which all this just seems super normal for a board. We're going to take this phone call that just came in on our CWA phone line. Good morning, and thank you for calling. Julie Said It. How are you?
Well, good morning.
Good morning, Rick. How are you?
Well, you're going to tell me. So, what kind of financial scandal are you reporting, and who does it involve?
Well, we're not
Does it
saying
involve the school board?
we're not saying that it's a scandal because we don't know. There's nothing else. We've got this printout.
What's being alleged? What has the school board members? You made mention of somebody taking money out of their pocket and paying somebody.
No, that's not what was said. There was a text message that came in, and they said that they're using our tax dollars to court the school board because they're the only ones to hold the superintendent accountable.
Okay, are they going to Morton's in Nash Vegas Chuckles to eat steak on your dime?
The school board is, yes.
Oh, they are?
But that's normal. I don't know how many
boards.
boards.
No, it's not normal. No.
I don't. Rick, I'm not. We don't know each other that well, but I would think that you may not be on any boards, and most boards you barely get paid or you don't get paid at all, and that is a pretty normal occurrence.
No. It's not. It's not legitimate.
How many boards are you on?
Look, Julie.
How many
you
boards
live
are you
in
on?
a crooked county.
We do live in a crooked county, but I'm going to tell you.
Yes, you do.
It is.
And this is
our town. Our county is crooked. You're 110% right, Rick. But it's not because the school board took the school board members out to eat at Morton's. We've talked about it before, and you know why we've got a crooked town.
Wait. Who paid for the school board to go eat steak at the most expensive steakhouse? No, I'm sorry.
Not the most expensive steakhouse, but the taxpayers, and you know that. But it is a business, and that is how it's funded.
No, it ain't no business.
It is a business.
Look, you're once again.
I'm a
here
liberal.
Comes Julie trying to justify the unjustifiable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. So I've got some questions for you, Rick. This is Chuck. If you don't mind, I've got a couple.
Well, I've got a lot of questions for you, Chuck.
Okay. Well, good. That makes me feel important. I love you.
All right.
One of the things is, so your opinion. Again, this is we cannot verify these documents have been floating around the internet, but it would be silly for us to just not talk about it because we see the same things that you guys do. We're just regular people. We just have microphones.
Well, actually, what
would your
you
suggestion?
should do?
What would you hold on 1 second? What would your suggestion be? To never do anything like this? To just have the money sit at the office, have the money when you have these in-services, don't buy lunch for the teachers, or just tell teachers, hey, look, bring your own brown bag like you do every single day. Like, what would your suggestion be if you were in this, if the roles were reversed and you were a superintendent?
Well, see, they have cafeteria. They have a whole group of young'uns that do excellent food preparation out at Liberty.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
That's what the school board needs to eat. They don't need to be going out here. They definitely do not need to be carted off to hold their little secret gatherings in Nash Vegas. See, we went through an episode. Y'all are so young to be so quick to try to justify the unjustifiable because we have had instances in the Madison County school system of some jokers on your school board that were culling up at my number one restaurant on I-40. You know where is this, Chuck? You know where the best fried chicken in the whole world is?
Talking about Gus's?
On I-40.
Yeah. Where are you talking about, Rick? You're not talking about building
the log
this place
cabin
he had up there. Okay,
Yeah.
the
The
log
log
cabin.
cabin.
Yeah.
That is a nice
Yeah.
place.
I've never been there.
And
but
they got
Anything. It's not just the Waffle House. It's pretty good.
No. You, if you don't eat at the log cabin, y'all are missing it. So,
Can we pay for the board to go there?
Do what?
Can the board eat at the log cabin?
No, because they shouldn't be meeting at
the state capitol.
any other. See, y'all have a problem. You think that government needs to be treated like Julie and her business, gathering up her crowd and taking them wherever. But see, government entity needs to be above reproach. And so instantly, Sunshine Law comes to effect. And not only that, but see, there's slush money in your school system. We hadn't got the money to put special education in place to teach our babies how to read now. But now Jackson, Madison County goofballs have plenty of money to cart their little fat tails down I-40 to Nashville, Tennessee, and eat at the second most expensive steakhouse in the state. See, that is called a lack of ethical behavior.
I think it's just a conference.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
No.
If you ran this thing and you were trying to change a culture and you didn't do special,
bull. I call bull sugar on you.
Well,
Chuck.
tell me about all the businesses that you've ran, that you've taken over, that have been in shambles, and you've changed a culture. Tell me about what you would do.
See, the problem with your schoolhouse being in shambles is because the community chose. Okay, the community of Jackson, Madison County chose to put their dollars and their support behind their private school antics.
But listen,
and ultimately, you asked me, I'm
is
answering.
They're not in shambles
No,
because
the
of Marlon
problem
King.
is-
He came in and inherited a mess, and he's cleaning it up. The man's been here 2.5 years. He's cleaning it up. Okay, go ahead. How's he not?
No. He's not cleaning anything up because his primary function, which he has continually to fail at accomplishing, is teaching these babies how to read. And I can't wait until the state legislature comes down and mandates that children in Madison County School and across the state of Tennessee, if they do not meet the standard of reading and comprehension to the third grade reading level, they will not be passed on into a diluted system that does not provide the results that the system is in business for. And that is a legitimately educated young person that has the tools in their toolbox in order to succeed in life.
Well, we all want that.
If they're not,
that's
again, what we all want.
We've seen these ideas, we've seen these laws, but I don't know if you understand that teachers are not magic, right? They don't get up there and speak magic to these children. There are all kinds of things at play, not just in Madison County, but in any county that could slow down a child's learning. The biggest would be parental involvement or lack thereof. We don't know about all these children's home lives, right? We don't know about the help that they give at home. We don't know about some of the disabilities that they have. There's vast differences. The whole public-private school argument is completely ridiculous. A private school can say, no, I'm sorry, we can't offer that service here. A public school cannot. There's all kinds of things that come into play and all kinds of differences, but to just say, well, the teachers aren't teaching, that's crazy.
You know what
I
else
don't
affects
believe
kids?
that.
You know what else affects kids?
What's that?
A bad morale with teachers who are burnt out,
Right.
And feel
And
underappreciated.
Teachers just flipping the system. You have to control the variables that you. I will argue this to now. The massage thing, who knows? I mean, some of these things would I take out? Yeah, probably. But again, we don't even know that that's true. By the way, none of us know that it's true. We're operating on the basis that it is. But I'm saying, even if it was all true, I don't know how tore up I am, because you have to have employee retention. You have to control the variables that you can. You cannot control what a child's home life is.
Nope.
You cannot control what's going on, what learning disabilities they have, anything like that. You can't control your state money that you receive in. The only variables that you can control as the superintendent is your team, right? And your team being, other administrators, people in the superintendent's office, your teachers, your principals, things like that. So if you're going to build that morale to really make a difference, it's not just, hey, you're getting this check. Here's your, $35,000, $40,000, right? You get this check, so just go make these kids read. That's not how it works. It's impossible to think that.
That's not how it works.
If Dr. King can't get a massage once a week and a steak from Morton's, I don't want him.
Yeah. It's a tough job.
Who is that, Chuck? Who's
Clint
your
Dorff.
guest?
Clint.
It's Julie's guest. I'm Julie's
my
guest as
guest.
well. That's Clint. I love Clint.
How you doing,
He's
Rick?
awesome on here.
Who are you?
I'm Clint
What do you do
Doris.
for a living?
How you doing? I'm for the
Yeah,
schools,
what
buddy.
do you do for a living? You're what?
I'm in real estate. What do you do, Rick?
Oh, you're in real estate. Okay.
Yes, sir. And you know
All
what
right,
affects
so-
real estate? Our schools. And I think our schools
Well, you know what?
could be a lot
You know
better.
what
I don't
really
know what, Rick.
affects our schools is jackleg developers that go out here and build things in floodplains. That's what it really means.
So that's the way that our schools develop.
See, because y'all are all into building buildings for these,
Hey, Rick.
Julie knows the truth. She tells the truth on the radio.
We got a
sometimes.
developer with a sidewalk built right up to the school that they're about to build, that the city
Yeah,
made
but
them
you don't
build,
have a.
and we can't even get our own sidewalks. Look, I want the schools to be better, but you're not making them any better.
No. You believe that a cinder block building will facilitate babies being taught how
No,
to
but I believe I went to the Pope School portables 40 years ago. I sat in those crappy portables, and I went to East, and that was a crappy school, and I went to JCM, and that was a crappy school, and they paint all the walls green so you don't get excitable, and all my teachers were great, and I think we need better buildings, and I think we need to spend money to do that because I think children need to feel good because some people like to have a better outlook on life than they get from you on a daily basis.
Oh, no. See, y'all live in a fantasy world. See, you haven't been
the one that's better than the one I live in now.
on a world basis or even on a national basis because you always want to build new cinder block buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And the education that is being...
When have we built a new cinder block building?
Well, I guess maybe he was referring to Pope, but again,
Yeah.
there are some things that are inarguable, right? We have to believe in things like psychology, right? I believe that I have been happier at times in my life when things are nicer, when there are nicer things around me, right?
Absolutely.
There are reasons.
Morton's.
Yeah, Morton's is a great example.
Massages.
But it is one of those things where I could see the value in a child, a young impressionable child, especially a child who may not have the best home life, right? Who may not have the nicest things, with something as simple as a school, something to be proud of there. I can remember when I was in elementary school, I was in Crockett County, and Bells is a very nice school back in the day, and I'm sure it still is, but there was a big deal, right? You would play like your your baseball all-star leagues or basketball, whatever it was, and you'd play another school in the district, right? Bells and Alamo or Bells and Mercy, whatever it was. There was a pride to be from there, right? There was such a thing as a school pride, and that makes a difference in education. So yeah, if a building's falling apart and a roof is leaking and kids are hearing a constant drip in the back of a classroom, I mean, these are reasonable. These are reasonable things.
The pride is the number one thing, and I think that's what Rick must forget is we have been under a lawsuit for years, and the school system has been hamstrung. And the reason we lost the pride is because when I was born, you went to Pope, you went to East, you went to Northside Junior, you went to Northside High. Then they started consolidating everywhere. Yeah. I don't know where you go now. I don't even know which building is JCM. The only school with any pride left is essentially Southside because the Southsiders have always been in that same neighborhood. So we've shipped everybody everywhere. There's no neighborhood pride anymore. You don't even know where you're going to go. Right. And all those people did go to private school because it was a bad situation. I think we're coming out of it.
Community
finally.
Schools are a big thing. But again, this isn't some Marlon King, same way it was Eric Turner or Eric Jones?
Eric Bond. No, Eric Bond's a real estate. Eric Jones.
Eric Jones. Same way he did. I mean, they inherited a lot of this mess. And we say that on here. It's the same way the politician. Like at some point, it's not like a new marriage, right? Where you start with a blank slate. You have to deal with what you have, and then you have to try to make that better. That's the only thing you can do. And he was brought in to fix a lot of these things. And my man's been doing it 2.5 years. It can't be fixed overnight. It can't be fixed overnight. But everybody can agree the arrow's pointing up.
No.
You don't think the arrow's not pointing up?
No.
Okay.
You are the most illiterate county in the state of Tennessee.
Now, we've disproven that, and I will tell you.
You keep going back to a United Way report that takes in things like poverty, health care, things like that.
Yes, but I will also tell you that this came in on our advanced rehab text line, and it says Morton's is the 19th most expensive steakhouse. The most expensive steakhouse in Nashville is a place called Catbird Seat.
Right.
The second is a place called Bourbon Steak. Morton's is number 19.
I wouldn't lower myself to Morton's.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get this guy on the board.
Well, actually, you're missing the most expensive that one of your other county officials used to go weekly at and spend your tax money by the steakhouse, by the football stadium. Are you familiar with that one?
Acme
You need to
Feed.
research.
Which football stadium? We have a handful of them here in Tennessee.
He's talking
No,
about
no,
Nashville,
the
so not
Titans.
Titans.
The Titans
Are you
Stadium,
talking about
Chuckles.
Pharmacy or Acme Feed or?
No. I'm talking about the steakhouse, Julie, you've never been to by the Titan football stadium.
What's it called? How do you know I've never
You
been?
look it up. You look it up.
That's
Yeah.
a chore.
So-
I'm
so
going to a place
again-
called the Lobbyist in
So
Memphis
so
this
again,
weekend. So
Again,
how does that make you feel?
Explain to me the significance of a school board being carted off to Morton Steakhouse in Nash Vegas, and what a magical leadership discussion developed out of that steakhouse. See, Morton's is known as the most
We know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know what it is.
Everyone
We
that
know
cares
who
about
eats
Morton's
there.
knows exactly what it is.
No,
and
no,
one
we
else
know
cares.
who eats at Morton's.
Are you
Don't we,
talking
Chuck?
about Jimmy Kelly's Steakhouse?
Yeah, who eats at Morton's?
No.
Bob's?
Anyway,
Honestly, don't
long
go there.
story short, let's get back on teaching babies how to read,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got nothing to do with building another cinder block building because Chuck, if you're dealing with an outhouse that stinks badly,
You just bulldoze it down.
you
I'm
can,
dealing
no,
with
no,
one
no,
now.
no, you don't bulldoze it because that's not going to solve the problem. Chuckles will go out and build a $1 million structure over his stinking outhouse.
Yeah, what else am I going to do
thinking
with
that
$1
he's
million?
accomplished
Might as well.
something.
Right.
Yeah.
This
so,
came in
so
on-
essentially, this has been going on documented-wise since 1995. Madison County school system has failed miserably. 2 out of 10 students achieve the ability to read and comprehend to the 3rd grade reading level.
Maybe in kindergarten. We got to take a break. I'll be
No,
right
see,
back.
you're missing.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
CWA Development is a reliable and experienced company that provides a wide range of maintenance, restoration, and renovation services for both commercial and residential customers. Fire and water damage restoration, plumbing, drywall insulation and repair, gutter and roof cleaning, power washing, fence and deck repairs, and a whole lot more. CWA Development. They emphasize their commitment to customer satisfaction through integrity and excellence. Licensed and insured for their work. CWA Development are available for calls Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sundays for emergencies. CWA has a combined experience of over 80 years, commercial and residential maintenance, as well as restoration and renovation. CWA strives for your satisfaction with service focused on integrity and excellence. Call CWA today at 731-503-9598. Call CWA today, 731-503-9598. CWA Development.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan, so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love. Custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
This is still one of my favorite songs.
It's a great one.
It's so good. I miss the 90s. Welcome back to Julie Said It. We've just got a few more minutes until Mr. Walker takes over with Walker Talks. We've had an interesting day.
A lot of real estate and then a lot of schools.
Some rap music.
But, you know, a lot of it's tied together, though. Growth, schools, businesses, real estate, development.
Yes,
I mean, it's
all of
all connected. It may seem, well, I don't do real estate, so I don't care. Well, yeah, you do. You do care.
Yeah,
you do
you
care
care.
about growth. You do care about
care.
smart growth. You do care about the school system.
You just don't know yet you care.
Right. Well, let me say this. You would get to decide if you care or not, but as far as what affects you,
you care.
You care.
Well, it affected me when I was on school in that Green East campus, and I stumbled next door and bought that 666 tape.
It affected you.
It matters.
It does. We're going to catch up on some texts that came in on our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. This came in and said, Rick be like, you don't know about that steakhouse by the Titans Stadium? What steakhouse? Google it. Rick can't even figure out what he's talking about, so he tells other people to Google.
Google it.
What a beep idiot. Rick sounds like that kid in school trying to explain a book he's never read. This came in and said Rick's name should be 50 Cent Gas, and they also asked if Julie were a rapper, what would her name be?
Ooh, I'm curious about that.
This is good. You don't already have a rap name. I do not believe that.
Yeah, I think
I don't believe
I would
this
think
at all.
that you should.
Let's call Chris.
Yeah, surely you have a rap name.
Julie J.
No, that's terrible.
It's pretty bad. No, you better tell me
Julie
yours then.
J? I don't. You know, I used to.
I'm Gangsta D. I'm gonna come right out.
You are?
There's a track out there.
Is there really?
You don't have to find
that
it.
man.
We're gonna find
Straight out of
that.
Oxford.
Yeah, straight out of Oxford.
That is awesome. I'm so done with both of y'all today. I don't know. I guess mine would be the Cortis. Jeffrey Court. The Cortis.
Boo.
No? Okay, well then what would it be? You give me one.
I will. Don't worry.
Well, Smoking Jay?
That's too cliche.
Tell me.
I'd have to think about it. I'm gonna have to incorporate Diet Cokes in there. I mean, it's gonna have some
DC
Black
Julie?
House.
Juicy Julie.
DC.
No, DC, not
I thought you
Juicy.
said Juicy. I'm sorry.
I'm not making an ode to being fat as my
Oh,
rap
girl, you
name.
ain't fat.
Shoot, tell the doctor. No. I don't know what mine would be. I don't know.
Tell it.
I don't know. Smart mouth? I don't know.
Maybe the texters will help us out with that.
Yeah.
Rick's probably going to be the leading.
Rick is going to say the rapper that never went to the steakhouse by the Titans.
And honestly, do you care that you haven't been
No.
to the steakhouse by the Titans?
I don't think you want to be.
Is it that big a deal?
No, but I'm trying to think honestly, and he must be talking about on the Gulch side because I've been Acme Feed is like the last thing down there.
You don't want to be over by the stadium, right? I mean, you want to cross the river and go do your
Shoney's
social.
over there. I love a good Shoney's.
Yeah.
See, that's where I would go. I'd go for breakfast. I mean, I don't need all these nice things.
Well, that's where Rick and the school board are
Yeah.
going. He's right.
They're going to Shoney's.
Going to Shoney's.
Take me and Shoney's. I quit.
Yeah. Honestly, I think if we had more Shoney's on that list, then everybody would have been happy because you're getting a good breakfast buffet.
I think they want everybody to have a McDouble, $1.25, and that's what they want.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't understand. And again, we don't even know that it's true, but we do know that it was typed out in like a 1995 word processor. Like I can remember,
Like you're forging your grades.
I think the font is Comic Sans. I remember that.
It looks like I'm guilty of this all the time. I'm watching this show. It was on FX years ago, but I watch it now like on the treadmill. It's called The Americans. And it's about like during the Cold War and these Russian spies that are here. It's really, really good. But like you're seeing people with typewriters, and that's what I'm picturing out in my head.
My dad made me take typing because he was on the front line and didn't have to go into battle because he could type the letters. And so he made me take typing.
Just in case.
And I would never go to the military, but then we had a computer revolution, so I'm glad I can type pretty good.
See,
there you go. Same. Well, it's officially 10 o'clock, so that means I can't say it anymore, and it's time for Chuck to talk.
That's right.
All right.
About daggum time. You gonna hang out? Y'all gonna hang out for a minute?
I got a little bit of time I can hang out.
We've got time carrying. Listen, you guys act right with Tom here. I know it's 420, and this is,
happy
Dope Smoker
420.
Super Bowl. But listen to me. Don't you upset Tom. Tom does not play these games.
So I probably don't need
He has
this.
an ascot. He's not playing these games
So
on
I
420
probably
with you.
should not play because I got high right now.
Oh, yeah. You need to show however
I'm
you want
just
to.
kidding.
End your show, turn up the music, and we'll make the transition.
Let's do it.
Will Mayor Conger retain his position as mayor of the city? Find out first on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at newstalk965.com and across our social media platforms. Election return coverage presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. World-class care focused on you with Dan Reeves, Gina Langlet, Chuck Walker, John Avery Emerson, and Gabe Hart at the Election Commission headquarters. News Talk 96.5 FM election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd, presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired, with locations in Martin, Dyersburg, and 111 Stonebridge Boulevard in Jackson. SportsOrthoSpine.com. Election return coverage Tuesday, May 2nd. Listen on News Talk 96.5 FM. Listen or watch at NewsTalk965.com or by downloading our free mobile apps that fit Apple and Android products. Presented by Sports Orthopedics Inspired. Tuesday, May 2nd, beginning at 6 p.m. Only on News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
They say
Welcome in to Walker Talks here on an absolutely beautiful Thursday. I cannot wait to get outside and enjoy this beautiful day. I'm hoping you're somewhere where you can do the same. If you're in your car, if you're listening to us on the app, newstalk965.com. If you're watching us online, newstalk965.com. We appreciate you being out there. Little Bob Marley bringing you in here on the 420. Now, look, a little bit of housekeeping. I don't know how this fell where 420 landed on the same day we interviewed Tom Scuteri. And I know a lot of you like to text in questions to Tom, and Tom loves to take those. Tom's the very best. He's a Pentagon reporter. But look, Pothead, I know this is your Super Bowl. I have already seen the advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. Pothead, I'm going to ask you to not bother Tom during him bringing us the news of the world for the first 30 minutes of the day. Leave Tom alone. He doesn't want to know about, what you think your favorite flavor of Doritos are to eat when you're smoking your ganja. Okay, Tom doesn't care about that. All right, we're not going to ask Tom questions about 420. So before you take your Dorito-stained hands and fire off a text to our advanced rehab text line, just know that is not what Tom is here for. Tom will not be handling those questions today. Good morning, Tom. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Look, I can tell already. I've been listening to Julie's show. I've been listening to Daybreak. People, This is the Super Bowl for Pothead in West Tennessee. They're very excited today that it's 420. This is the day that they really celebrate. I just want to let them know this is not what you do here.
That's right. Thank you.
This is not what we do. Now, we do have news to get into from all over the place, but it seems like we always start our day with Ukraine, so let's go ahead and do that. It looks like, or NATO, Ukraine, it's all the same. Looks like Sweden may get in, right? It may get in just in time before the mid-July meeting.
Well, Defense Secretary Austin was in Sweden yesterday, and at a joint press conference with his Swedish counterpart, he was asked about it, and he predicted that he thinks Sweden will get approval for NATO before the big July meeting NATO's planning to have in Lithuania. And so, as some listeners know, it takes all 31 members, because Finland just got in, to vote yes on admission of a new member, and Turkey and Hungary have blocked Sweden for different reasons. Many people think that Turkey is holding out until after their elections, which are in May next month, and that then they would move to vote on it. Erdogan, who's running for re-election as president of Turkey, has been using the issue about Sweden allegedly keeping, Kurdish militants and protecting them as an election issue. So that's one reason. Hungary, it's less clear. The President Orban, Prime Minister Orban, he's friends with Putin. He's using Sweden sort of as a whipping boy also for his domestic political needs. So, but Austin seemed to have confidence. Let me tell you a little bit about when you say a date like that. For Austin to say something like that, we believe they're going to be in by July, May. He says May cross the finish line. That's still for him more of a prediction or look ahead than he usually provides publicly, because he doesn't want to be locked into a timetable for anything for reasons that are obvious. That would be great if Sweden gets in for them. His visit there, in a way, was both symbolic as well as nuts and bolts type of issues to show the U.S. continued support of Sweden. And to let Russia know that even though Sweden is not a member of NATO, that NATO nations will protect it.
I don't know. Remind me some of the countries that are against Sweden getting in, because I know that there are some NATO nations that are.
Two. It's just Hungary. It's two. Turkey and Hungary.
I knew Turkey was one. Turkey and Hungary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hungary.
And what's the reason for that?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, what's the real reason? I think is both is domestic politics in both of those countries. The leaders are using it as a political hammer to help them, get the nationalistic platforms to run on. The Turks are unhappy because Sweden gives political sanctuary to many individuals from around the world, including Kurds. And the Turks say that some of the people that Sweden's giving political sanctuary to are wanted on a plot to overthrow the government in Turkey. Those allegations against those individuals are not necessarily accepted by most countries of the world. They think that Turkey's just overstating who was involved in this plot or this attempted coup that was failed. Okay, and then during the course of negotiations this year, a protester, not from Sweden, but part of a protest, burned a copy of the Quran, the holy book of Muslims, and that further inflamed the Turks because they took it as an insult, which it was. And the Swedish government understood that and denounced it, and then they banned that type of protest from happening again. So they took action after it happened.
Right.
But the Turks then said, well, the Swedish government let that happen. Of course, you and I know in a country that has free speech, like the United States and like Sweden, that people do protest and they'll do stuff like this, the sort of actions to call attention dramatically and perhaps wrongly to call attention to their cause.
Right.
And this was a provocation. And interestingly enough, the same individual then traveled to Denmark for a similar protest, and the Danes were aware of who he was, and they didn't let him do it in Denmark, in other words, repeat the burning of the Quran in the protest in Denmark. So that's the Turkish complaint. The Hungary, their opposition is much more vague. Basically, they say that Sweden said nasty things about Hungary's democracy, that it wasn't a real democracy, and that was insulting to Hungary. So therefore, how can we vote for them when they were insulting to us?
I got you. Okay, so that makes sense then. But again, just two of them, not enough to keep them out. Well, I thought this was interesting because, and you and I have talked about this before, and I know you look at news from all over the place, but I watch a lot of videos, which I'm depending on the translation to be correct, the little closed captioning or whatever at the bottom, of what goes on in Russia, because it's completely different, obviously, what happens in their press conferences and news conferences and things like that. But I'm seeing on here where they've launched a video campaign seeking an opportunity to prove that you're a real Russian man. They're looking for about 400,000 volunteer soldiers to go to Ukraine.
Yeah, they have they have a need for more soldiers there. And this was an interesting gambit because they had a draft and then they had a mandatory call-up. And about 2 weeks ago, they started sending new draft notices via electronically as a way to keep in check people who are trying to leave the country on them, okay? And so the British intelligence were the ones that reported it. And the videos and the media things, as you said, they challenged these Russians to be, quote, a real man.
Does that still work? I guess it does.
It does still work. I mean, and the Russian, it appeals to a certain element of the Russian male population. Putin, when he was younger, would parade around on horseback, bare-chested, to show he was a real man. So that's part of the mystique that he tries to create in Russia of himself and other Russian males. But 400,000 is a huge number of volunteers. Think about that.
Right.
That's the size of it's bigger than our Marine Corps, for example, right there, and it's almost the size of our Army. Of our Army. And of course, they have an army already. This would be adding to the numbers they have, million plus soldiers. So they have had trouble getting any kind of, they've had to draft people because no one wants to go to Ukraine. So remember, they're seeking volunteers. It's an interesting campaign. British, as I said, British military intelligence is all over it, as well as the Russian media suggesting that this campaign is. The one video that the one document that the Brits found was this real man campaign. Well, but here's the thing, Chuck, that you can ask me probably in the future and won't be able to answer. How successful was this? And did they get to 400,000? We may never know exactly how many, if any, they get through this campaign.
Right, yeah. Well, and you may just get volunteered. You know what I mean? Like, you may not even have to volunteer. They'll just volunteer you. I could see.
Yeah, you're walking on the street and you become a volunteer.
Congratulations, sir. You get to prove your manhood now. Here's a one-way ticket to Ukraine and a rifle. Yeah, it could be something like that. Tom, this comes in for you on our advanced rehab.
Okay.
We have a couple of weird ones I'm not going to read because, again, I knew what these people were doing. They woke up early this morning. Normally these guys get up around noon, but they woke up early this morning. But this one comes in and says, Tom, is there any truth to the leak that President Putin is receiving chemotherapy?
That's it's funny. It's funny that listener asked that question because a friend of mine was just asking me that this morning. We were talking about Putin's health because there's been a rumor out there that Putin has a double. And when quote unquote Putin visited Ukraine, occupied Ukraine earlier this week, it was actually his body double who did it.
Okay.
And because the face looks healthier, he looks just more this Putin that version of Putin, a little more healthy.
Right.
Directly to the question about chemotherapy, I can't answer that with precision. However, I will tell you that, there are a lot of reputable intelligence sources who think that Putin's not in the best of health, okay? He may be on steroids, for example, which would account for how his face looks different on different occasions. He's puffy sometimes and not puffy. And he's having trouble walking now and then. He's 7 years old, which is not that old, but, it's dramatically different than 10 years ago when his health is. So, there's rumors and sometimes you see there's rumors that he's very ill, but I've never seen it in like the British military intelligence I cited earlier. I haven't seen them talk about his health being critical or that he's getting chemo or any specific kinds of treatment. It's more like he may be getting treated for cancer or he may be getting treated for this. There are indications, there are rumors, there are, observations, etc.
Right.
Nobody has pinned it down so precisely.
Tom, this is something we talk about time to time on my show, usually without you. And it's not funny at all. But then I still don't know what I believe on it. But the Pentagon, every so often, they'll throw this out there and they'll say, look, they're tracking over 650 cases of potential UAP, which we can call it UFO, but it's because I'm assuming it's relatively
UFO,
the same thing. Incidents reported. The Pentagon's actually talking about this now. All these crazy people
with
tinfoil on their head.
Yeah. They have to now because Congress has put the hammer on them through legislation that requires the Pentagon to give these reports because the Pentagon was supposed to voluntarily share this information with Congress, and they didn't do it.
Right.
And so now they're required to come, I think, at least twice a year or on some scheduled basis or on demand, by a House or Senate. So it was yesterday, Wednesday, Sean Kirkpatrick, he's the director of what's called, you'll love this, right? The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, okay?
Okay.
The All-Domain, I'll repeat that because I know listeners love hearing it so much. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And, he gave a report, and he said the Pentagon is tracking about 650 incidents of these unidentified flying objects, what you and I call unidentified flying objects.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that his shop, of course, has found no evidence of alien activity. He was before the Senate Armed Services Committee. Now, half of these reports of unidentified aerial phenomena, as he called it, have been prioritized for further review and to examine if, why they can't conclude what they are. He said, there's some that may be unresolved because of a lack of hard data. Now, of course, none of this testimony reflects these Chinese balloons or anything like that, which was one of the legitimate questions. Well, how many of these may have been balloons and stuff? And
right.
There was nothing out that, this number is up a little bit from the last summary, which was, they're supposed to do, like I said, every 6 months, as I said. And so the last summary made public was last August, about 6 months ago, a little less. And there was 510 cases they were tracking and cataloged. So, some of them may have been resolved and the new ones found. So the numbers are a little bit of apples and oranges, other than the fact that the number's higher now, by about 100 or so higher than it was in last summer. So that's one thing you can take.
It's interesting. I don't know how important it may be. Very important depending on what movies you watch, but it's because I know how serious you guys have to be, and I know how dry the Pentagon is, and you've told us sometimes how they answer questions or don't, or give you just ridiculous words to figure out what the answer is. What's it like when they talk, when you're sitting there and they bring this up? Like, I mean, are you ever like, I can't believe in 30 plus years of doing this is what we're talking about?
That happens sometimes, but the other thing that happens is equally, I'll address that in a moment, but I find it very interesting is you Chuck, you ask the questions that people want to ask. So listen to this. So this guy, Sean Kirkpatrick, who I told you, he was testifying yesterday before the Senate Armed Services Committee. And if anyone's ever been to one of these hearings, there's the senators, and then they're behind the senators are their aides who help them, with questions and research. Or I'm not, that's the way it works. So last month, Kirkpatrick, the same guy who was right in front of them, he co-authored a paper, a theory with a Harvard professor. Listen to this. That the theory that some of these recent objects, the ones that they're studying, appear to defy physics and could be, his word, probes from an extraterrestrial mothership. Now, he wrote that and published this paper, his theory. The guy who has nobody asked him about that yesterday.
Wow.
Now, they asked him about the Chinese balloon because it's in the news, and as I said, of course they wouldn't. That makes a lot of sense. But it's like he wrote this paper on the record. It was this last month. It wasn't like he wrote it 10 years ago. It's recent, last month. Don't you want to say, well, why do you think they might be probes from extraterrestrial motherships?
Right.
No one asked them.
That blows my mind. I mean, this could be.
That blows my mind, yeah.
I still kind of chuckle when I read that, but maybe I shouldn't. I mean, I certainly can't refute these reports, and if the Pentagon's saying it, I don't think I can be like, well, this is not really true. It doesn't seem like it would be true, but this is one of these deals that may not be a big deal until all of a sudden one day it is.
Right.
So, all right. Well, this is potentially, these leaks have really been a big deal. What are we looking at? Over a week now? 2 weeks? Time's kind of running.
2 weeks.
Almost 2 weeks.
2 weeks since. It's 2 weeks since the leaks hit Twitter and Telegram, that type of thing. Now, leaks have been out. They were out there before on those smaller sites, but yeah, 2 weeks now, and they're still every day. We're still getting leaks to cost them. They were yesterday there was a hearing before the Senate. The Senate, was senators at large were briefed yesterday by the Pentagon officials and intelligence officials on the leaks, and the senators who came out and spoke to the press, according to reports, I wasn't there. Senator Warner of Virginia, he's the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, said, I think there's a whole host of questions still to be answered. Mm-hmm. And he said, we're not sure how to do this, to make this sort of continuous vetting that you and I talked about on Tuesday, to find a way to spot it. And some of the other senators were a little more blunt. Johnson, he's a senator from Wisconsin, said, by and large, I would typify it as a bureaucratic gobbledygook. I mean, he's talking about the briefing, that they didn't get an answer. And Lindsey Graham, of South Carolina, said, I was just as confused now as I was before the briefing. So, I think it reflects that the Pentagon still doesn't know, the extent of, there's two issues here, or two and a half. Well, there's two. There's how extensive is the leak, and when is it going to stop? They have no idea on that. Right. The second part of it is, why did this guy do it beyond what we think we know,
Right.
Why he did it, and how do you prevent that kind of thing from happening? I read something this morning, Chuck, that was very interesting, that he said, they'll focus on how this leak happened and stopping that from happening again in the future. But there's always other ways. The present system is so full of holes, there's other ways to have leaks. So it was very frustrating to the senators.
And I could see what when Marco Rubio said he wanted to know the full extent of it. I keep going back to this. It says in the notes here that he had a TS, SCI security classification, and that's just about the highest classification. The kid's 21. Yeah. Is this normal? Was he special in any way or anything?
Yeah. It's interesting. Austin was asked that yesterday at the briefing as well, with at what was in Sweden. And he said, you forget that most of the people in the military are younger people, mm-hmm. And they can come in as early as 18, and a lot of young people, 21, 22-year-olds, are vested with a lot of responsibility and authority. And that's the way the military is set up, and, even in the battlefield and so forth. So it's not that unusual that a young person in the military would have a lot of responsibility and authority. And the classifications, or security classifications, really doesn't. It's really designated by what you have to do, and so what's puzzling to me is why this type of intelligence was being handled by a National Guard unit, as opposed to the actual Air Force intelligence apparatus within the Department of the Air Force. Now, the National Guard, does a lot of things as part of the military, and I'm not trying to take that away from them. That's what was so puzzling, that it was sort of delegated out. I don't think they were handling anything, and I think, he had access to it from a past job, and that's why he was able to access the information. It wasn't, I'm guessing this, it doesn't seem like he was on a specific job where he was required, because the intelligence he's leaking was all over the board, all over the world. It wasn't like it was just Ukraine or China or, Europe. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So he was had access to this documents that he was putting out there to impress his friends. According to what we've been told.
The Pentagon has been pretty adamant, pretty clear. Hey, look, we don't have any soldiers at all in Ukraine, not one. Well, these leaks are saying we had 14 in February. My first question would be, are these active duty military people, according to these leaks, or are these people who used to be in special forces? Because I do know that there have been some Americans who are retired military or whatever who have gone over to Ukraine to help the Ukrainians. But according to the leaks, would these be active military members?
Well, so let me. Here's what I can tell you for sure: is there are U.S. forces in Ukraine as part of the detail at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv.
Okay.
Not unlike every embassy, most every embassy around the world, you'll often see U.S. Marines, at the front gate as part of the embassy detachment detail. Now, there's the leak suggests that some of the detail are not quote unquote just Marines, but special forces elements, okay, and to be part of that embassy detail, which I thought was unusual to hear, but apparently it's not the only place that could be happening, and that is for a couple reasons. One is the Marines are stretched thin, and so you're augmenting the more traditional Marine detail with members of other service branches. Second, because there is a war going on, and there might be the need at some point to have an operation quickly to evacuate the embassy personnel, say, that you want to have individuals as part of that embassy military detail who have that skill level beyond what a normal, drill detail would be able to do.
Right.
So you don't have to send people in. That's different than having special forces or special forces, but it's not a one tag says all. There's different elements of special forces within the military ranks, and the Navy, and the Marines, and the Army. They all have their own little versions of them, and so they would be augmenting the usual kind of Marine detail. This is what I'm hearing. Now, that doesn't mean that's true. And that's just the danger of leaks. It says, there's 14 special forces operators in Ukraine, and people immediately think they're on the front lines or doing something, night duty, nefarious duties at night. And there's often more to the story. I'm not taking away from the leak. I'm just trying to put it into context.
And I know it gets so hard for you and people like you out there because these leaks, it seems like we're just getting, a couple of drips every single day.
Yeah.
But then,
Yeah.
which are true, and a lot of them seem to be true just from the reaction of the Pentagon. But then, eventually, here comes some altered stuff, or here comes some fake stuff, and so just what. But to the mass public, at this point, I think whatever you see on your social media site or however it is you consume news, the most Americans are probably going to just believe whatever is thrown out there, and that can become dangerous as well.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I like to try to help, when I can, as you give, opportunity, because we have enough time always to put it into context. I'm not saying it's not true. It's just saying, well, what's the most accurate version of what we're reading in a leak?
One thing real quick, Tom, before you go, I know we're running out of time here. This North Korean spy plane, it seems to me to be counterintuitive to announce that you have a spy plane. It seems like that's not what a spy plane should do. Is this a big deal, little deal, or no deal?
It's a big deal. I mean, the fact that they have a plan on lots of satellites, that would be, that would be helpful for them to gather intelligence on targets if they wanted to do that. They had a test launch of something, and it was a low-res photos of South Korean cities, which basically weren't any good for reconnaissance,
Right.
So now, we'll see if they could put a satellite into orbit. That would require a long-range ballistic missile to put it into orbit, which they're not supposed to have under UN sanctions. So, there's that element of the story. Part of it is, why do you announce something? Well, part of it is bluster as well.
Sure.
Kind of to keep, I want attention on me still. Kim, Jong, he likes that.
Big deal for them.
It's a big deal for them. It's a way to tell the North Koreans, there's a leader. See, we're keeping pace. We're a major power, a major player in the world. He announced it after just like a day or two after the United States, Japan, and South Korea announced that the three nations for the first time were going to conduct regular defensive drills in the region. So, they said that. So he's saying this, that whole game of back and forth that we talk about all the time. That's part of it as well. Everyone sort of believes that North Korea has a nuclear program, and this would be part of it. You want to be able to have reconnaissance satellites to pinpoint where you want to fire your missiles.
Yeah, and just everyone seems so much more comfortable now stepping out against U.S. nations and their allies. I don't particularly like it as a U.S. citizen, but it seems that all these countries now are very comfortable stepping out against us. And I know North Korea has always been full of bluster. I mean, with Kim Jong-un and then his father. I mean, I get this is what they do, but they're just their level of comfortability with it but bothers me. Tom Scuteri, Pentagon reporter, the very best in the business. We always love our chats, Tom.
Thank you, my friend. I'll see you. Have a great weekend.
You
and
too.
I will see you on Tuesday.
On Tuesday, my man. Be good, brother.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Tom Scuteri, bringing it to you. I mean, guys, we may have aliens. We have 600. Maybe that's a distraction. I'm going to get to these text messages because I know I saw one of these in here. Pothead, I'm doing one more for you. This is a Grateful Dead. Celebrate accordingly. This comes in and says, good morning. Love me some Julian Walker Talks. West Tennessee's best talk show. Thank you so much. We love you too. We appreciate that. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. This says, wow, you really hate plants. No, I didn't want you guys to send in a million messages to Tom asking him his favorite flavor. Do you call them flavors of weed? I don't guess you do. His favorite, weed. Tom does not do that. Tom has a scarf. You've never met a man that owns a scarf that's blazing weed. It's impossible. He is a Pentagon reporter. He's not showing up with a bag of Funyuns and a pocket full of peanut M&Ms. See, you can't get through security at the Pentagon with a bag of Funyuns and a pocket full of peanut M&Ms. That's how I know he's not blazing it up on what is the Super Bowl for Pothead. This comes in and says, oh crap, I didn't say you. A couple of them came in, I'm sorry. It says, ask Tom about the Seymour Hersh article talking about how Zelensky and his cronies are buying Russian diesel with U.S. tax dollars and stealing millions. We're going to get into it because you sent me the link. I'll check that out. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398. I knew I saw this pop up. It says Pentagon UFO talk is a distraction. Maybe, but a distraction from what? And what about the one guy who wrote a paper last month on these probes coming out that could potentially be from a mothership? Are we good with this? Is this all a distraction? I have seen Independence Day, but it's been a few years. Lindsay, perhaps this weekend, instead of go see The Covenant, that new movie I wanted to go see, maybe we just rewatch Independence Day so I know how to handle myself if these aliens come back down. This comes in and says on the advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, it says, have you noticed the mainstream media talking heads aren't talking about what's on the leaks? That's a great point. They're just covering how this doesn't happen again and how the government and other agencies can stamp out the leaks that expose the corruption and fiscal waste of our Pentagon. I call it snitch talk. This comes in our advanced rehab text. See? This is coming from a professional. It says, does Tom prefer skunk, hydroponic, or the old school weed you grow in your backyard for your buddies? No, I'm not asking Tom Scuteri that question. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to read that text message on the air. I'm not reading it on the air about skunk, hydroponic, or old school weed that you grow in your backyard. I am not doing that. We're not talking about that with Tom Scuteri. That's not what he does. Tom Scuteri owns a peacoat and a scarf. Do you think he wants to hear questions like that? Do you think a man who has a peacoat and a scarf wants to hear questions about hydroponic weed? Ask yourself that. See? Tom does not like that. Tom has never talked about things that every stoner talks about every 8 minutes. He's never brought up Jerry Garcia. He's never brought up ice cream. He's never had an elaborate discussion on his favorite family-sized bag of chips, right? The party size. He's never done that. See, these are how I know. These are what's known as context clues from Weedhead. Everybody who gets after the devil's lettuce out there, you'll know it early. You'll be talking to them about BRICS, about this coalition of forces who are set out to destroy the U.S. dollar. And the next thing you know, they're going to say something like, hey, do you know they have spicy Funyuns now? They'll just work that into the conversation. See, Tom he's never done that. That's how I know. This is me protecting you from Tom. That man works at the Pentagon. He reports there. He knows about aliens. You want aliens at your house? Smoking up all your weed? No. This is me protecting you from you. You're welcome. asking Tom Scuteri about hydroponic weed. What is wrong with you people? Very upset. This comes in, and it's funny. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. It says, of all the days to not have Bob on, tomorrow we need weed prison stories. Now, Bob has been known to let the proverbial hair down. Bob will talk about a prison story. See, tomorrow, I know you guys, I know Pot Smoker will still be celebrating tomorrow. I get it. You'll still be celebrating, your big day tomorrow. It's kind of like the day after the Super Bowl, the Monday after the Super Bowl. We're still talking about the Super Bowl. So I know that it will still be talking about 420 for you people out there. So yes, we will ask Bob about weed prison stories tomorrow. Bob can let his hair down a little bit. Tom Scuteri. My man has a pea coat, for the love of everything holy. Get a quick phone call in here on our CWA Development phone lines. No need to make you hold. Good morning and welcome in.
Good morning.
Hey, there you are.
Okay, have you taken my advice and started reading military.com before you interview Tom?
No, but I need to. That is very good advice. That's very good advice. Military.
Yeah, that way you could have some up-to-date information.
Okay.
As far as make Tom work for,
Oh, yeah.
airtime. But I'm still curious about this latest scandal involving, Chuck, not only is Madison County, Jackson, Tennessee corrupt and crooked, but they're also elementary in their mindset. That's why they consistently, Julie was born and raised here. So, ultimately, she's not very well traveled. So she thinks this is normal. This is not normal behavior. This is not the first episode that, you got a crooked courthouse that ripped off newlyweds by physically charging them to get married.
Well, no. That was a commissioner. That wasn't the courthouse. I don't think the courthouse had anything to do with that, did they?
No, it was. No. It involved not only an ex-commissioner, it involved the court clerk and his subordinates in the court clerk's office, Chuckles.
The city court
clerk.
See,
you always
the county
want to half-step this stuff. Huh? No, he made appointments. He allowed his employees to collect money illicitly for this commissioner, on and on and on. See? And he also allowed this commissioner to have office space in the court clerk's office. But see, y'all love to work on a different ethical scheme of things, which means you don't practice proper moralistic ethical behavior, especially in the way you run your little backwoods government system around here. You don't account for the monies that you're required to by law, and so when they end up stealing that money from you, the taxpayer, Chuck, because last time I checked with you, you are paying not only county tax, you're also silly enough to pay city tax.
I do pay both.
Yes,
I'm lucky enough to pay both.
That shows me that you probably need to sit down with a personal financial counselor like me.
Right.
And I'll put it out on pencil and paper and show you how gullible you've been based on the services that have not been rendered to you appropriatally.
But I really like my neighborhood. I'd hate to move. I like my neighborhood. I'd hate to move.
Well, that's okay. You love whoever you want to love
Thank you.
In your bedroom with the door locked, because we don't want to see all that perversion here in the public.
I'll take the cameras down. I'll take the cameras down. That's good advice.
Care. I don't care what you do in your house, but when you bring all that garbage out here to the public square,
right?
It ain't happening, brother. We already shown you to the door on that issue. Let's get back to.
I'm not sure which issue that is, but there's not enough time in the day to discuss it. Go ahead.
So let's get back to the alleged school board one more time violating ethical behavior by calling on themselves to meet in secret in Nashville, Tennessee at an expensive steakhouse and we haven't determined whether it was paid with county funds or the superintendent's pocketbook, does not actually, one is actually just as bad as the other. Because what you've got, if in fact the superintendent took money out of his pocket to patronize the school board, he needs to be fired today, son.
See, I can't. Number one, you're operating on the premise that any of this stuff is true. We have no idea. We have no idea. We have not been able to verify it anywhere. You haven't been able to verify it. It looks like a typed up document, like on an old school typewriter. It doesn't look like it was printed on a, like a word processing, computer program. It wasn't in Excel. It wasn't in Quicken. It wasn't any kind of accounting software that I've ever seen in the past 20 some odd years, right? So it looks like an old school type. We don't even know that it's true. We have no idea that it's true, number one. But are you suggesting that the superintendent can't meet with the school board? When they shouldn't meet?
He cannot. No, not in private.
Well, it wasn't in private. It was in a public steakhouse.
No, you can't. Look, that's violation of
allegedly, by the way. I mean, again, we're assuming this sheet floating around is true.
No. See, the school board got caught with their breeches, their underwear showing up there at the log cabin. They were secretly meeting up there, razzmatazing you bumpkins for several years.
And
finally, somebody from Mad County went in there to eat, and lo and behold, who sat there in a group conducting? They can't meet like that. That's against the law, Chuck. See,
it's a sunshine law, but again, we don't know. Just because you didn't see a press release about it, or I didn't see a press release, doesn't mean that there wasn't a press release about it. See, we don't know this. We don't know this to be.
No, everybody's scared. See, we have to bring in outsiders out of Nashville to come down here. It's kind of like y'all are in no man's land in this 19 counties y'all call West Tennessee. You've got massive corruption blatantly open on your main street, and you either deny the inevitable or you just totally blindly not accept that it's happening because
where's the massive corruption on Main Street? Where's the massive corruption?
Well, you're giving away property to some of your wingdings. You're
what property are you talking about?
Private? No.
I'm asking you because I know what you're referring to. Again, I've looked into it. I actually had Julie pull it, right? We can't see any property transfers or anything like that. If you're talking about that little triangle of land over on Lafayette Street, kind of close to the old Jackson Sun building across from Hub City Brewery, we don't see any property transfers list. I mean, so you're going with information that we're not able to verify.
No, actually, well, it's not. Again, you have to be accountable and hold things accountable in your government. Otherwise, they will never be. You can't account for things, Chuck, and then once it's stolen, decide who took it and when it was taken and what it was used for.
Right, but you understand when we look it up and we can't find the information that you're saying, we have to say that as well.
No. See,
where did you look it up? Where did you look it up? Where did you find out the information?
Chuck,
all right.
Well, you need to interview the people, the parties involved, okay? And let them go on official notice that they deny that this ever happened. See, that's initially how you start to get to the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Because their simple denial is not adequate to let this situation go away.
Whose denial are we talking about?
Because it's been repetitively.
Whose denial?
This is not the first time. This is not the first time that a couple of little crackers that
we don't know that they were all
totally
white.
Involved,
that's very rude.
Yeah, that were totally involved in $16 million being misconstrued. And then that little fella leaving the county commission and being put on the school board with his tail dragging because his butt was thrown out of the county commission. See, And you all love to continue to gerrymander the whole giddy up, and you do not recognize it's so simple to fix. You put the money where the problem is, Chuck, in your public school system, and you teach these babies how to read. And that's your only emphasis. That's your only focus.
Well, no. They need to know how to do math. They need to know how science works, right? A little bit of chemistry is probably helpful. Yes, reading is huge. I'll agree with that. But that's not the only thing that should be learned in school.
That's the only issue. Yes, that is the only issue. Okay? All of your indoctrination crap needs to go away like yesterday.
What indoctrination?
What
indoctrination?
Not generating results, Chuck.
But what indoctrination are you talking about?
The what?
You
Indoctrination.
Yeah, that's what you said.
All that crap that y'all are trying to throw down on these kids.
Again,
you got no business.
Give us an example of how the students are being indoctrinated in Madison County. Give me one example, because I can't think of any.
Well, all I know is your county is illiterate, the lowest rated illiteracy.
Again, you're quoting from a United Way report that takes in things like poverty, health care. It takes in a lot of different, with that whole 95 out of 95. When you pull up the real information, we're not even in the bottom 10. We're not even in the bottom 10 from when it comes to a reading equivalency. You're referring to a United Way article that takes in more than just literacy. It takes in additional.
Well, no, you've never interviewed Mr. Marshall about the issue of Madison County being identified as the lowest county for literacy in the state of Tennessee.
No,
you've
because
never
when you pull that information up, there are other counties, other school systems that are ahead in this. I mean, this is that's not a good thing. Now, any teacher in Madison County, any administrator in Madison County would tell you, yes, we definitely want to improve and continue to improve our literacy scores. Of course they do. Of course they want that. Of course they're working toward that. Why would they not? Of course they are. But again, you're referring to one report that takes in more than just literacy. You understand that. You're referring to a United Way report that put Madison County 95 out of 95, but it took in other components as well to get there. When you pull up other reports that just talk about literacy, Madison County is nowhere near there. Now, are there issues in the school? Well, of course there are. It'd be silly for anybody to come on and say that the schools could not be better, but they're working towards that. They are working towards that. Like, I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. It doesn't happen overnight. You know that. Changes, especially changes like this, community changes, those take a little bit of time. You can't do that in 1 year or one school year. You just can't. You know that.
It's been going on for 25 years.
Yes.
25 years.
We've had
25 years.
We've had lawsuits.
25 years.
Yes. We've had lawsuits. We have had bad leadership, right? I would suggest to you that the Zambito era of leadership, when she was superintendent, was poor, right? We have had, in my opinion, bad superintendents. We don't have that now. We've got someone putting in the work. We've got somebody that is focused on growing the schools. Marlon King has surrounded himself with really talented people to improve the schools. I don't know what we're upset about. We can't think it happens overnight. We just can't.
Oh, yeah, you do, and you have for the last 40 years.
We think that it happens overnight?
No, you've allowed, this county has allowed this to manifest itself over 40 years of incompetence.
Yeah.
See, because you keep electing goobers that should be in the federal penitentiary for bid rigging, okay? Everything about you folks is corrupt. And so sad that, you blow money on advertising how wonderful your public school is, and yet you fail to put money into reading comprehension classes over the last, since 1995 you haven't.
Do you know the total dollar of scholarships that were given out last year for high school students? Do you know the total dollar? We've got absolute rock stars in our school systems, from Madison to JCM to Southside to Northside. We have kids that are coming through the public school system here and are doing well. Now, can we do better? Can we do more? Do we have some kids who need more help? Yes. But that's every single school system around. Every single one. Every single one has that, has those challenges. So, yes, if we were to ask, and I think that Dr. King is actually going to be on next week with Dan, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure Dan will ask him these questions. I'm sure that they will get into this and they will talk about this. But, yes, they want to educate every single child. And you believe that, too. You believe that as well.
No, absolutely
not. You don't think they want to educate children? Why would they not?
He does not.
Why would they not want to educate children?
Apparently, because it's a money scheme, Chuckles.
A money scheme.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You know, you're so young in life.
No one
you
gets
don't
rich.
understand.
No one gets rich being a teacher. I used to be married to a teacher, right? You don't do it for the money. It's a very, very, very hard job. A very hard job to teach. And you know that. Nobody gets into it for the money. Rick, I got to go, bud. You can call back in a little bit if you need to. I got to get a break. We're at 10:53. We're going to get a couple of messages on the way out. We are going to get a couple of on our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. This comes in and says, I just Googled Tom to see what he looks like. He definitely gets high. No, he doesn't. Quit saying those things about Tom Scuteri. We're not doing that. This comes in and says, Rick must write out all of his thoughts before he calls. Anytime you ask him a question or correct him, he never breaks stride. Maybe he's a bot. You're listening to Walker Talks, News Talk 96.5.
Watch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. on NewsTalkWestTennessee.com.
See all the Memphis legends, Jerry the King Lawler, Dangerous Doug Gilbert, Superstar Bill Dundee, along with stars of today, the Mid-South Prodigy Bam Bam Bundy, MJ Davis, Mr. Marvelous Mike Mayo, Insane Dane, Big Gravy, The Rocket Josh Benson, Lucky P. Larson, and many, many more. You can also view TCW on the News Talk West Tennessee app for all your Apple and Android devices.
Catch Tennessee Championship Wrestling every Saturday at noon on NewsTalkWTN.com.
Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
Let's face it. People want to feel loved, appreciated, and pampered. Beauty to the Bone has a mission and a purpose to help you look and feel beautiful inside and out. From facials to Botox, fillers, lasers, IV therapy, functional medicine, and all in between, we've got you covered. Book your appointment today to feel your very best tomorrow.
Book your appointment today. Call 731-300-9103. That's 731-300-9103.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Not too expensive, nothing too fancy, just an authentic Italian family recipe served up piping hot, just like a pizza pie should be. Locally owned and operated Carico's Pizza, home of the $8 lunch special. 2 slices and a drink for just $8. Buy the slice or the 28-inch monster. Perfect for the bowl game. Carico's Pizza, 1370 Union University Drive. For catering, call 731-240-1033. For the full menu, visit caricospizza.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Put your faith to the test when I tore off.
Welcome back into Walker Talks. We're quickly approaching the top of the hour. Got to get a station ID and a couple things in. This comes in. Says, Little Rick gives me diarrhea. Help us. Big Red Mercer. Okay, now this comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Says crash scene now on Hollywood. Blocked at Old Hickory. Hollywood blocked at Old Hickory. JPD on the scene. This comes in from DTRB. Expect delays. Okay, so Hollywood blocked up at Old Hickory. JPD is on the scene. This comes in and says, every day is 420, said the cannabis sativa user. In response to Rick, Chuck, you are a reprobate. Keep your perversion behind those closed doors. Rick is a little authoritarian and tyrannical, isn't he? He loves big government. That's for sure. That is for sure. You are listening to Walker Talks. Newstalk965.com. Download our apps. WBFG, Parker's Crossroads in Jackson. I'll be right back.
Cover me out. I know you're enough to use me for good.
Career opportunities at JCM Early College High. JMCS.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM. Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A widely used abortion drug gets a temporary reprieve from a federal appeals court after a judge in Texas had blocked access to the pill.
The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans ruled late Wednesday that women could still access the abortion drug mifepristone, but it could only be given up to 7 weeks of pregnancy, and it could no longer be dispensed by mail.
Correspondent Donna Warder says the case may now be headed for the U.S. Supreme Court. The latest on the leak of a trove of sensitive U.S. military documents, the Washington Post reports the suspected leaker worked at a military base and had shared the materials in an online chat room. The newspaper interviewed an individual said to be a friend of the leaker. Senator Lindsey Graham cheering fellow South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott's decision to explore a possible presidential run.
Senator Graham says of his fellow GOP senator, my friend and colleague Tim Scott has one of the most compelling stories in American politics. During a time of heated racial tensions, Senator Scott, the only black GOP senator, has sought to bridge the gap on race using his own story as proof of the merit of conservative solutions. In a video announcing his exploratory committee, Scott says, quote, I know America is a land of opportunity, not a land of oppression. I know it because I lived it. Bob Agnew reporting.
When close to a foot of rain falls in a matter of hours, you can expect flooding, and that is exactly what Fort Lauderdale, Florida is dealing with. High water, forced closure of the city's airport, and the suspension of high-speed commuter rail service across the Broward County region. People are being urged to stay off the roads, many of which are flooded and are closed. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures in positive territory. Right now, the Dow futures are up 5 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 26. The S&P futures 3 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
My name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. You can protect your hard-earned retirement assets with a tax-free loophole that allows you to convert your retirement into physical gold and silver. Advantage Gold is the nation's highest-rated gold company. They have the best process, pricing, and service. If you want to get your free gold and silver investment kit, please contact Advantage Gold right now. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
Commercials.
Accusing them of spying, Norway is expelling 15 Russian diplomats.
They used the normal euphemism of international relations. Norway's government said 15 Russian diplomats had engaged in activities not compatible with their status. Translated into regular English, they're accused of spying. And this marks just the latest step in a wider Norwegian crackdown on Russian espionage. Last October, a university researcher was arrested in the northern city of Tromsø. He'd identified himself as a Brazilian academic, but was accused of being a Russian intelligence officer. The same month, 7 Russians were arrested for flying drones near areas considered militarily sensitive.
The BBC's Paul Moss. The Ukrainian foreign minister says his country will not budge from its demand that Russia withdraw its forces from Crimea, as well as from other parts of Ukraine that Moscow illegally annexed more recently. News and analysis at townhall.com. Imprisoned Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny is reportedly in failing health because of a new suspected poisoning.
A spokeswoman says the 46-year-old Navalny fell ill last Friday when he was let out of the punishment cell and put in a conventional cell. He had lost about 18 pounds in 15 days. On Monday, Navalny wrote on Twitter he was put back in a punishment cell for another 15-day term. An ambulance reportedly was called early Saturday because of acute stomach pains, but Navalny received no diagnosis. A spokeswoman says it's believed Navalny is receiving low doses of poison and pills without identification. Navalny nearly died in a poisoning with a nerve agent in 2020 that he blames on the Kremlin. Keith Peters reporting.
Democrat Senator Dianne Feinstein of California is asking to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee while she recovers from a case of shingles. More on these stories, townhall.com.
And number 45 steps on the plate. So far, he's batting 1,000. The pitcher delivers. But wait, that's not the ball. It's the taxes. 45 Automart takes a swing, and they're gone.
At 45 Automart, we're making your taxes go dark with Grand Slam savings out of the park. That's right. For a short time, we're going to whack your tax up to $1,500 on anything you choose, so there's no way to lose at 45 Automart. Go to 45automart.com. Check out our bullpen that's stacked with more clean Carfax Southern rides than you can shake a bat at. Mustangs, Silverados, Wranglers, Altimas, F-150s, Camrys, Tacomas, Rogues, 4Runners, Avalanches, Cadillacs, Equinoxes, Cobalts, Caravans, Grand Cherokees, Lexus, Mercedes, Ciaz, CRVs. You get the picture. We're ready to whack the tax on all of them. Why strike out with Mr. Mega Dealer's base cash stealing stunts when dealing at 45 Automart is as easy as a lob, pitch, bunt? Check us out at 45automart.com today, where you're knocking the taxes over the fence with deals that save dollars and make tons of sense. Dealer!
My husband had a gun. Him and his friends would go shooting. The ammunition, unfortunately, was not stored separately. In a million years, we never thought that Emily could. There's a hole in our family that can never, ever be filled.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. the choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather. Presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Sunny and breezy today with highs in the low 80s. South winds 15 to 20, gusting near 30. Mostly cloudy tonight, showers likely with a slight chance of thunder showers. Low near 60. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
You make me complete. You make me completely miserable. Stuck to a chair, watching this story about me. Everything goes by so fast, making my head spin. Used up all of my friends, but who needs them?
Welcome back into Walker Talks. 73 degrees out there right now. We're expecting a high today of 84. How stinking wonderful is that? And I know it's going to cool off tomorrow. We had to put off our launch party. It's still happening. The future date is TBA. That means to be announced. For all you people out there celebrating today on April the 20th, if you want to get in the show with us, our CWA Development phone line call-in number 731-265-6496, 731-265-6496. I do want to tell you that CWA Development, not only are they our phone line sponsor, which we certainly appreciate that, they have a combined 80 years experience providing high-quality personalized service to all of their customers. They do commercial and residential maintenance, restoration and renovation, fire and water damage, plumbing, gutter, roof and window cleaning, wood repairs, fence and deck repairs. And check this out. They're open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And on Sundays, you can get a hold of them for emergency jobs. 731-503-9598. 731-503-9598. That's CWA Development. Welcome in, welcome back. Our advanced rehab text line number. It's been blowing and going this morning, and you knew it would. Tom Scateri always brings you the news of the world. Had some messages. People have been asking, obviously, about, and a lot of us have seen it now on just different sites around the area, of expenditures at school board. Perhaps. I've tried to verify it. I can't verify that it's true, that it's accurate information. I know that it's out there. I know that you've seen it. One story that I think is really interesting as I look around, this is an article from Brandon Shields on the JacksonPost.news, JacksonPost.news. I'm telling you, they're the absolute very best. We love working with Brandon and Julia. They bring you a ton of good information. But the title of this article is Commissioners Appreciative of Sheriff's Work with Budget. So last week was what is being referred to as the longest week of the year for members of the Madison County Commission's Budget Committee. The process that ends with the ratification of the county's budget in a special called meeting near the end of June. It officially began last week with budget hearings. All right, you can go and you can read the article for yourself. But some excerpts from it. His Budget Committee Chairman, Carl Alexander, complimented newly elected Sheriff Julian Weiser on one major change that's happened in the Weiser administration. This is a quote. This quote says, and we're coming to these phone calls here, says, "We know how messed up your budget is, and you haven't brought any budget amendments to us asking for more money," Alexander said. "And we've told you that it's okay if you do bring us any request because we trust you and know it's necessary if you're bringing it before the commission." But Weiser has not done that yet. "It's a promise that I campaigned on that I would do my best to not bring any budget requests to y'all for the first year I'm in office," Weiser said. 2 more months, and I can plan on using that when I run again as a promise made and a promise kept. During his presentation, Weiser updated the committee on how things are going in the department. Madison County Sheriff's Office is doing okay in retaining patrolmen who work on the roads to ensure the safety and respond to calls. The need for personnel is in the criminal justice complex, where there are 11 openings for jailers as they prepare to begin phase 1 of opening the jail expansion this week, with the first 60 inmates moving into the new facility. "We've hired 5 in the past 2 weeks," Weiser said, "so we're hoping to get those filled at some point in the future." Weiser reminded the committee that Mayor cut correction staffing during his tenure serving the county, so making up for that and then also filling any more openings recommended by the state organizations based on the size of the new facility and its inmates population is why Weiser included a budget increase for the jail of $300,300. While parts of the budget needed increase, others didn't. Student resource officers were removed from the budget. It was overtime as Weiser has revamped scheduling with one of the main purposes, severely cutting, if not eliminating altogether, overtime for the good of the county's finances and the deputies' mental health. So there we go. It's budget time in Madison County. Probably all of Tennessee, but definitely in Madison County. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
News flash for Chuck.
All right, where's my news flash?
Okay, this erroneous activity at Morton Steakhouse.
Again, still alleged. I mean, we have to.
No.
How have you verified it? Where have you
I
verified
have
it? Through
well,
who?
I have verified it, and you need to call up your boy Shields because he has been provided with that information. The media, apparently you're not the media, Chuck. Because the media already has, the media already has the information documented that this fiasco was paid by county money. County money being misused to take the superintendent to take the school board to Morton Steakhouse in Nashville, Tennessee to hold a secret private meeting of the mind. If that's not in violation of ethical standard, then you must live in Jackson, Tennessee. Chuckles, but y'all have no morals. You have no ethics.
So you're all right. So you're suggesting that even if this is true, which again, I've spoken to many people in the media, and no one's been able to verify this yet. So the fact that you have verified it, I understand that people have received copies of it. I received a copy of it. But just because someone sends me something doesn't mean that it's been verified, right? That's how that works. But regardless of it, there should be no team building expenditures, right? There should be no trips taken, no conferences, nothing like that should be done in your estimation.
No.
Okay.
No. These people are elected, dummy. They are public servants.
The superintendent is the school board's elected. Superintendent is appointed.
Hired.
He's appointed. Yeah, he's appointed.
Yeah.
Or she.
So
we've had both.
No. See, the school board is in total violation of their ethical swearing in that they will not be manipulated by gifts, trips, or money underneath the table. And that includes high-priced, out-of-the-country. See, I've already told you.
Out of the country? Come on. Where do we go out of the country?
Well, if you do this, you'll do a cruise next time. You bumpkins are hilarious. They're not, you mean to tell me they couldn't. Look, they're not even supposed to be meeting in private anywhere. Whenever they meet, that is an open public meeting.
Right. But do you know, because I have not received any, but do you know that there weren't press releases made? You don't. I don't either. Again, these are these questions. Superintendent's coming on Dan's show.
Yes, I do know. And my source told me that they have released the information. And the fact is, Chuckles, you and Julie don't have to worry about where it came from. Because they illegally used county funds instead of educating babies to read.
Yeah.
To go to Nashville and sit down at one of the most wheeling dealing places in Nashville, Tennessee, Morton Steakhouse. The most incredulous meet, greet, and slide cash in the country. Okay? So, that being said, y'all are just unbelievable. But I just wanted to answer your question this morning. There is no question.
There is
counting
a question. I understand for you it can be verified, but for actual members of the media, they're going to need to know just a little bit more. So, and we'll see. We'll see how this plays out.
No. We won't see. Call Shields right now. Get him on the air. He's got it.
Yes, he has the same information that I received, but again, he has not been able to verify it the last time we spoke.
No, that's not true.
The last time we spoke, it is true, yeah, because I was on the other end of that conversation. Yeah, I can certainly tell you that.
I guarantee you he has it now, big boy. There's no question here. Other than when they're going to get fired.
No, it's, again, it's team building. I just don't understand. I don't understand, because when I first saw it, assuming it was true, I was like, oh, okay, well, there are some questions here. And I think there can still be some questions, but you're telling me that none of those things, when you have teacher in service, you can't feed them lunch. You're telling me, you said earlier when Julie was on, that they need to eat from the cafeteria, that the teachers need to eat from the cafeteria on teacher in service days. I don't think the cafeteria is even open. I don't think the cafeteria workers are there when they have teacher in service. Gifts from the teachers from a local restaurant, Christmas gifts or whatever. You're telling me that shouldn't happen.
Man, I can't believe I have to tell you, no, Chuck, that's against the law.
It's not. I've known people that worked in many school systems who have received, teachers I'm talking about here, who have received something from the school district. That's happened before. This is the first time this has ever happened in the history of the earth. It's not. Matter of fact, it's very common to receive something for a Christmas, hypothetically. And I'm not even sure if that's what it was used for. I've looked at the report, but I haven't memorized what all the supposed charges were for.
You're corrupt.
Corrupt. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Fire them all. If they don't have enough gumption not to know that this is wrong, they sure in the heck. See,
again, we've gone for 20 some odd years. Superintendent's in, superintendent's out. Eric Jones left relatively quick, and he was very well respected and very well thought of. Got Marlon King in there now. Seems like he's doing a really good job. This is the kind of public clamoring we want? I'm asking. This is the kind of public clamoring that we want. We don't believe in things like team building. We don't believe in doing things to help bring a unification of administrators together who are on the ground every day working with the students. Same thing with the teachers. We don't want to do that. Everything needs to be black and white. You wonder why anybody has a retention problem. It's because of how you treat people, right? It's because of how you treat them. You have to change a culture. You have to. Now, do I love everything on there supposedly on there? No, of course not. There are some things that I would do, but again, how offended am I when you're talking about things like culture changing, team building, team unity, when you don't do stuff like that, when you have in service and you don't feed your teachers? That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, again, we don't even know that this is 100% true. We don't know this is 100% true. It's not been verified on any reputable source. It's just been floating around there on the internet. And that's what things do. And I totally get that. I totally get that. I looked at it too. And when I first looked at it, I raised my eyebrow the same way that probably a lot of people do. But then I thought about it. And I was like, we understand what some of the challenges are here in the Madison County school system. We know that they go back long before Dr. King got here. So what do we do? What do we do different? We just say, all right, well, show up, do your job. You're getting paid, this amount of money. We know nationally teachers are woefully underpaid for the job that's expected of them. We know that. Okay, and I get they get summers off. I get that. That's a hard job. It's a hard job to teach kids, especially in the public school system. It's a very hard job. Unbelievable. State changes all the time. Standard changes. The ways that you have to teach math, it changed to Common Core a few years ago. Teachers didn't make that decision. That wasn't a teacher decision. That was just mandated by the state. So you have to completely reteach ways to learn math. Right? It's a tough job. You're saying there can't be any perks for anybody ever for doing that job. I don't get it. I know you've never run anything before, right? But it's tough. Team building, team unity, employee retention. Those are all really big things for business owners. It's not all black and white, dollars and cents. Now that has to come into play. Dollars and cents definitely have to come into play. Okay? And in this case, it'd be education, right? It has to come into play. But you first have to have a group of people, a team of people. And hypothetically, if the culture was bad before, it has to be changed. Something has to be done. You can't just show up and say, do your job. That's not the way the world is. There's competition out there right now. You know of all the different kind of places that are hiring. They're all over the place. I don't understand the thought of, number one, again, I'm going to say this a million times, we don't even know that this is 100% true. We really don't. We don't know that. I'm not gonna not talk about it until it's verified, because I know it's on your minds. I was getting messages about it last night. I get it. I get it that you have questions about this. Okay? But let's just play it out. Even if you took it out, could you not live in a world where we say, you know what, we do have to have some changes here in Madison County with the culture. We do need to, keep our principals, keep our administrators. We do need to do nice things for them, keep them happy. Because the longer they're there, the more that they serve their school and their community, the better everything's going to be. To me, that would make sense. And I understand that a school system is not a business, but there are a lot of principles, and I'm using the PLE, not the PAL. There are a lot of principles that can be used the same way you would run a business. You would run the school system. It's Marlon King's job is to not go teach algebra. That's not what he's hired to do. He has to run an entire system with hundreds and hundreds of employees. He has to make decisions on that. Hundreds and hundreds of employees. He has to listen to their needs. He has state regulations and state standards. He has a school board that he reports to. There's a lot of different things going on. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything's been done perfectly in the past. We know it hasn't. We got to give this man a chance. He's doing a good job. The numbers are going up. Rome was not built in a day. You've heard that before, Rick. You've heard Rome wasn't built in a day. This comes in on the Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, question for Little Rick. Why do you try to appear as an expert in everything? It appears you're a country bumpkin who is nothing but an overgrown crybaby who's got no life outside of Muse Park. Can you explain this, Little Rick?
Yeah, y'all are backward hicks that don't know that you're being ripped off. You're so stupid and naive. That's what you are.
Right. Stupid and naive.
Yeah.
Everybody here's
Goodbye.
dumb. Everybody here's
stupid
dumb.
And naive. Yeah,
stupid
you
and
are.
naive. I got
But
you.
you always try to make excuses for unlawful behavior, Chuck, if you hadn't noticed.
I played it. I played it out completely. Goodbye to you, too. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you there. So I didn't mean to bother you. Yeah, I mean, we played this out. Again, we don't know that this is true, but even if it is, how offended are we by this when you look at the bigger picture? Now, line item by line item, would I do things differently? Yeah, I would do things differently. Of course I would. So would you. We would all do it a little differently. We wouldn't all handle it the same way. But again, We don't even know that this is true. This has not been verified yet by any reputable source that I know of. I've been trying to verify it. I haven't been able to yet. We'll say good morning and welcome in. Uh-oh, hung up. Try back. 731-265-6496. 731-265-6496 is our CWA development call-in number. 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line number 731-800-8398.
Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone, but that's not how it used to be.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details. They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and NewsTalk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson-Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Falls Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you.
Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson-Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range. Date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 Easton Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com, and when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
Wake up with Wood. Daybreak with Greg Wood. Weekday morning 6 till 10 on 96.5 FM and newstalkwtn.com.
Mountains that we move, caught like a wildfire out of control, till there was nothing left to burn and nothing left to prove. And I remember what she said to me, how she swore.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks here on News Talk 965.com, News Talk of West Tennessee. Download our apps. Coming to these phone calls here. We appreciate you out there. CWA Development phone line number 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. We appreciate you holding through the break. We'll say good morning and welcome in.
Hey, Chuck, it's Chris.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, not much. I was listening earlier. I was going to call. I wasn't going to call, and then Rick started in again. I was like, all right. Yeah. So I was trying to kind of wrap my head around this. I don't understand what he's getting at as far as the thought process, other than, I guess, tax dollars. Okay, I guess that's the thing, whatever.
Right.
But I guess the part that honestly bugs me, it really bothers me, is like, so we're not supposed to, and we are as tax-paying citizens, who pay the teachers, essentially, I guess, or we do.
Of course we do, yeah.
So if they're doing a good job, and Marlon King says they're doing a good job, and he's got good principals in place and good staff in place, and all these things are going, whether maybe you think it's not going good, I don't know, but so let's just say, hey, we had a good, we did good on test scores, or we did good here, or hey, just saying thanks.
Right.
What is wrong with feeding somebody?
It's inarguable. It's inarguable that the schools are not doing better than they were. Now, are they where they want to be? No, probably not.
No.
I guarantee you, if I had Ricky Catlett or Marlon King or whoever on the show right now, they'd say, oh, yeah, we definitely want to improve. We definitely want to be better. Of course they do. Of course they do.
But if you want to get better, and this is kind of where if you want to be better and you want better, we've got great teachers. But, are all teachers great? No.
Right.
But if you want the best or you want better, if you want the Ricky Catlett, a phenomenal person, a phenomenal principal, phenomenal football coach.
Yeah.
If you want the teachers to work for people like Ricky Catlett and like the other principals in the school system, you have to do something, because they're not getting paid what they should be. So, now, are they going to strip clubs or hanging out in Vegas and gambling? No, all that's not going on.
Right.
You bought them dinner. Some of the numbers might be a little like, okay, you might want to answer for the honey baked ham. Like, what is that?
That's every employee in the school system. That's not that big of a number. I know $17,000 is a lot for me. I can't write you a $17,000 check, but if I
do an expense report,
I
do an expense report at work. Now, granted, I know tax dollars aren't paying for it,
right?
But I take customers out to dinner. I take them to, I send them to concerts. I send, there's perks to the job.
Sure.
Now I have to answer for those. My boss calls me and says, well, why did you spend this person? Why did y'all do this?
Right.
I just answer for it. Life goes on. Sometimes it's, it is what it is.
Sometimes it's like, hey, don't do that again. So, and that can happen too. I've had jobs where I've had, expenses. I mean, I've got one now, and, here's what I'll say. And I can understand because, again, in total transparency, when I first saw these being reported last night, and again, I've not been able to verify that's true. Brandon Shields is on his way in. Sure. He's going to come hang out with us. Brandon is Big J Journalism. We'll talk about this, I'm sure. He has seen the same stuff that you've seen and I've seen now. I don't know that we've been able to verify any of it yet up to this point to my knowledge. I understand that Rick says he feels comfortable with this, but that doesn't make it something that I'm going to run with. But here's what I'll say. Hypothetically, assuming that this were true, here's what I think is a bigger waste of tax dollars. Every 3 to 4 years, getting a new superintendent, having something new in place, having these principals, these teachers sit there and say, here we go again, another change in leadership. I can go to County X and make the same amount of money with more securely. Like that to me is a more blatant abuse of tax dollars, is when we have a revolving door of leadership. That's a problem. Now, would every single decision, hypothetically, if this thing's even true, would I have made every single? No, I wouldn't. But it doesn't matter. I tell you what I would do, and what you would do too, probably in the same situation. You would come in and you would say, man, we lose teachers, we lose coaches, we lose people who are influential in these people's lives, in these young people's lives, which that is your job, that is your business. We have to change the morale here. We've got to make the people that work here believe in it. Because if you don't believe in your job, you're going to do two things. Number one, your job not to the best of your ability because you're just there. Mm-hmm. We all know people who work in places who are like that. They're just there. That's number one. And number two, you're going to be looking for something else. And right now, we have the most competitive labor market that I can ever remember. Everywhere is hiring. Everywhere is hiring. Exactly. Very high pay, very competitive jobs. There's a real thing as teacher burnout. There's a real thing as principal burnout. So many things are not even in their control. When you're thinking about things, potentially like, different mandates coming down from the state. I know that my son, my 11-year-old's taking his TCAP right now. Teachers get so stressed out about that because, gosh, I hope these kids score good on this one particular test because this decides if I'm a level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5 teacher. That makes a big difference with, and all of these variables. When you can't do, and again, we don't know that this is true, but if it were, and you can't do anything extra for these people, to me, that's not doing your job. If you just say, hey, you get a paycheck, that's your job, then what do you think you're getting out of that? You don't think that you don't think that they need to believe in the system that they work in? I mean, come on.
I can't. I mean, to make them to say they need to. I mean, eat at the school cafeteria. I mean, I'm sure it's good food, whatever. I mean, but come on, man. I mean,
that's not how you improve morale. But again, I would suggest to you, on teacher in-service days, the cafeteria workers probably aren't there. The bus drivers aren't driving buses when there's teacher in-service. I would assume that the cafeteria setup is for students. And if teachers eat there too, that's fine. But I would assume that's for students. I don't get it. And I do understand raising an eyebrow with it because, again, I did when I first saw it. And I thought, I wonder if this is true. But again, when you really look at it and you think about it, you can live in a world where you're thinking, okay, well, I could see how some of this stuff works. Again, I would do it differently, but it doesn't matter how I would do it if I would do, something. I think that there's a good, like every expenditure that's a teacher gift, hypothetically at Christmas, because I have no idea what it was for, or we're feeding them because we have in-service. Well, yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I was talking earlier. It was like he was talking about, people have their opinions of a new school or, what Rick was talking about, cinder block building or whatever. Mm-hmm. What came to my mind, I did a job in Carterville. They built a new school. You may have seen it at some point now, but the town of Carterville came together and said, hey, we want a school. I might be off here, but I think it was roughly $58 million for the school. The town of Collierville pays for it. The city of Memphis does not. And they came together and they were like, hey, we want this school. It is, without a doubt, the nicest high school. It's actually, I think it goes K through 12, if I remember right. Nicest school I've ever stepped foot in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the technology's there. You walk into the library. I mean, it's you just had to kind of see it. I mean, I can say this, but you had to see it. It's really unbelievable.
Right.
But, I have friends of mine that took their kids out of Briarcrest to send them there. They live in Collierville, but not because it was like, oh, well, my tax dollars are paying for this, I'm going to go to the public school. I would go back to school. I would want to work there if I was a teacher. If I was, it is. I mean, you walk in, you're just like, God, man, this is great.
Mm-hmm.
And not every school's like that. I mean, I went to Nova and East and Northside, and before they consolidated. But I mean, God, when I went to Trinity, even it was, I mean, I don't know how many people have been over there on Westover, but it was nothing.
Right.
But but like you said, if the teachers believe though, and they enjoy it, and the kids, not all kids like to go to school. Not all teachers are great. But if you have a facility that you like to go to, you're more apt to probably go and learn.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, teachers. But I guess what I'm getting at, the more important thing, you're going to draw in these better, or the teachers are going to do better. I don't know. Statistically, it should. Not every
another
aspect.
thing that's inarguable. You're asking a teacher to stay in this system with all the challenges that they have. Stay in this school system. Don't go teach in Medina. Don't go teach in Chester County. Don't go teach in Lexington. Okay, we want you to stay here. There's probably some things like when you have old buildings that are dilapidated, there's probably some reasons and some things like, functioning AC units. Because guess what? It's really hot sometimes. And if it's 85 degrees in a classroom, kids aren't going to learn when they're sweating. Teachers aren't going to teach the best when they're sitting there sweating to death. Same thing with being cold, by the way, right? I mean, yes, I understand a concrete block doesn't teach a child, but I do understand that a positive environment, a good environment, is more conducive for effective learning. Now, do I love everything that's come out about the Pope Elementary build? No, I don't. I mean, I've been critical of that on here. I was like, oh gosh, but I mean that's more on the commission. That's more on the funding of it. It's not the school, right? I think we did need a new Pope Elementary. I'm very the roundabout's ridiculous. I mean, there are some things that I don't like, but those are all things on the funding of it and the research done before. Those are the questions that I have. And it doesn't mean that I couldn't be moved off my position if someone says, well, yes, this is why it made the most sense here and why. Okay, well, I can be moved off my position. But again, something needed to be done. So you can't say, oh, just let them be in these house trailers all the time. The trailer don't teach the learning. That's such an antiquated way of thinking.
Me and Clint were the same. We went to school together. And, he was at Pope. I was at Nova and East and all that. But, somewhere in there we all kind of mixed, but those those trailers are still there. Several years back, I did a job for the company I was working with. We went around and there was, I guess, some kind of funding for updating air conditioners and kind of what you were saying,
Right.
But we put in some electrical stuff, and I went around. I've been in at a key. I went into every school in all of Weston, this is our area.
Mm-hmm.
Some were nicer than others, obviously.
Sure.
But some were. I mean, Pope essentially is probably one of the oldest schools in town. I'm assuming.
Right. I would think so.
But like those trailers, they've been there. 40. Who knows? I mean, at least 25 years. I mean, I had classes at Northside when I was in the junior high. We had trailers in the back of the building, right off the football field. I mean, they were always hot. They were always, it was like walking into a house trailer.
Right.
It's just, why put the kids into a crappy situation if you can do something better?
Exactly. It's not conducive for the best learning environment. And the reason that matters is we know without a doubt, the number one thing that any new business looks at when they come to a new town, any new development that goes on, the first thing they look at school systems, hospitals,
Exactly.
things like that. But school systems are right up there. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And again, you have to retain your quality teachers. You have to do something. Now, your hands are tied. You can't say, okay, well, we're going to pay this teacher here $95,000 a year and this teacher here $12,000 a year. And that's not how it works, right?
Exactly.
You got you got floors and you have ceilings in the way you can pay teachers. And then their level of degree, if you have a master's degree, you're probably going to make more. I'm sure if you have a doctorate, you'll make more than somebody with a master's. But again, it's government work. It's still capped. So you have to be creative in it. And again, we're still operating. Brandon Shields is on his way. He should be here in just a minute. We're still operating on the assumption that all this is true, and we don't know that. Now, we'll try to verify it here in a few minutes. When Brandon comes on, Brandon does a great job.
I'll be honest with you. I hope they are giving them dinner. I hope they are buying them dinner. I hope it's. Now, if it's not true, then they should do something for the teachers.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
within reason, obviously. But
sure. Now the school board.
Dinner? Come on.
The school board. Trip and stuff. If that is true, that makes me raise an eyebrow. I'm like, okay, well, why would you want to take the school board? I could understand anything that's from an administration standpoint.
I get that. I agree
At that
completely.
point, I'm like, okay, well, this is an elected position. Like that would be something. But again, we don't know that that's true. I'm just saying hypothetically, if it were, like I would, maybe there's something I don't understand about that. Somebody tells me, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. But that would be the only question of everything I looked at that I had. Now, would I go get massages? Probably not, but I'd do something different. And who cares that I would do something different or you would do something different? The idea, the premise of it could be the same.
And now, do our school, and I know Julie touched on this, but do our school board members, do they make any money? I mean, minus obviously Dr. King. But
I believe, yes. I mean, I'm sure it's like anything else, like a county commissioner or a
couple
city
hundred
council,
month, whatever
maybe
it
a
is,
few $100s a month would be my guess. I don't know. I could probably find that information. I have to have a list of our school board
let's
members.
Just say they made $500 a month, whatever it may be.
Right.
And they're like, hey, I appreciate y'all's help. No, maybe not all of them. There's obviously opinions on who does good or not, whatever. But it's an elected position. I get that. Here you are.
Right.
You're not getting paid. So thank you for your service. Let's go have a little, like you said, team building.
Right.
Let's try to come together and make this work. And if you got to take a little, time and a trip or dinner or whatever, I'm sure there's, reasoning behind it that would make sense. I mean, they're not getting paid much, so why not do something?
What would come in?
Anyway,
the only thing that would come in question would be violation of sunshine laws. But if it's team building, you're not convinced that they're discussing school matter. I mean, it's just the whole thing of it. And I understand why people could have questions, potential questions. Get that completely. You can, and I think it's good to have questions. I don't think there's any problem with that. But to just say, oh, this whole thing's it just shows that continuous tomfoolery. We don't know enough yet. I do know that Dr. King is going to come on with Dan, I believe, one day next week. And I'm sure they'll talk about this. This because this has been out in the community. And then we'll learn more. I mean, that's kind of how these things work.
We'll see what happens. I appreciate it.
All right, my man. Have a great day.
All right. See you, man.
See you, Chris. Thank you so much for calling. Yeah, I mean, I just, don't get me wrong. I'd be more than happy to be just tore up upset, I'm waiting on big, huge stories here because that makes for a good radio show, right? You're talking about big, huge corruption and stories and things like that. But is this that? Is that what this is? Are we convinced that's what this is? Because I'm not. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says the so-called success of a child is usually and mostly dependent by the kind of cars the parents own. Sad but true. Well, I don't know about that. I think parental involvement would be a lot more important than the cars their parents drive, especially when you're looking from at an educational standpoint. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, funny how nobody was paying attention to the Ghislaine Maxwell sex trafficking case. Yeah. Everything in the world is being leaked except for that. You're listening to Walker Talks, newstalk965.com, News Talk West Tennessee.
Vintage doesn't always mean long-lasting. As your home systems age, your repair costs, utility bills, and breakdowns rise. During Hiller's Vintage Showdown, we're giving away a free new system to the owner of the oldest HVAC unit. Submit a picture of your old equipment online to see if you qualify as the winner. Everybody wins with trade-in credits plus 0% financing for up to 48 months with approved credit on select new HVAC systems. Enter to win now at happyhiller.com.
Call the Happy Face Truck today.
Hi, I'm Terica Smith, a local attorney and proud JMCSS graduate, but I'm also a JMCSS parent. We chose Jackson Madison County Schools for educational options that are innovative and challenging. Whether it's the Academic Academy at Northeast or early college and career opportunities at JCM Early College High, JMCSS offers classes and programs that will prepare my son for college and beyond. Plus, JMCSS is a Level 5 district and tuition free. It just makes sense.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammond, Chief of Public Information for the Jackson Madison County School System. With an increased focus in the fine arts, athletics, workforce development, and early career opportunities for students, there's never been a better time to choose us. Tuition free, Jackson Madison County Schools. Visit jmcss.org today to schedule a tour or call 731-345-7011.
Hi, my name is Scott Conger. When I ran for mayor, my commitment was to make Jackson the best it can be for us and future generations. I want Jackson to be a place that my children will want to call home. Over the past 4 years, we've restored fiscal responsibility, reduced our debt by $33 million, and produced a budget surplus of $21 million. We've increased funding to fire and police departments, and we've had a 19% reduction in crime. We've made historic investments in infrastructure and quality of life, and invested $3 million per year in street resurfacing. The mayor's race is nonpartisan so that we can focus on what matters in Jackson, not Washington. Our schools, our jobs, our people, our neighborhoods. That's what matters. Party politics too often focus on what divides us. By putting people over politics, we build a stronger community for everyone. We've accomplished so much, but now it's time for us to dream even bigger for our city. I need your help to build a better tomorrow, and I'm asking for your vote for me, Scott Conger, for mayor on May 2nd. Paid for by Scott Conger for mayor, Lonnie Harris, treasurer.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
And I've got reasonable fears. All the houses I built came crashing down around my ears. And we got along.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. We got Big J journalism in the house now. I told y'all it would happen. How you doing, Brandon?
Julia Ewald?
Yeah, well, no, she comes on tomorrow.
Okay.
She comes in tomorrow. You're the other Big J journalism. You know, we only do small J journalism here. But, all right, so obviously today, as you knew it would, obviously today, a lot of people have been talking about the, leaked whatever, the verification, the veracity of it. Is this true? What do you know about it? Because you and I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, or text a little bit about this yesterday. What can you tell our listeners out there?
All right, so this list that is going out is the result of conversation between Gary Deaton, the chairman of the county commission, and Karen Bell, the finance director for Madison County.
Okay.
And essentially what Deaton is and I forget what triggered it, but he had heard about one of the expenditures that the school system was paying for. Oh, now I remember what it was. He went to the March or February school board meeting.
Okay.
February, because March was was during the daytime for a Southside game in Murfreesboro. So, and that was school board appreciation night or something. So the school board got a lot of goodie bags and stuff that night. And so Deaton was like, who's paying for all this stuff? And he got word that the school board gets a lot of goodie bags over the course of a year or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked Karen if he said, hey, could you just kind of put together a list of other stuff like this that they have paid for that is just not necessary spending. I haven't asked Gary specifically about this yet. This is essentially what's happened. So his wording of the question I may have that off a bit.
Sure.
So when you read about it on JacksonPost.news or in the paper in the next few days, you may get like a different explanation.
Well, that's
kind
of the gist of it, essentially. Okay.
And so the list that's going around is what she sent to him.
Okay. So do we know that the list that's going around is an accurate list? Do we know that?
Define accurate.
Okay. Well, let's see here.
And I say that because I have talked with Marlon King, the superintendent of Jackson-Madison County Schools, and he sent me a more detailed list.
Okay.
Because apparently some of the numbers, and I'll be honest with you on the air, Chuck, I don't want to get into too much because I do want people to read my website and my paper.
The minute it comes out, I'm reading it. I'm reading it on the show. I hope you don't mind. I do that all the time. But you guys do such good work. I mean, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to summarize. I'm like, no. It's all. I mean, there's not a lot of wasted words. Like, even if it's a long article, it's still really important to the thing. So yeah, a lot of times I just end up reading the whole thing on the radio, which is, probably not the most professional thing to do. It's like, but you need to know this information.
At least you say that because you're not the first radio person to read an entire story from a publication that I was at, but most everybody else is like, yeah, I read that, or that's my own information.
No. We talked to the Jackson Post, and I got it pulled up right here. We just went over the, and we haven't gotten into this yet. I definitely want to get into this. The school safety discussed at the county commission. We read the one about Sheriff Weiser's budget and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We took some highlights out of that. Just earlier in the program. All right, so back to this.
Yeah. There were, according to King, there were some of the numbers that are in that list were the amount of a purchase order submitted.
Okay.
And I didn't even know how that worked in county government or in school system money, finances, stuff. But apparently when there's a purchase order, and I'm not a business guy, so maybe I'm about to drop absolutely no knowledge whatsoever, new knowledge for anybody who runs a business who's listening. So, but apparently when the school system
we got top of the hour ID coming, then we're coming right back.
This is WBFG 96.5 FM, 96.5 FM, Parker's Crossroads, Jackson.
All right, go ahead, Brandon.
I appreciate that because I have no idea where I was at just now. So let's say Jackson-Madison County Schools is going to purchase a bunch of papers from the Jackson Post.
Okay.
They don't know how many they're going to purchase. They have an idea. They don't know how much it's going to cost, but let's just say he says, all right, I've got a purchase order for $1,000 for the Jackson Post.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then he actually goes and makes the purchase, and for the number that they were getting, it wound up only being $340. So the receipt is for $340. According to Marlon, some of the numbers on that list are not the receipt amount. It's the purchase order amount.
Right. Okay. So hypothetically, like if I were, all right, we have a teacher in service, we got to feed all these teachers, the whole district's here. We need $5,000 for lunches, and it comes out to be $29,100 100, then all of a
Right.
sudden you know $1,800 left. I got you. All right, and so some of that money may go back in. And is this a common thing, to your knowledge? You may not know this yet. Has this been done with different superintendents in the past?
If it has, it's the first I've ever heard of it.
Okay, and these requests may not have been made before. I do know in other school districts there are things like teacher in-service days, getting food, or getting a credit to, here's a $15 lunch allowance. Let's meet back at 1 o'clock kind of thing. I know that happens in other counties. I know I used to be married to a teacher. I can tell you that happens. Bonuses at Christmas, things like that. That happens. It's not like you just show up and you'd say, all right, you get your paycheck. That's it. That's all you get. And, or if you have an in-service day, bring a brown bag lunch, or, bring a lean cuisine and pop it in a microwave here. Because from what I understand, we had a caller call in earlier in the show. And if you want to get in with us, our number is 731-265-6496. It's our CWA Development phone line number, 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line number, 731-800-8398. And they said, why don't they eat the cafeteria food during in-service days? I would imagine the cafeteria workers wouldn't be there if the students aren't there.
The specific in-service day that's in question on this list is the big rah-rah rally day at the beginning of the school year, where everybody from the district is all at Oman Arena. So there's no cafeteria at Oman Arena.
Why don't they just eat popcorn?
Well,
that's a joke.
Well, I mean, or a logical question is, why not bring the cafeteria staff in at Liberty, because they've got that culinary program over there. Put together some stuff for everybody and bring it over. That's a logical question. And another logical question that I've gotten from some older members of the county and the county commission is, well, it wasn't that long ago that when they had this in-service day, that at 11 o'clock, they'd go into lunchtime recess, and everybody had 2 hours. You go home, you go to McDonald's, you go to
wherever you want,
Flatiron Grill, whatever.
Yeah.
But be back at 1, because that's when we're reconvening, and we'll finish out the day. Why can't you just do that? So, and this is where I'm starting to editorializing. That's just kind of, all right, which philosophy do you want to adopt? Do you want to adopt the old school mentality of what
this has been done in the past, so this is always the way it should be done?
Or it's never been done in the past, so we shouldn't do it now.
Right.
Or do you want to try to make change within the culture? And I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong. I will tell you this. Dr. King's defense of what he's doing is that you can he is the CEO of the school system.
Correct.
So he feels like he needs to run it like a business.
Correct.
And so he is running it like a business. He said, and Brandon, in less than 3 years, the fund balance has gone from 13 million to 26 million. He says, I've doubled the money that we had on hand.
That's an important stat.
Yeah. And I mean,
now, so I wonder if some of those were COVID funds and stuff like that. There are always some questions there. But
that's a good question, because what is he not having to pay out of his own funds because he's getting ESSER funds? And is that part of this extra 13 million? My guess is it probably is. Dr. King's not sitting here to say yay or nay to it, but it is it's a valid question.
But even if that happens, I mean, Bill Clinton was the last president that we had a balanced budget in. Well, that also happened during the dot-com boom. Well, Bill Clinton didn't create the internet. That was Al Gore, remember?
Right.
And so, but Bill Clinton still gets credit. He was the last president when we had a budget surplus, right? That happened during the Clinton administration. Now, we had a Republican Congress, you had Newt Gingrich, you had the deal with American people, and we had all that stuff. But again, he gets credit as president. So it honestly, at some point, you can have a little good luck along the way. Who cares? Still, I mean, you still got to do it, and it shows you didn't just spend all that money haphazardly. So I don't know that I care. Here's something that I think that there is a disagreement on with people out there. Because I've seen people say, oh, we're wasting money. To me, if we're just looking at Madison County, okay, we're just talking Madison County.
Okay.
Here's some things that we know that are inarguable. We have had teacher turnover, right? We've had a lot of teachers leave the district to go to another district. Okay. We know that. we've had a relatively revolving door of superintendents over the past 20 years. We've had some ones who were not very good, in a lot of people's opinions, mine included. We've had some that were good, and they didn't stay here long. And we finally found one who appears to have done a very good job up to this point, changing some things around, doing some things differently. If I were to be hired, and this is the only thing I can equate this to, right? If I were, we've had a business for 20 plus years. We've grown every single year. It's been a good business. If another company said, "Hey, Chuck, I just want to bring you in as a consultant or as a leader, and I want you to take over this business, this pest control company that's been around 30 years, but our sales are dwindling, our stops are dwindling," what would the very first thing I would do? I'd look at people, policy, and procedures, right? Who are our people? What are our policies and our procedures, and how do we go about doing things, right? And what's our expectations? Culture is so big. As we have grown, that's been the hardest challenge for me. And we've got 14 people. So, I mean, how many people work at the school system? Do you have an idea? I mean, it's got to be hundreds, right?
I think he told me 1,800 when he was talking about that in-service day.
Oh, my Lord. Is that counting the kids?
No.
1,800 people?
Well, for 12,000 students.
That's a huge deal. Like, that is like, I mean, you're talking about whoever
that's based off of him when we were discussing the $17,000 bill for Heavenly Ham.
Right.
For the in-service.
Okay. Yeah, but because there's, probably some cafeteria, there's probably a lot of different people, and, teachers' aides, things like that. That is a very large group of people that you are to be in charge of. You have to affect that. If you got brought in as a consultant and your job was to save this business, and I understand the school's not a business, but, just because things are different doesn't mean that, some of the principles can't be the same, PLE, not PAL. You would run it that way. You would change the culture because you'd say, okay, look, some things you're limited when you have that job. You remember, because you have kids, when Common Core came out. Meg's wife was teaching math at that time. She hated it. She's like, "Oh my Lord, I got to reteach these kids, and they're gonna have to relearn how to think. And why didn't they just start this at kindergarten and work this thing up over 12 years?"
Right.
Which is but again, the state of Tennessee is not always, politicians aren't educators.
No.
And a lot of times they don't even talk to educators. They just make policy about education. So teachers already have a whole lot of stuff that they can't control anyway.
Right.
That's frustrating off the top of the bat. So you're charged to be the CEO, essentially, using his word there, of this business. So there's some things that are already just making your employees, people you work with, upset just off the bat. Then there's, in the past, there has been a negative view by the community of the organization. Things have to change, and you can't just say, "Well, you get a paycheck, so things." To me, this is, assuming it's all true, this is not the end of the world. It's not, because you do have to change cultures. You do have to have people that believe in you. Sometimes there's people that stay in a job, even if they could go make more money at company X, because they believe in the leadership, right? I've experienced that. I've had that. I've had people. My secretary Donna's been with me 17 years. She's very talented. She probably go somewhere else, but she believes in what we do. She knows what the expectation is. She knows there are people like that stay with you just because they share the same vision. So I think that has to be built somehow. Now, as I look through this list here, somebody sent it to me a little bit ago. As I look through this list here, there are some things I would do differently. There are some things that I would not have done in this, but I may have done something else. You know what I mean? I may have made like the whole massage day for the principals. Probably that wouldn't even have been a thought for me. You know what I mean? But I may have said, "Hey, look, we're going to go out. We're going to have, this team building exercise. We're going to have, so what? I mean, does it really matter? I mean, if you would have done something to really get, because you need your principals to buy in, because they're the CEO, if you will, of whatever school they're at.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. I'm curious. This played out in our community. I think it's played out much like it did online, or just me. When I looked at it first, I was like, "Oh, this doesn't look good."
Well,
but the more I think about it, the more I can see the value of it.
Here's and I'm not. I see the logic of seeing value in it, and I'm not saying that there's not value in it, but it's also hard to, and I'm not going to tell you Dr. King's defense, because I'm going to save that for the story.
Good idea. Smart.
But I mean, if you can pull the list up, how much did he pay for those massages? Do you remember?
Let me maximize this with my old eyes here. Magnificent Hands Massage Day for principals, according to this, assuming everything's correct, $1,403.25.
All right, so $1,403?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm a teacher and I'm going to Walmart tonight to pick up a pack of pencils and some paper and some highlighters because a bunch of my kids in my class can't afford that themselves.
Right. Or parents aren't around enough or whatever.
Right.
Right.
And my school doesn't have it in their budget to get me that stuff for my class. I'm going to have a hard time saying, no, you're not being reasonable by saying, well, why couldn't I have taken, 100 of that 1,400 that went to massages and help my kids?
Okay. But do we know that? I know that's a problem in a lot of school districts. Do we know that problem exists in Madison County?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I mean,
I can't, you're never going to see me go to press with that.
Sure.
With anybody's name attached to it. But I've had enough people tell me that is, at least it has been an issue in the past.
Okay.
Now, nobody has told me that since August.
And that puts a very different perspective on it, because I totally get that. I just know that since COVID, school funding has been so much higher, right? And you're able to save money, with when buses weren't running and things like that. You talked about the surplus. I don't think anytime there's a surplus, teachers should have to go out of their pocket and buy anything.
Right.
Now, I can see them buying it and then turning in a receipt. A lot of teachers have the, is it the little tax ID card, or, they say this is for the school
Tax
system.
exempt.
For the tax exemption and things like that. So I could see that happening. But yes, that would be a problem if that still exists. I haven't heard anybody call in and say that. I haven't read it anywhere where teachers are having to do this.
And to your point, I mean, Marlon said something pretty relevant to that point. He said, Brandon, look at this whole list. I said, yes, sir. He said, 5 years ago, you or your education reporter, if you had an education reporter besides yourself, would be getting a lot of complaints from teachers. I said, yes, sir. He said, how many complaints have you gotten from teachers over this or anytime recently? I said, I think maybe I've had one teacher give me a specific complaint since the Jackson Post has started, and that was 5 months ago.
Really?
So, yeah.
So, I mean, you're right. There's a lot to this. There's a lot to unpack, and I understand.
And I told him, I said, but I'm also wondering what are the repercussions if you were to find out that somebody had complained to me.
Comfortability level, that too. And that makes sense as well.
Yeah.
It's fine to be fair. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being fair. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. I'm not beating up on anybody that asks questions. I'm just telling you where I landed on this after a night to sleep on it and think about
right.
it. Or at least where I found some value. Now, again, would I do all these things? No, I wouldn't. And would I do them to the same dollar amount? Maybe not. But I can see the idea of it, and I know it happens in other districts. Now, not the massages, not that.
I'm all for
talking
getting some
about
Zaxby's and Chick-fil-A for lunch every day.
That's what I'm saying. You have in-service? Feed the teachers. Do you think they want to be there? Do you think they want to be there? Come on.
If I'm a teacher, I'm like, I could have had one more day of summer, but no, I got to hang out in Oman Arena with all these people.
Exactly. Do something for them. I mean, that is part of being a leader. Like, look, I know you want to be here, but you got to be here, And that's probably some of these in-service days, maybe state mandated. I don't know if the school necessarily picks those or not, but I mean, they may be mandated by the state. I don't know. I know education's a tough thing. Like, you got 100 different bosses. You have your school system, your school board, your superintendent, your principal, the state of Tennessee, the federal government.
There's 12,000 families sending their kids into your buildings.
Right. You got a lot of different bosses. It's a hard thing. So I get it. And I get the concern with it, too. We're curious to hear what you think. 731-265-6496. CWA Development. Call-in number 731-265-6496. Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398.
But I like the view. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, the yuppies and the hipsters and the wannabe saints that ain't down home to me.
King Jewelers is not your typical jewelry store. It's an iconic symbol of love, custom-made jewelry to suit the most discriminating taste. Or you can redesign an old piece that's just sitting in a jewelry box. Create something completely new and unique. Grover has over 40 years experience as a certified jeweler. Visit KingJewelerJackson.com. King Jewelers at 16B Conrad Drive, Jackson. Follow King Jewelers Jackson on social media for special savings.
Is your office or home office in need of a new printer, copier, fax, or multifunction machine? Do you need business cards, envelopes, or office supplies? Are you looking to upgrade to new office furniture? Office World Incorporated in Trenton has been serving all of the Gibson County and the West Tennessee area for over 65 years. Office World is a franchise partner of OfficeZilla. Call today, 731-855-9131, or email officeworldinc@gmail.com.
Award-winning Watson's Cleaning Service specializes in commercial and residential cleaning. Watson's cleans huge commercial buildings, West Tennessee Agriculture and Education Center, the Federal Court Building in downtown Jackson. Watson's also specializes in residential cleaning services, stripping and waxing floors, buffing, pulling trash, sweeping and mopping, vacuuming, household cleaning, baseboards, walls, dishes, dusting and organizing. Call 731-293-3808. Family owned and operated Watson's Cleaning Services, 293-3808.
She was 27 years old. She took the gun that my grandfather had given her for self-defense. She never got to see her son grow up to be anything. Because she had easy access to a gun, I've been robbed of that relationship.
63 Americans a day die by gun suicide. With safe gun storage, we can give our loved ones a second chance at life. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
News Talk 96.5 FM weather, presented by Dustin Ring. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. Call Dustin today, 731-200-1362. Sunny and breezy today with highs in the low 80s. South winds 15 to 20, gusting near 30. Mostly cloudy tonight, showers likely with a slight chance of thunder showers. Low near 60. Dustin buys houses fast for cash. DustinBuys.com. For weather 24/7, visit newstalk965.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Download our free apps for Apple and Android. Visit newstalkwtn.com. Then click to download.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Someone asked me once in an interview, what was growing up like, where'd you go to school, and what would you do if you weren't doing this? Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone.
Welcome back into Walker Talks here on a Thursday. Beautiful. Already up to 79. It feels wonderful outside, doesn't it, Brandon?
It does.
Such a great day to be
I mean,
outside.
I mean, by the time you get to 80, it's too hot for me.
Yeah, well, we're going all the way to 85. Well, it says 84. It's going to feel like 85 out there.
It's a bad day to be a fat guy.
Never a bad day to be a fat guy. Never a bad day you want to get in with us, we're talking a little bit about this, I don't want to call it drama, whatever this is.
It is drama.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to call it drama?
Well, just because, and we have to be so careful what originates on social media now. That's where I first saw this. I don't know where you first saw it. It may have been sent to you. I know when I messaged you yesterday afternoon, it was around 2 o'clock. I was like, hey, man, have you taken a look at this? And, I sent that over to you. Then it sent you a screenshot of my my Apple CarPlay just to let you know I had it, Brandon.
I appreciate that.
Just to let you know I had it in case you were
contacting me, Keith Shirley, and Bull.
Yeah, and Bull. Well, technically Bull had contacted me, but regardless, we're still discussing the merits of it. Can he stay the head of my security detail now he's a vegan? I don't trust his strength anymore like I used to. I've never met a vegan that I was intimidated by. I'm not saying they're not out there. I'm just saying most of them, are hopping around in forest eating grass. So that was a very detailed conversation. I was like, look, well, before you receive your check this month as my security detail, I need to make sure you're back to eating some meat. Maybe a little bit of bacon. I mean, something.
He had an Impossible Whopper. Are those things still around?
Oh, did you ever eat one?
I had one. It wasn't bad.
People have told me that. My son had one. I was like, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to encourage Burger King and other places to do this. I'm not going to encourage them to keep putting out vegan food pretending it's meat.
I think when I had one, I think we because I still had an actual team at the Sun at the time.
Yeah.
I think we did like a taste test video for our Facebook page.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I was like, I wouldn't have thought this was a veggie burger.
Okay. Now, is Burger King a sponsor? Is Burger King? I will say
no,
this.
they're right across the road.
Yeah, but sometimes like I've had a Whopper and I'm like, maybe I'm eating a plant. Like it's not the fact that it tastes like a Whopper. I'm not going to sit here and say on the air that my flip-flop may too. So I don't know. I don't know what would, taste like a Whopper.
It may be a flip-flop. I don't care. I mean, I like the flame broiled goodness. Okay.
The flame broiled goodness. 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398. CWA Development call-in number 731-265-6496. What about you? What vibe have you gotten? We had a lot of phone calls about this earlier and a lot of text messages about it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the vibe that you've gotten for people? More questions than anything else?
How do I word what I'm about to say?
Let me just think about it first.
Yes, because I'm sure that's going to be radio gold, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
Everybody, listen to Brandon.
If you ever want to do a radio show, you just be completely unfiltered and just say it and then be like, wait a minute.
Everyone, listen to Brandon breathe while he thinks.
He's thinking deeply.
I can tell you, because I've talked to enough of them, that people in other departments of Madison County government are not happy about it.
Okay.
I can also tell you that people who believe in a more fiscally conservative government don't like it.
Which we all should, by the way. I'm a big proponent of that and fiscal conservatism. But I also understand the other end of this, which may be, look, we've got to do something to increase employee retention. We have to do something to change the morale in the school buildings. All right? I could see that too. You can sell me on either one of these. Now, if we're looking at it, we say, okay, if we're going to do things like this in the future, this needs to be the dollar amount. You have to work off of 10,000 or whatever the number is.
And that's what I'm thinking about saying in the column, being like, all right, so maybe he has, and this, I'm just saying this because it's a round number. It may be a little too large, but maybe he needs $100,000 in his annual budget for morale boosters.
Brandon, this comes in. This is interesting. You may or may not know about it. It says, Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398 says there's some kind of protest going on in front of City Hall today. Y'all know what's up. It's a small gathering. More like it.
I'll head over there when I'm done talking to you.
News happening. I need to get on the old Facebook, see if anybody's got it posted live. Are we the people gathering for something?
I was just about to say I'm going to go to the We the People page.
Yeah, to see if there's a gathering there in front of City Hall. Well, I mean, now it could be, we know this, Governor Lee's bill, which he has reworded. He's not calling it a red flag law, but essentially it would increase background checks on gun buyers. They don't think that that's going to get out of the House.
Why
in
are
the
we
state
the
of
people
Tennessee.
still getting on vaccines?
On what? Facts?
Vaccines.
Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier too. I was like, are people still getting vaccinated? I mean, because we ended COVID like nationally, right? We came out and said, okay, COVID's done a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about COVID in a long time, other than when we talk about, okay, the financial ruin it's left us in at a federal level. Right.
Yeah.
Other than that, small thing, like as far as just walking around, everybody I know has had some allergy stuff going on. But I mean, I guess technically that could be COVID now.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
You're still looking for the information on that.
Yeah.
I could see it being something, with this new proposed gun law by Bill Lee.
That was my next question. Is it about gun control?
That's going to be my guess. I don't know. We'll get one more here. Then I do want to kind of change subjects for a bit. I'm anticipating the article. I'm very excited to hear that. This comes in Advanced Rehab text line 731-800-8398. Goes, what about the teachers paying out of their pocket for copy paper? How do they feel about school principals getting a massage?
No, that's what I was asking earlier. I mean, if I'm having to get my own copy paper or ink cartridge for the copier,
yeah,
and I would hope that if that texter's going to send that in,
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, it's anonymous, so we don't know who's asking,
right?
But I would hope if you're going to go to the extent of texting a radio station, that you have direct knowledge of this happening.
And if that's happening, I'm operating on everything I say. I'm operating on the premise that is not happening.
Mm-hmm.
But if we've got a $26 million surplus that went from 13 to 26 million, there's no reason that should be happening.
Yeah.
Now, I used to be married to a teacher. Don't, belabor that point to you guys out there, but I do have some knowledge. And there were times that she would buy something, turn it into the school system and get reimbursed from it. And that's fine. But I mean, as long as there's a reimbursement mechanism in there, that wasn't a problem. This one came in earlier today, said the problem is the school board is supposed to be the only mechanism to hold the superintendent accountable, and he is courting them like a pharmaceutical sales rep with our tax dollars. See, that's the question I have.
Yeah.
The school board thing, because the teachers, the principals, the different administrators, all that, no problems. Because I say no problems. I have some questions, but I could see
the logic.
Could see where it could happen.
Yeah.
The school board, though, what do we? I'm going to go back here and try to find that. Brandon, you do some talking while I'm doing this digging here.
Okay.
Because I want to see how this was categorized.
It's on the second page.
Okay. All right. Well, good. Thank you. You're already being helpful.
Well, school board was all one category.
Split lunches, meals. Was it in the memo line or was it split school expenses?
Okay, I guess you're already on the page, so that's my bad.
That's okay. In-service drinks or leadership, in-service. I want to find the one that says school board.
It's labeled school board, so go to the other page.
All right. Go back here. There's 2 pages.
We want to thank everybody for listening in to Chuck and Brandon Surf the Internet.
Sir, exactly. Now, I will say this. This bothered me when I first saw the document. I was like, this doesn't look like a regular accounting. This looks typed to me like on those old school word processors like nobody could find.
Oh, yeah. This was a list put together by Karen Bell for Gary Deaton.
Okay, so this is a legitimate list. Okay.
Well, I don't know if what we're looking at is
but we do know that there was a list put together. We don't know that we have the list.
Correct.
All right, in-service lunches and a lot of in-service stuff, which makes sense. Drinks for in-service leadership conference, transportation Christmas luncheon. Do we know what that is? Transportation for a Christmas luncheon?
I don't know that specifically.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I do if I'm able to look in my email.
I got you, but not like off the top of your head.
The Memphis Grizzlies tickets, King has told me that was for students.
Okay, like an award for performing well or acting well.
They made 100 on a test or something.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah. You know what? Everybody loves the Grizz. That's a motivational thing. If we've got the money sitting there to do something like that, I'm like, look, you got to motivate these kids, however it takes. I'm good with that. I think that's a good expenditure because kids love the Grizz. Grizz won last night, by the way. Did you watch any of that game?
No.
Oh,
I haven't watched the NBA.
I'm telling you, I knew they were going to win without Joe. I like the way they play without him. I just trade him. I know it's not
It's probably one of those situations where, our best player's not here. We've all got to step up, and it just makes the whole team better.
And it did, yeah. Leadership luncheons. I'm not finding it on here, but this is small print. I could be director of state of school in service. T-shirts for that. Okay, T-shirts for district state of school in service. That's 8,000. That's a lot for T-shirts. There's probably a lot of people there.
Oh, there's 1,800 people.
Yeah. I mean, I know things cost money.
That's between $6 and $7 a shirt.
Yeah, that's not that bad. I wish I still owned a t-shirt company. Gift bags, support luncheons, meals. I'm going to keep looking for it. It's fine. I've seen that on there too. That's the question that I have. The biggest thing I have is like, why would we take school board members out? Or maybe that's something that's always done. School board members are elected.
I think you're looking at the same page twice.
I am. Dadgummit. That's probably the problem.
All right.
Here we go. All right. Now, this is going to be the problem here is I'm not going to be able to zoom in. Yeah. Sorry. So here's the different page. Right here is where I need to look at. Board member trips.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you look at the total, assuming what we're looking at is right, it's about $17,000. Just
Something
under $18,000. And that's school board member trips. Is that something, I guess you may or may not know this, that's commonly done? A school board member trip?
I mean, they happen almost regularly. They had a school board trip last week.
Okay. All right. So this has been done in the past too, with other superintendents, possibly.
That is something that has picked up in the last few years. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I need to ask this specifically, but I know I don't remember about hearing about so many trips for school board members with Eric Jones and Ray Washington.
All right.
That is the extent of my
your knowledge,
my coverage of school board.
Would that be any violation of a sunshine law? Elected officials, school board members are elected officials.
That is a good question.
That would be, see, again, I'm trying to play this out because this is all happening live here. So I'm trying to play this out of my head and just ask a lot of questions because I don't know. Now, can a group of politicians, all right, so name some, Tony Needhoff, Gary Deaton, Joey Hale, and Luther Mercer all go out and have dinner.
Luther Mercer is not going out with that group.
You don't know that. 4 of them are out.
I am fairly certain Luther's not going out.
You
with
are
that
not
group.
his representative, Brandon.
You're
the editor for the Jackson Post. You don't know. But 4 of them are going out.
I'm just saying.
There's 4 of them.
I would love to sit there if they're having lunch.
Now, that's a story you want to cover, isn't it? All right, so the 4 of these guys, hypothetically, in this imaginary scenario, just pull 4 random names out.
All right.
They can go out and have dinner, right? Because there's 4 of them. There's more than 2.
Mm-hmm.
They are all commissioners. They're just sitting at a table. They didn't notify the public. Would that be a violation?
That is the gray area.
Right? Because meeting dinner as friends.
And I cannot get a single attorney, which I haven't asked Jay Bush since he became the county attorney.
Right.
But Dale Thomas will not tell me what violates that.
Why? Do they know, you think? Do they have this information and they're not sharing it? Or do they just, maybe they're like, I don't know, it's kind of all gray.
If you remember about 5 years ago when this started coming up with the Power 5.
Yeah, I do remember that.
And with Brent Lay. And
Brent Lay was like the puppeteer.
Yeah. I asked Dale Thomas, and Dale, who gets paid $65,000 a year by the school system to be their attorney, pretty much told me to go ask some attorney in Nashville. So...
Well,
in his defense, that's probably an attorney-client
privilege
type situation.
Why couldn't you just go ask why couldn't you call out like Mark Donahoe and ask him? Be like, hey, man. Matter of fact, I'm going to handle that for you.
I hadn't thought about that. Why didn't I just call another attorney?
We have a handful of them in this area. This comes in, it says all right, so this is about the gathering downtown. This comes in, Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, it's the BLM from Memphis protesting about the young man killed in Memphis by police. 2 Memphis TV stations here, FYI. I'll try to get the photo. No sight of them protesters. They must have left. Okay, so is this about Tyree Nichols' family suing?
I guess.
Because has there been another thing? I don't know. This comes in our Advanced Rehab text line, 731-800-8398. It says, I can promise you that teachers are regularly spending their money for their students. I know of people who donate to teachers to help. If you notice, very little of these expenses are for classroom teachers. I'm all for supporting principals, but teachers are who affect the students the most. Agreed there. The school board members should refuse some of these perks and ask for it to be directed to the classrooms. This seems like a slap in their faces. All right, so if we're going to go with this as being true, then yes, I have a problem with that. There shouldn't be any expenditure when a teacher out of their pocket buying pencils, pens, erasers, markers, whatever. That is an issue. I was operating on the assumption that even if they bought it, they could just turn the receipt in and get reimbursed. Because I know that happens in other school districts. I don't have any intimate knowledge of the Madison County Special School District. I know people who are teachers, but like I know Deej, and he's a PE teacher. He's not going out buying pencils and stuff like that. Chris Tachara, he's at Northside, right?
Yeah.
And so people like that. Yes, I totally am with you there, and I can ride with that. This comes in our advanced rehab text line, 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398. And this is what I was thinking too, Brandon. Says, I'm pretty sure that they can go out together. In our hypothetical situation, it was Gary Deaton, Joey Hale, Tony Niehoff, and Luther Mercer.
Right.
Pretty sure they can go out together, but they're not supposed to deliberate or discuss business.
Well, they're not supposed to, but
right. Well, but that would be, that's
if Luther's not there, do we really believe that they're not going to discuss business?
I don't know. That's why I put him there, right? See, just
with all
four people hanging out as friends.
With all due respect to my good buddies Tony, Gary, and Joey, like if they tell me they don't, then I'm not going to call them a liar, but I'm also not going to just 100% tell
you don't think it's going to be factual? Well, and that may be the thing with the school board, though. Maybe if they didn't discuss school business, that could be the caveat.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the trips with it, well, like, what would the importance? I could see the importance with administration, with teachers, with all that.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the important thing to, if you don't discuss school business?
Well,
what
if they're at a conference or something.
Yeah, okay, so it could be a conference that you're at.
Because one of the expenses that is listed on there is a large amount of money, possibly in the thousands, for a limo rental while at a conference in Nashville.
Oh, renting a limo?
Yeah.
Well, that's fun. That's nice.
So
have you ever been in a limo, by the way?
I have not.
Have you not? No. I'm going to get us a limo. I'm going to get us a limo. Next time you come on, I'll have a limo pick you. I want you to park over there by the AutoZone. I'll have a limo pick you up. Jay Grant, I need your services. I'll have him pick you up and just bring you over here. It makes you feel very special. You'll love it. A little bit of champagne.
Sounds like a dumb idea. But
Well,
whatever.
no,
you do you.
Yeah, I mean, I think he charges by the mile. That's why I said you just park it on AutoZone.
That's fine. You're gonna...
Yeah, he charges by the mile. So I pick you up right there.
I'll park you over at Burger King. Come on.
Yeah, well, I don't know that I'm welcome there anymore after what I said about the tasting like leather. All right, so maybe, was there a conference in New Orleans? Do we know about?
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a school conference in New Orleans.
There's school conferences all over the place.
Okay, all right.
There was a recent trip to Orlando.
For a school conference?
Yeah.
Okay. See, that part I didn't know. I didn't know that we had these. I didn't know that was a real thing.
Now, what I've been told by a former board member is the policy in the past was everybody had to go to the annual training in Nashville for school board members, and then each board member was allowed one other trip.
There's one in San Diego on here.
Apparently.
I've never been to San Diego. I hear it's beautiful. Never been.
It's in California. I have no desire to go.
Well, no, I'm with you. I mean, maybe catch a Pods game. I mean, although they beat the Braves.
You go with Seabass.
I know. Yeah, Bass and I talked about that last night. We were talking about, his team playing terribly. My team, who I'm a Cubs fan, playing way over their skis. The Pods ended up winning yesterday 1-0. What up, Bass? Let's see. Okay, yeah, the school board thing, but maybe this is a common practice. Okay, so I was thinking in my head when I was questioning it, I was like, would this be just meeting with the school board, going out to discuss shop? Like, why would that be a county expenditure, essentially? But if this is something that is relatively commonplace, well, then I guess that's how that goes.
Right. And there's a defense in the story for so many conferences and stuff too.
Okay, good. I can't wait for the story to come out. When are we anticipating the release date on this story?
Well, I was planning on releasing it this afternoon, but then I got called in to do a radio show.
Oh, well, it's very important. You made the right decision. You made live in action. This is good for your training too, Brandon. This is part of your training coming in here. Let's see. Make sure I'm caught up. Yeah. Again, we need to find out, and I know you will because you'll ask this question, if there are some teachers out there, and I have no reason to think that any of you aren't speaking from knowledge. I totally understand that. It's just my experience has been in a different school district where the teacher could go buy something and then submit the receipt for the purchased item and get a refund for it. Do we know if we have like booster clubs and stuff?
No, I've got clarification on what happened at City Hall.
Okay.
This comes in from Big J Journalism.
Oh, Big J's going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, JE Journalism. Julia Ewalt. All right, hold on a second. Let me make sure.
He's editing out all the profanity on the text.
All right,
Julia.
so family and friends of the girl who was shot 4 times just outside city limits earlier this year. I think it was early this year.
Is that the girl from Haywood County?
Maybe.
Okay. Do you remember there was a girl? She was in an argument with her boyfriend, and some was it Shelby County deputies? I know people who know this young lady. I don't know her, but she was in a fight with a boyfriend, and the police pulled up, and I think she had a rifle. She had a weapon or something, and they shot her. And there were a lot of questions around that. I wonder if that's
Well, either way, no one was arrested.
good. But it was a peaceful protest, right?
Well, no one was arrested in the murder. Or in the killing.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, anyways, the family and friends of this girl was protesting at the state office building where Jody Pickens' office is.
Okay.
At the courthouse and at City Hall. The only person to come and listen to them was candidate for mayor, Scotty C. with the good hair.
Okay, so Scott Conger went out to hear him. Okay, that was nice of him. As American, you get the right to protest. And he's there anyway.
Yeah,
right.
I should be more respectful. My apologies. Mayor Scott Conger was the only one.
He's not going to appreciate what you said, Brandon.
Come on, he needs a good rap type name. Scotty C with the good hair.
Scotty sounds like a Memphis wrestler. 731-800-8398. 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. CWA Development phone line number 731-265-6496. This comes in and says, teachers are given an amount of money at the beginning of the year, but it's never enough, especially for elementary school teachers. Great point. By the way, could these elaborate perks be the reason why school board members never question anything Dr. King wants? Many are wondering.
That is
probably an allegation, I would imagine.
That's a big thing that the people who question that are asking too. And I'm not going to repeat that.
Don't do it. Yeah. Don't save it for the article.
Well, I don't even know if I put in the article.
Then say it here. I'll tell you put in the article. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll decide if you guys.
Because it'd be pretty inflammatory if I
got you. Yeah, this is okay. This completely changes everything for me as far as and this may just be from limited experience. If there are teachers out there who are still having to buy, it's one thing you say, look, I want to have a popcorn party for my kids because no, it's not. No, if your kids have acted good all week, and sometimes you've got some struggle kids in the class, and they, reward them. Yeah. So never mind. I was going to say maybe not buy popcorn, but you know what? Buy popcorn. We can have creative ideas and creative thoughts outside of education to make it better, to make it more fun, to make learning fun. I'm a big believer that every single student doesn't learn the exact same way, and sometimes we have to be more creative with our approach. So. Never mind. I was going to say, but yes, if we've got teachers out there that need more classroom items, I wonder if they submit that to the school system, because you would think with a surplus, that would be what that surplus is used for.
You would think.
Yeah, that would make sense to me. Yeah, we need to keep digging on this, get to the bottom of it, because I think you guys have some really good points and some really interesting questions out there that we would like to know. 731-800-8398, 731-800-8398 is our advanced rehab text line. CWA Development call-in phone number 731-265-6496.
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water.
News Talk West Tennessee includes NewsTalk965.com and News Talk 96.5 FM, covering local news, sports, and weather on an extensive network of platforms, including radio, social media streaming, digital TV, live stream, podcasts, all on your devices. Our local and live weekday lineup includes Daybreak with Greg Wood and G-Unit, Walker Talks with Chuck Walker and Julie Holt, The Dan Reeves Show with Gina Langley and Larry Newman, Dave Ramsey, Jackson Madison County Schools Game of the Week, UT Vols Sports, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Ashley's. Local, live, News Talk West Tennessee and NewsTalk965.com. Hear it first on News Talk 96.5 FM. We might be talking about you. Welcome to Hampton Inn & Suites of Jackson. Make yourself at home in any of the 83 rooms or suites. Hampton Inn & Suites exit 83 at I-40 is minutes away from all Jackson destinations like the West Tennessee Healthcare Sportsplex, Casey Jones Village, Jackson Madison County General Hospital, and many industrial complexes. Enjoy free Wi-Fi, free parking, and free hot breakfast. Also a 24-hour fitness and business center. Welcome to West Tennessee. Make your reservations now by calling direct at 731-427-6100 or visit hampton.com.
If you're in business, you know just how important each call is. You don't have time for phone or internet downtime. Your business needs a reliable communications partner 24/7. You need Lifeline Voice and Data. Lifeline Voice and Data provides telephone service to emergency service facilities all over West Tennessee and beyond. For your business, we don't just provide a phone line. We provide a lifeline. Lifeline Voice and Data.
Hey y'all, this is Mary at Mulligan's. Come see us soon before the new wears off. Hard to believe, but we're coming upon an anniversary in our locally family-owned business at Union University Drive. We still have our daily lunch specials, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., which will remind you of Grandma's cooking. Or try our Irish dishes, fish and chips, Reuben's and shepherd's pie, or everyone's favorite, the Mully Burger. And how about brunch on Saturdays and Sundays? Yep, every weekend, serving Jackson for over 25 years. See you soon at Mulligan's.
Hi, my name's Dawn. I have been taking BioT at Advanced Medical. My moods are better. I sleep well. My husband has complimented me on the mood swings that are no longer affecting our marriage.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there's an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or cream.
I got blood work done, and they identified what hormones were out of balance. They gave me the bioidentical hormone pellets through BioT, and now I have more energy, no more brain fog, I'm sleeping better, and I feel like my old self again. I would recommend Advanced Rehab and Medical and their BioT program to anyone suffering with symptoms like mine. It's been life-changing.
To book your appointment, call 731-462-8580. That's 731-462-8580.
Looking to add a little spice to your love life?
Nothing adds spice like gunpowder.
Jackson's only indoor shooting range, date night at the range. Here's what you lovebirds get: a shooting lane for two targets, 100 rounds of ammo, eye and ear protection, and a $30 gift certificate to Texas Roadhouse. All for just $99.99.
Now that's firepower.
Perfect for a gift card from the range. The Range, 2310 North Highland Avenue in Jackson.
Go to therange.com.
Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club presents the 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser. Join us for an enjoyable evening with dinner, music, and conversation featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. A.J. is a former Harlem Globetrotter and CEO of A.J. Merriweather Construction, LLC. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser is April 17th. The tour is at 5:30 and dinner at 6. Reserve your spot now. For more information, visit myboysgirls.club. Reserve your spot now. Boys and Girls Clubs of Northwest Tennessee. The Humboldt Club at 1503 Osborne Street in Humboldt. The 11th Annual Bird and Burger Fundraiser featuring guest speaker A.J. Merriweather. Presented by United Way of West Tennessee and Taco Bell. Along with News Talk 96.5 FM and NewsTalk965.com.
They say consistency is the key to success. They weren't wrong. So how about grabbing a beer that's consistently smooth, consistently refreshing, and consistently light? You might just find that the road to success can be pretty enjoyable. Michelob Ultra, the perfect balance of taste and refreshment, and only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Central Distributors, Jackson.
Pansies, poppies, and daffodils aren't the only spring things popping up all over West Tennessee. Beautiful deals on new 2023 Ford cars, trucks, and SUVs are blooming right now at Gene Langley Ford in Humboldt. Hi, Hi, this is Sarah Beth Langley. Come by our lot at 3500 East End Drive in Humboldt or visit us online at GeneLangleyFord.com. You'll see our personalized service, guaranteed financing, and lifetime powertrain warranty make buying your new Ford a bright and sunny experience. Or customize your new Ford car, truck, or SUV and apply for financing online at GeneLangleyFord.com. And when it arrives, we'll deliver it right to your driveway. In the market for a pre-owned vehicle, we have a huge selection on all makes and models, updated daily at GeneLangleyFord.com. And as everyone knows, if you ever have any service needs, our service department is known area-wide as the best in the business. Regardless of your make or model, we'll get you back on the road in no time. Whether it's a new Ford, a used vehicle, or service, you really should try Gene Langley Ford before you buy. The dealership service bill.
See dealer for warranty details.
My name is Steven and I'm 41 years old. I started having problems with my weight, my focus, my energy all around. I spent thousands of dollars a year on supplements trying to get my weight down, and it never worked.
Are these problems affecting your work, your relationships, and your quality of life? You'll be happy to know there is an exciting, natural solution available called BioT. BioT uses a natural way for men and women to correct these problems by safely and accurately balancing hormone levels without the use of synthetic injections or creams.
I got the treatment, and it has been the best decision of my life. I feel great. I'm losing weight. I have more energy. I'm getting stronger in the gym, and I can focus so much better. And I notice that I also sleep better, and I'm always in a good mood. And I believe it's all because of the BioT treatment.
To schedule an appointment to find out if BioTE is right for you, call 731-462-3596. That's 731-462-3596.
Welcome back in to Walker Talks. Here on Thursday, Brandon Shields from the Jackson Post joining us. Brandon, our good friend. Julia Ewald is slated to be here tomorrow, so you guys are going to get all kinds of Big J journalism over the next little bit.
Big J comes in when J comes in.
There you go.
I'm just Big B journalism.
Just Big B. Well, your initials are. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'm not doing that. We'll say good afternoon and welcome into Walker Talks.
What's up, Chuck? How you doing, man?
What's going on, brother? Doing well. How are you?
Man, enjoying this beautiful day, man. Enjoying all these leaks, man.
Yeah, it's been really good. Tomorrow's going to stink. Oh, you're saying leaks. I thought you said week. Oh, yeah, the leaks.
Yeah,
what have you seen? We got leaks everywhere. We got leaks nationally. We got leaks locally. We got maybe look over this studio. Make sure we don't have a leak in here.
Yeah, y'all got any plumber sponsors? Yeah, y'all might want to pick that up. All these leaks out here, man.
It's something else. But, have you gone through the reports yet for the superintendent expenditure supposed report?
I'll probably get to that later on tonight. Yeah, that's definitely on my things to do. You know, Rick probably had that report weeks ago.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
built that report.
He loved it. Tom Foolery
with the
chicanery.
ducks at Service Merchandise.
I know. And I was like, look, I said, I'm going to keep calling it alleged until we can 100% verify it. He said, oh, Brandon Shields already. I said, well, I talked to Brandon about it. I said, the last time I'd spoken to him, it had not been. So I'm going to be very careful until Big J Journalism verifies it. He's like, I've already verified it. I was like, okay, well, if you verify it, Rick, then I'm definitely going to run with it.
Well, I got to give y'all guys props for talking about the local leak, what was actually in the local leak, unlike your major national mainstream media who won't talk about what's in the Pentagon leak. They'll only talk about snitch talk. But how do we keep this from happening again? How much prison time should this guy get? Not actually talking about what's actually in the document.
What's actually being said. And there's some pretty inflammatory stuff. I mean, if we have U.S. soldiers in Ukraine, Russia, which is what the people are saying, 14 in February, Russia could consider that an act of war. They could then, retaliate. There's a lot of big-time stuff in there because, now the problem with it is, I don't know if you heard the interview with Tom today. Tom said, this is, and Brandon, you can understand this as a journalist too. He got the vibe the Tuesday after this happened. He was like, look, just the way the Pentagon's acting, I think a lot of this stuff that's being leaked out so far is true. And then now, every day we're getting updates, and he's like, we have to vet it because eventually stuff will start being leaked that's not true. Mm-hmm. Eventually people will start doing that just to add to it. He said it's so hard to verify, because you've got the Pentagon, who in they're pretty tight-lipped, and then sometimes, you'll ask a question, they'll give you a completely different answer to something else.
Right.
He's like, to get what is true, get through all the minutia.
Right, yeah. But I'm enjoying the snitch talk on MSNBC, CNN, Fox, all of them. All they want to talk about is how do we keep this from happening? How much prison time should we give these people? How do we keep this from happening again? I mean, it's like, I want to puke. Like, talk about what's in the documents. Oh, no, you don't want to do that because you're just a mouthpiece for the Pentagon. All of them are.
Well, they're probably a little
that's
nervous.
kind of funny.
We got aliens now. They're probably a little nervous about that. You want the Pentagon to release the aliens on us.
Yeah, the UFO stuff is classic distraction. They don't want you. That's what they really want you to think about, not what's going on over in Taiwan, what's about to happen there, or you full NATO involvement in Ukraine, pushing us to World War III. Oh, it's glorious. Don't think about that.
Well,
Think
you're
about
going to like
the
this.
UFOs.
Tom Scateri emailed me about 45 minutes ago and said, Chuck, just as we were saying, the Pentagon is preparing to position U.S. forces in Djibouti. Careful. It's a country.
Yes, it is.
Pentagon's preparing to position U.S. forces in Djibouti in anticipation, Brandon, in anticipation of a potential mission to evacuate the U.S. Embassy personnel in Sudan.
Right. Doesn't China have a lot of infrastructure projects there?
China's been known to get down in Djibouti for a long time. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I quit.
I love it. That home run, slam dunk right there.
Home run. You tee it up, I'll hit it out of the park.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I've been thinking about here lately. Because I don't want nobody that's in like freshman in high school right now have to go off and die in Ukraine because a handful of banksters want all their money. You know what I'm saying? This is like, come on, dude.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Subway, have a good one, my man. We'll talk to you later, friend.
Anyway, have a good one.
See you, brother. Get one more here. Going on, we'll say good afternoon and welcome in.
Dan Ho, you are always dreaming about.
Close. I think your nap didn't last as long as normal. It's not quite 1 o'clock yet. Dan comes on at 3. Go ahead.
Well, apparently you are on a different wavelength. Or maybe you're running 2 programs at the same time. I'm not sure.
I promise you and I are on different wavelengths. I guarantee it.
Absolutely. You're
familiar
always.
with what's going on in Djibouti?
No, what we're concerned about is your non-preparedness of telling the truth about the misuse of county funds in violation of the Sunshine Law to the highest degree. And then you got Dan Boy Reeves that is still wishing on a star because he has no money. You got a gully that was filled in, Chuckles, over there in that parking lot that y'all keep promoting about a concert.
Right, the gully with the house service
in arena.
For years and years.
Y'all need an arena like you need a hole in the head. See, you're not. Even Murfreesboro doesn't have that much stupidity running around their streets.
What?
And y'all are not Murfreesboro.
Do you think he's taking an Ambien and he doesn't realize? Because he keeps calling me Dan. Rick, Brandon's been on here for an hour. We've been talking about what's verifiable, what's not in the leaked documents that were around Facebook from the potential superintendent's expenditures. So I don't know what's happened.
Is he going to run the story yet?
Well, he'd like to type it first if that was okay.
Yeah, I was planning on typing it right now, but
he came in to educate you.
When did you get your news release, Brandon? You're on the spot news boy.
On the spot news boy. Wow.
I think that is that a compliment?
Little Ricky off the top rope.
Yeah, I think that's a compliment, especially for him. That's a compliment. All right. So when did you get the story? Because what he wants to do is he wants to make sure that you got the story before I got which. The minute I received it, you had already had it, but I sent it to I sent it to to Brandon immediately.
Yeah,
this is how this whole thing works.
That's how it works. There's text messages, there's phone calls, there's
emails. People with healthy relationships in the media discuss with one another because they'll refer back to Brandon writes an article about something that happens, breaks when he's on here, he'll refer back to 96.5. Every day when I read articles from the Jackson Post, I tell you, here's the Julia Ewald article. Here's a Brandon Shields article. It's on the JacksonPost.news. Here's the title of the article, so you can find it.
Yeah. Y'all
That's
gotta
how these things work.
Y'all got to mention this week's
Heck
post,
yeah,
by
better
the
be
way.
just me. Go ahead, Rick.
No, I just want to know, when did Brandon get the news release identifying the fact that county funds were illegally used in direct violation of a secret sunshine breaking law pertaining to your school superintendent? I thought the school board oversaw the superintendent. Apparently, superintendent pays off the school board. So, Brandon boy, I want to ask you a question. Have you called the Tennessee Education Association in Nashville to find out what is the proper legal procedure for removal of the superintendent and the entire school board for malfeasance in their official elected duties?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, do that, because that's important.
I've already done it.
Already taken care of.
Yeah, I bet.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'll
Rick.
wait on
You
it.
shouldn't bet.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
stay on hold. We'll let Dave Ramsey talk to you in a few minutes. You can tell him where he sucks.
Gambling is wrong.
Gambling is wrong. Oh, Lord. It's been a big show. It's been a big show. Tom's continuing breaking the
This
news.
is WBFG 96.5
That was
FM.
fast. We'll see you tomorrow. Dave Ramsey coming
Parker's
up.
Crossroads, Jackson.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. A widely used abortion drug gets a temporary reprieve from a federal appeals court after a judge in Texas had blocked access to the pill.
The Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans ruled